Hey, hello Julius.
Hi Fiona. Okay, first of all, good morning and
morning.
thank you so much for. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I can see you're very excited to start, eating the pastries and stuff.
They look very delicious.
Yeah,
So-
but that will have to wait because
Okay, yeah.
first of all, I want to thank you for joining me here on this Coffee with Bushiroad series. Yeah, so as I think you understand, this series is just to highlight some of the insights into what Bushiroad staff actually do, to bring the game to the players. Yeah, and you do events, and I'm sure a lot of our audience and our players have seen you around events as well. Not just in Singapore, but in maybe Cardiff, France, or wherever you have been to, because you go around the world to organize events and plan tournaments for everyone.
Yeah.
So thank you so much for that. And you have been with us since August last year.
Yeah.
So I think you are with
1
us
year plus, yeah.
about 1 year now.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for joining us. Yep.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Okay, so as you can see, I have prepared some snacks and coffee and tea for us. So would you like coffee or would you like some tea?
Some tea, please.
Okay, tea. Well, good news. I have a few different blends. This
what's
is
this?
is English breakfast. Yeah. And then too
strong.
strong. Yeah, I like English breakfast. I like strong blends.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And this is some kind of fruits infusion.
Yes, this.
Yeah, and you can. You're not even listen to the.
No.
This is the one.
This is the one.
Yeah,
this
yeah,
is
you
the
can
one.
even see like some real berries and.
Yeah, it's a very nice sweet smell.
Yeah, it's very fruity. So this is what you want?
Yes,
Okay,
yes,
cool.
please.
All right. But just for the record, the other one is Earl Grey.
No, it's okay. I'll stick to my choice.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna prepare the tea. What made you, interested in joining Bushiroad as like an event planner?
Oh, wow. I guess, first of all, I like attending events. And I guess I also played like Bushiroad games before I joined Bushiroad.
Oh.
Yeah, so I started with Vanguard. And
Okay.
I think I've been playing for about three years now. Yeah, 3 years. So, I mean, that's how I knew about Bushiroad. And then I just thought like, I just graduated. I'm looking for a job, but I don't really want to kind of find a normal 9 to 5 job. I kind of just want to try something new. I mean, because I'm still young, right? I'm still young.
We're all young here. We're all young.
Yeah, so I thought like, maybe let me try events. It's something that requires like a lot of patience, and then you need to like be on the ball most of the time because you have to like solve all the problems as they come, And I guess that's why I was like up for a challenge, and I decided to just try it.
Okay, cool. So
let's.
So some snacks for you. You
Sure.
can help yourself.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think this one is yam. There's yam filling inside. Yeah, and these are scones with some nuts. Yeah, and then this is the red bean pastry.
Oh, what about this?
This one is also similar to a scone, like it has nuts inside. Yeah.
I'll go for the red bean.
Okay, yeah, it's nice. I wanted that.
Too bad.
Okay, so when you're planning events, like, especially in Singapore, do you see like your friends around as well? Like, do they?
Yeah.
Because I'm sure you have some Vanguard friends.
Oh yes.
So you still see them during the event as well.
Yeah, I see them at the events, and it's actually very interesting because how the tables have turned. Like I used to be an event goer, and then now I'm the one organizing. So I think it is quite interesting to see both sides of like the event, like the back end and as an attendee. And what makes me like feel satisfied, right, is when the players kind of enjoy the event, and then especially my friends. Like I also want my friends to enjoy the event. So
Okay.
that's very nice.
Has there been anything interesting that happened between you and now that you're planning Bushiroad events and any of your friends that attended the event? Like, do they ask you like, hey, give me some tips or that kind of stuff, or like close one eye or anything like that?
I mean they do sometimes, but it's more of like a joke. So
Can I have an extra play, man?
that's like no. Then win.
Yeah,
win yourself.
Yeah.
Win yourself a playmat. That kind of thing.
Yeah, if you want to have the top 4 playmat, be in the top 4.
Yeah, be in the top 4. You want an extra PR item, participation item, go travel somewhere else.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, they do ask, but I mean, they also know that it's still my job, so I have to be a professional and not like, give them stuff. It shouldn't be any bias.
Yeah. And I'm sure, like you say, they're just joking and teasing you.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. So have you been interested in planning for an event before the job? Because you mentioned like you attended a lot of Bushiroad tournaments and events. So at a point of time, do you actually think, it might be good for me to plan an event? Did that occur to you?
I think more like I've attended other events, not even just Bushiroad events. And I just felt like, there are some things that maybe I had some ideas. Maybe this event could have had maybe some special sub-event or something like that. So I guess when I actually joined a company, Bushiroad did give me the chance to kind of develop these kind of new ideas. And that's when I had space for growth and I get to kind of implement some of the new things in the circuit. So we are kind of trying to change some stuff and hopefully the players enjoy it. Yeah.
Oh, that's good because if say Bushiroad doesn't give you the space and autonomy to actually do some new things and improve, you probably wouldn't enjoy the job as much because
it will be very rigid.
Yeah.
But not in Bushiroad.
Yeah,
so that's
correct.
why I really like events.
And because of that, I can see our events changing. I think our numbers for players joining the tournaments have increased as well. So I'm actually very happy for that.
Yeah. It's just mainly thanks to all the players. Actually.
Okay.
It's not really,
Yeah. So what would you say is the most challenging thing when you're planning for an event?
Most challenging, I think, is on the event day itself. I mean, it's definitely it's the main event, but because you can prepare well ahead of time. You can do all sorts of things. You can imagine all the situations that might happen, and you can have plan A, plan B, plan C all the way. But sometimes things happen, and it's very unexpected. So we just have to keep, be very on the ball and fix any problems as they come.
Okay. Yeah, because no matter how much planning you do, there's
there's no way.
There's no way you can foresee.
There will never be a perfect event.
Yeah, like you want everything to be done at this time. Everything done at the no way.
No way.
So can you tell us what probably one memorable challenge that you had to overcome during any of your events? Yeah, if there is any that particularly sticks in your mind.
I think it's World Finals. I think this year.
In Japan.
Yeah, in Japan. So it was actually my first time being, kind of participating as a organizer in such a big scale event, like World Finals. It's like the biggest event, and then I felt a lot of pressure, and I guess I just felt very alone. And when things really weren't going very well, it was so hard to continue. And my colleagues were actually there to tell me like, hey, everything's gonna be fine. You're just gonna just don't give up. Continue doing what you're doing. Things will be better. So that's kind of heartwarming to me because I realized that I'm not in this alone. I have my team. I have you, you, and that's how I guess I managed to overcome those challenges. Like, I know we could have done better, and that's why I really hope that this year's World Finals will be better. So cheers to a good World Finals 2019.
Yeah. So, and you are going to this coming January's World Final.
Yes.
Yeah. So I guess I'll see you there.
I'll see you there. See you there. I'll see all the players there.
Yeah. Okay. So from what I can understand about that is, planning for an event it's not just a very physical draining job. It's very emotionally draining as well, like what you mentioned. And what's interesting is that you mentioned you felt very alone. Could you elaborate more on that? Like why do you feel alone when you're doing that event?
I think because I didn't before this, I find it hard to trust people. I think it's more of a personal thing. So like sometimes you feel that if you do it alone, things won't go as wrong, because with more people, there are more things that can go wrong. So that was kind of like a barrier, I guess, for me. So it was very hard to let people know, like, hey, I'm struggling with this, can you help me? So I've actually, throughout that, I learned to ask people for help. And I guess that made me grow as a person. So.
Wow.
so deep. No.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's a great story. Yeah, because one wouldn't expect, people to, I guess, like maybe most people, especially if they haven't entered the workforce, they might see work as just work, and they kind of like separate work from life. But I guess work actually is part of your life, and then if you grow in work, you grow professionally, it helps with personal growth as well. Yeah. So I'm very happy that you overcame all those different obstacles. Yeah.
It's just thanks to the people in Bushiroad. They are really very nice. They're very kind. Not like just saying, complimenting everybody. It's just that, they've made me feel very comfortable.
Yeah.
That's why I enjoy like going to work.
Yeah.
Every day.
And I think this aspect of understand building trust with your colleagues and your friends, I think it comes especially strong in your current role with events planning, because there's no way you can run an event by yourself. So I guess you kind of have to learn how to build bonds with all your teammates. Yeah.
Actually, it's not just my teammates. Like, there's a lot of communication between internal and external parties. So we actually have to liaise with like the different officers. We have to liaise with the development team, the design team. We have to work with the marketing team. We have to work with like even mobile as well. And then it's more of like we have to communicate to each different teams, and that takes it's not something that you can run away from. And also like we have to outsource like PR items, like for example like storage boxes or something like that. We need to liaise with other suppliers, so it's a lot of communication.
So it's not just planning, you kind of have to communicate with a lot of different vendors and parties as well. So I guess because I from the designation of events planner, people would think you're just planning events all day long, but that's probably not true, because you have to, like what you said, you have to do a lot of other stuff as well, such as planning, the PR items, contacting vendors. Could you tell us a bit more about the kind of like your day-to-day routine when you're not actually planning for an actual event? Like what do you have to do? Probably a lot of emails.
Yes, a lot of emails. A lot of emails. And actually, we plan like each circuit more than half a year before.
Wow.
So during that time, we actually first have to start like making the logo. We have to decide the format, like is it team league or is it a single kind of format. And then we also need to source for new shioko. As in, we will ask Nishi Sensei to design a new shioko for each circuit.
For each circuit, right? Yeah. So I guess if players notice, they will notice that each shioko for each circuit is different. Yeah.
Actually, it's not really different. She's just wearing different
clothes. I mean, of course. If her face is different, then she's not Shioko.
Yeah. I think all the Shioko fans out there will notice. So
I suppose. Yeah.
All the hard work is noticed.
Wow.
No. And then I guess after that, we need to liaise with the development team. We need to start preparing like the PR cards that we want to use for the circuit. Like participation, we have the short challenge as well, regional champion, stuff like that. And then I also will start thinking of new PR items that we want to produce, like play mats. We can have storage boxes. We can have dice. Now the new buddy fight live counter. Actually, that was something that I really wanted. So I'm very glad to see like from my idea, it became like actual thing.
Yeah, from how it came from your idea and then it materialized into it.
Yeah. It was. I don't know. I feel like a little proud moment
Okay.
when it actually came out and I saw it.
Yeah. Remind me again. Has that live counter been given out yet?
Oh yeah.
So how do you feel when you see players taking that, using it in their games and tournaments?
It feels very. I don't know how to. I really don't know how to express my thoughts.
Let me try. Maybe it's like a
yeah, I guess so. It's very nice because like if they like it, it means that I did a good job. Yeah, so I hope they use it more.
Well, I guess a lot of our colleagues like it as well. They're passing over.
Wow!
Yeah.
I mean, I like it also.
Yeah.
I'm
sure you will.
I have one on my table.
But I don't have one.
Okay, I'll give you one later.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so just now you mentioned you actually meet some of your friends in events. But I went with you on a BSF 2019 just earlier this year at Cardiff, UK.
Yeah, Cardiff.
And I noticed it's not just local players. I mean, over there you have, I think it was someone from France, if I'm not wrong. I think a group of people from France, they were coming up to you at the counter and just like, thank you for the tournament or something.
Yeah. Actually, I think there were a few people from France, people from Italy as well.
Italy. Okay.
Yeah, I think because I met them at World Finals, they actually remembered me, and I do remember them also because before that I was actually in charge of like their flights and everything.
Oh.
Yeah, so I personally talked to them, and then they remember me and they're like, hey, saw you at World Finals. Thank you for organizing this, BSF. They really like it. Yeah, it's very nice because most people would kind of like complain about the event, right? But it's nice to see that some people still enjoy the event, and that makes me more motivated to organize better events for them.
I guess once in a while you get the kind of player who comes up to you and just really sincerely thank you for organizing the event. And then amidst the chaos in the event like you described earlier, that can be like a very warm fire in the middle of a winter.
Yes.
It's just like, thank you so much.
All hope is lost. No.
So I was quite surprised. Oh wow, they're really nice people over there, and they just come up to you and thank you.
Yeah, they're really nice. Actually, UK was my first time in Europe in general. So it's a very interesting perspective because it's very different from Singapore.
Definitely.
Yeah. It's also very cold. I remember you wearing like a few layers when we were walking outside. Yeah.
It was very, very cold.
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess since you have so much experience about attending about the events here in locally in Singapore, as well as tournaments around the world, what would you say is like the cultural difference among the tournaments over there and over here?
I think different countries, they kind of have a different perspective towards tournaments. Like for Singapore, it's more of like, I want to compete. I think they're more competitive. And some like countries outside, of Singapore, they are more, they like events because it brings people together. So some people, they like BSF, like Team League. And then some people, they like BCS, which is more competitive. So that's why we actually have two different circuits. So we can cater to both different players. And I think I personally like Team League because for me it's more about the friends. But then again, BCS you get a free trip to World Final. So I think it's also a very good incentive to join.
Yeah, I think it's exactly like what you say. BSF caters to people who want to enjoy the game with friends. They join. I think some of them even travel. I think some they were from Italy and then they traveled all the way to UK, Cardiff, with their friends, and then just join, and then they have fun whether they win or they lose. And at the same time, on the other hand, BCS, like what you said, caters to the competitive group. So they're really passionate about the game, and then they want to prove that this deck, maybe it's not the meta deck. They build this deck and they really want to prove themselves. Fiona, what advice would you give to people who might be thinking of becoming an event planner like yourself?
I guess being an event planner requires a lot of, like I said, they need to be up for a challenge. So because it's always unexpected, you really need to learn how to kind of be calm in the chaotic situation, and then really think what's the best solution that you can come up with at that point of time. So if you're up for a challenge, this is the job for you, you know. I guess the person has to just try their best. Yeah, I think just trying your best at anything and everything. That's already a one step further. Yeah, than not just just giving up, stuff like that. Because personally, I actually graduated from a science major.
Oh.
So it's very weird. Like, oh, you're a science student, but I'm doing event planning now.
Yeah.
So people will be like,
Yeah.
At first, I thought like I wasn't cut out for it as well. So I just thought, you know what? I'm not gonna care. I'm just gonna try. And if I fail, maybe I'm just really not cut out for it. And so I just decided to try. And the passion for gaming kind of like spurred me on to give it a shot. And Bushiroad actually came back to me, so I was like quite happy. Yeah, like so. That's why I joined. So I think for people who want to join Bushiroad or any company as an event organizer, they just have to, don't think that you cannot do it. As long as you try, you give it your best shot. If you really cannot do it, then there's always other doors open for you. But if you don't try, you won't know.
So for them, so in a nutshell, stay calm, and plan.
Yes.
Okay, so Fiona, I actually do have one final question for you, and that is, do you have anything that you might want to say, to players who have attended our tournaments in the past, or who might be thinking of attending a tournament?
I guess support us, join, participate. Yeah, just before, like I said, I was an event goer. I participated in Bushiroad events before, and I thought that it's very nice. BSF, you get to form teams, you get to brainstorm, different ideas, deck ideas, and then you kind of compete together. So sometimes you actually play tests before the event, and it's like boot camp, and that's when they forge a stronger bond, and it's not really about the competition itself. It's more about the friendship. Like, hey, if I won, we won this together, or my teammate carried me. No, I'm just kidding. But that's why I really like BSF, or maybe because I'm not competitive.
Well, I mean, it caters to different players, Actually, you raised a very good point in saying how to get together with friends, and then it's like a boot camp. Because I remember interviewing champions at World Finals. I think it was last year's one, and then all the top three, they said almost the same thing. Like, when I ask them who they want to thank, it's always like their friends who helped them test the decks, gave them advice, or maybe even they had to borrow cards from them because they don't have the cards. So what I saw from there is that I think they're connecting, through our games.
Yes.
And I see something that is very heartwarming and very beautiful. Because I think, especially right now in our society, I think we're just so disconnected with each other because, we are always playing mobile phones. Yeah, I think that's fine. I mean, because I use my phone a bit as well, and I play games on it as well. But I think once in a while, coming out, connecting with friends over a couple of games, having some tea, I think that's really nice. And I think that really provided them with the opportunity to do that. Yeah.
I think actually, it's not just meeting up with old friends or connecting. There's also a chance for you to meet new friends. For example, I have two people, I need another team member. You can actually gain friends through games, and I think that's why I really like gaming. It kind of brings people together from different countries, and it just breaks off all the geographical boundaries. Yeah.
Wow, that's a very poetic point. Yeah, I like that.
Oh yeah, but anyway, for those who are scared of joining our tournaments, I don't think you should be scared. We're all like nice people. At least I hope that we are nice people, and just come and say hi. We will be there, right?
Yeah.
So you can just say hi to any one of us. You can make new friends. Just enjoy the game. You know.
Yeah.
So participate. And for those who have like kind of supported us through our events, I really thank them for supporting us and continuing to support us throughout all our events, like participating and stuff like that. It really makes me feel like there's a purpose. My job has a purpose. Or, if you want to bring it even further, my life has a purpose.
Let's not go there.
Just.
Yeah. Okay. So you said something about making friends through events. I just want to add on to the point. Just before we end the entire thing is, because when I attended, I think BCS Singapore, I think last year. I think some people, they came alone or they came with two friends or just one friend because they don't have enough, and then they look for a new teammate at the event itself. Like what you say, I think that's a great way to meet someone new. I mean, if you can't get a team, then fine, you can just go for the side events and stuff. But if you happen to find someone who's looking for a group as well, then you have one good friend, and you never know what sparks off from there.
Yeah, it may become a very good, strong friendship in the end.
Exactly.
And it's through card games.
Yeah.
Who knew, right?
Yeah. And I feel that's nice and beautiful.
Yeah, I think that's the essence of gaming.
Gaming, yeah. Competitive at the same time, there's a way for you to make friends. Yeah. It's like a frenemy, your rival.
So.
At the same time, you're as friends.
I think that's only because as a card game, we require two people to kind of interact with each other. It's not like some kind of single player game.
Yeah, it's not solitaire. Yeah. All right. So I think it's a great interview. So thank you so much.
Thank you for having me here.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. Yeah. Let's have more tea.
Yes.
Yes, more
coffee.
tea, more tea.
Coffee at Bushiroad, and so far none has picked coffee.
Welcome everyone to Bushiroad Rumble Online, and I'm so excited. I'm Peter. This is...
Oh, me? Woo!
Yeah.
Day 2, baby! We're at day 2. I'm Philip from the channel Top Deck Heroes, and follow me with Peter is also...
Over here on this side, I'm right here. Outer Orange, from my channel Outer Orange, and I'm very excited to be here. What a wonderful day it is. It's day 2.
Day 2.
Day 2.
Oh, and not only day 2, top 16.
A historic moment.
Very
A
historic
historic moment. First time in the history of the game that we've had a top 16. I'm so excited.
My God,
Wow.
it's going to be crazy. Like, oh, I can't wait. Peter, tell us, what exactly are we going to be looking at?
Well, we're going to be looking at a standard format tournament today. It's pretty exciting. And so for January 8th was yesterday, we saw the Swiss best of 1 for 9 whole rounds, 400-something people competing to see who could get to the top 16. And then today is that top 16. So it's single elimination here, best of 1. So you get your one shot and you can't afford to lose here. You could afford to lose 1 or 2 games yesterday, but now it's do or die.
And with that being said, we still have also the schedule. That's right. Week 3, that's where we are right now. Cardfight Vanguard Standard. Yesterday we had the Swiss. Today is the top 16 for January 9th. But that is not all. The BRO still is going for Weiss Schwarz here. That's right. Week 4, January 15th will be the Swiss. And going on after that will be January 16th with the top 18, potential top 16 cut. Get ready for that as well. But now we also got the prizes. What is happening?
My God, as we mentioned yesterday, top 4 people will be getting some special prizes. All 4 will be getting a nice certificate for their time at Bushiroad Rumble 2021. But bronze, silver, and gold will be getting some extra goodies, with third place getting 1 copy of the championship promo Expecta, Verena Expecta, and a box of DBT04 Awakening Chakrabarati. Second place is going to get that same box, as well as 2 promos of Verena. And first place is going to walk away with a box and a play set of Expecta. I bet you they didn't see that coming. Yeah, you thought I was gonna expect that coming, huh? I got you right there.
Oh, goodness.
Unexpected.
Exactly. It's gonna be a very interesting day, but we're not gonna actually tell you how it's gonna go, how the game is played. Bushiroad has prepared for us a very special video to tell you all that. Ain't that right, Peter?
Yes, it is. Let's roll the clip.
Cardfight Vanguard is a 2-player card game where you take on the role of a Vanguard and lead your ally units in a battle to victory. This video will explain the rules of Cardfight Vanguard. First, we have the types of cards. Vanguard can be divided into 2 different types of cards. Unit cards have power and shield values and can be called to the field. Order cards are a variety of commands that use strategies, items, or magic. Each type of card has different information written on them. First, let's take a look at unit cards. There are 2 types of unit cards. First, we have normal units. Normal units are the basic units that are called to the field to battle. Let's learn more about the 4 numbers written on the card. Grade, the level of strength of a card. Power, the attack power of a card. This value is used when it battles. Shield, the defense power a card has when it guards its allies. Critical, the amount of damage a card can deal to your opponent. Some unit cards have an icon at the top right corner and are known as trigger units. Trigger units can not only be called to the field to battle, but also activate unique effects when revealed for trigger checks. Next, we have order cards. Order cards do not have any power or shield values, but have various powerful abilities instead. Different cards have different abilities and activation timings. Some are used during your turn, while others are used in your opponent's turn. Preparing your deck. Let's prepare a deck to be used for the card fight. A deck can be constructed with a total of 50 cards, including 16 trigger units. Up to 4 copies of each card can be used. Choose 4 unit cards from your deck consisting of 1 of each, grade 0, 1, 2, and 3 to be used as your ride deck. Win condition. Attack and guard repeatedly, and the first to deal 6 damage to their opponent wins. Card fight setup. Let's take a look at the playmat where the card fight takes place. There are 3 types of circles where you can place your unit cards on the field. Vanguard Circle. The unit placed here is called the Vanguard. Stack units on top when you ride. Rearguard Circle. The unit placed here is called the Rearguard. Place units here when you call. Guardian Circle. Place units here when calling them to guard. The areas around your field include your deck, ride deck, drop zone where you put used cards, order zone, and damage zone where you put your damage. Place the grade 0 card from the ride deck you had prepared face down on the Vanguard Circle. Place the remaining 3 cards face down in the ride deck area. Shuffle each other's main deck and place it in the deck area. Decide who goes first with a game of rock, paper, scissors. The winner will go first. Each player draws 5 cards from the deck. You may swap cards once at this point. The player going first returns the cards they want to change to the bottom of their deck and draws the same number. Shuffle the deck if you swap cards. The player going second then does the same. Now that we're done preparing, with Stand Up Vanguard, turn the card on the Vanguard Circle face up to begin. In Vanguard, there are 6 phases each turn. Let's learn more about each of the phases. Stand phase. Stand phase happens at the beginning of your turn. Vertical cards are in stand. Horizontal cards are in rest. Stand all of the resting cards on your side of the field. There are no resting cards on your first turn, so you can proceed to draw phase straight away. Draw phase. Draw a card from the top of the deck during your draw phase. Ride phase. To ride is to stack cards on your Vanguard to increase its grade. You can only ride once per turn. You can ride a unit from your hand, or discard a card to ride a unit from the ride deck that you had prepared that is 1 grade greater than the Vanguard currently on your field. The cards placed underneath your Vanguard after riding are known as the Soul and can be used to pay for costs of abilities. Main phase. During your main phase, you can call or move rear guards, use a card's ability, and use an order card. Calling or moving a rear guard. You can call a unit from your hand with a grade less than or equal to your Vanguard to any rear guard circle. Rear guards can move between the front and back of a column. Positions can be swapped within the same column too. Moving or swapping positions horizontally is not allowed. Battle phase. You can attack your opponent's front row units with your front row units during your battle phase. Rest the unit when it attacks. If the power of the attacking unit is greater than or equal to the power of the unit being attacked, the attack hits. If the attack hit a Vanguard, your opponent takes damage. If the attack hit a rear guard, put that rear guard into the drop zone. Let's attack your opponent's Vanguard with your Vanguard. When you attack with a Vanguard, you perform a drive check. To drive check is to put the top card of your deck into the trigger check zone face up. If a trigger unit was revealed, various effects are activated. Cards revealed for drive checks are added to your hand. Drive check, and get a critical trigger. It has the effect of +1 critical, and the effect of +10,000 power. You may choose to give each of these effects to a different unit. Let's give the critical to your Vanguard and the 10,000 power to your rear guard. As the attack was successful, your opponent takes 2 damage. When an attack hits, the other player performs a damage check. Put the top card of your deck into the trigger check zone face up, then put it into your damage zone. If a trigger unit was revealed, various effects are activated as well. Damage check. First check, no trigger. Put the card that was revealed into your damage zone. Second check, got a draw trigger. A draw trigger has the effect of draw a card and the effect of +10,000 power. Draw a card and add 10,000 power to your Vanguard. Next, let's attack your opponent's Vanguard with your rear guard. By resting a unit with the boost icon behind the attacking unit, the power of the unit behind gets added to the attacking unit. Attack the Vanguard with 26,000 power. Guard. When you're attacked, you can defend your units by guarding. To guard, choose any number of cards from your hand and call them to the Guardian Circle as rest. The power of the unit being attacked is increased by the shield of the units you called. If your Vanguard's power is greater than your opponent's attacking unit, the guard is successful. The power increased from guarding only lasts until the end of that battle. Once that attack ends, the power of the defended unit returns to its original value, and the units on the Guardian Circle are put into the drop zone. Let's aim to win by attacking and guarding repeatedly and dealing 6 damage to your opponent. End phase. This marks the end of your turn, and it is now your opponent's turn. This also concludes the description of each phase. Various abilities. Cards have various abilities in Vanguard. First, there's Persona Ride. It activates when you ride a unit with the Persona Ride icon from your hand on a card with the same card name. Draw a card when you Persona Ride. And for this turn, units in your front row get plus 10,000 power. Next, there's Intercept. When you are guarding, you can move rear guards in your front row with the Intercept icon to the Guardian Circle to guard. You can both intercept and guard with cards from your hand. It's a successful guard of 23,000 power. Put the units on the Guardian Circle into your drop zone when the attack ends. Twin Drive. Units with the Twin Drive ability can perform drive checks twice. When you attack with this Vanguard, perform 2 drive checks, as it has Twin Drive. First check. Second check. Got it! Over Trigger! An Over Trigger is a powerful trigger, and your deck can only have one such trigger. Give 100 million power to any unit, and draw a card. If it's revealed during drive check, more effects can be triggered. Sometimes, costs must be paid to activate the card's abilities. First, there's Counterblast. Activate an ability by turning a specified number of cards in your damage zone face down. Next, Soul Blast. Activate an ability by putting a specified number of cards from your soul into the drop zone. Make full use of various abilities to be victorious in a card fight. This concludes the explanation of rules in Vanguard. Enjoy the world of Vanguard with a deck of your own.
All right. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry, I was having a bit of a delay right there for a second. Welcome back, everyone, to Bushiroad Rumble Online. And I mean, it's a top 16, so we got 16 whole decks to see. So that's always very exciting. And speaking of decks to see, deck 1 is ready right now. Let's get it up.
Yeah.
It's gonna be first.
Oh, the Derek
yes,
Dow.
our undefeated, our Mr. Undefeated going into Swiss yesterday and playing something we've seen very, very familiarly throughout the whole tournament, all the rocks.
Mm-hmm. All the rocks. And personally, I like to call this, because it's got the worlds that are sort of, that always have a moon in them. I like to call it moon rocks. But yeah, this is definitely the WCC list. They've sort of all been tinkering around with the ratios. They all pretty much stick with the 2 bubble mine, but this one, you know, it has all of the Gravidias. It has Wells, it has Behringer, it has Stanner.
Like, its whole shtick is try to get that Shadow Army token on the board, get that nice 15k either attack or booster, depending on what your deck wants to do. Having good units that are beefy numbers, using that meteor mechanic to retire your opponent's key pieces, as well put on some pressure with either a 28k Vanguard, double critical 28k Vanguard. Like, Boba Main has been showing up for a lot within the decks we've seen, just, you know, doing so much usefulness. Like, the deck is very streamlined in what it wants to do, and it has one deck it really wants to take care of.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Definitely a pretty solid list and very innovative.
Exactly.
Pretty
Anyway,
excited to
enough
see
of
where
this
this
one.
takes. Yeah.
We got 15 more to go. Start the countdown with deck 2.
Ooh, Barrow Magnus with Sujima. Like we saw this on stream actually, like just yesterday. We saw this perform so well with the soul charging engine that we got going on here, the ride line. We got that little touch of like, bringing cards back to deck. We got the selfish engraver in there. We got just pretty much the whole package of what Barrow Magnus wants to do. And we got the orders to just soul charge even harder. You hit your 15 soul, you hit your conditions, then you board wipe essentially because everything goes into soul and you get pretty much 5 attacks. A very, very lethal deck. What do you guys think?
It's streamlined. It does one thing and does one thing well. Turbo to 15 as much as I can. Electro Spartans at a 4 of, making sure that you can get that soul charge shoot. Curtis, a free soul charge too. You got that Selfish Engraver to help you for the counter charge. And the key card here is Pandemonium Taxis. An easy Cannabis 1 soul charge 4 instantly. With the ride line in that one order, you get the 10 in one turn.
Yes, and I also like the addition of the Supernatural Extraction, a card most Barrow Magnus players have cut, because then that means that if you have not yet used an order that turn and you Persona Road, you could just get another Persona ride straight back for next turn. So that's always a good option. Or a perfect card.
Just anything.
And now on to deck 3.
Oh, we got Zistro here. This is the cat girl deck, the Lorone deck. We have seen like this show up quite a bit. You got your this is an order deck essentially. You ride up, you get your orders, and you pretty much start using your orders. You can add crit pressure, you can have a sentinel restriction, you can have multiple attacking, you can have restands, power. Just a lot going on in a little deck. We've seen this deck perform insane yesterday, so can't wait to see more. What are your thoughts, guys?
I think this is a pretty good list. I did ask Zistro beforehand. He's not a fan of playing in the mirror, so even though this is a pretty well-built deck, pretty much the by-the-books list in terms of what people do with Loranerol, he's not too comfortable with playing against other people who use this exact same deck or very similar. So it should be interesting to see how he does in the rest of this tournament.
Sorry, hold up. I was writing down the deck list for later. Anyway, or like the deck name, but even so, like as you said it perfectly. Just like Barrow Magnus, we've seen this deck. His whole gimmick is getting to that 5 attack. It's similar to Bruce, where it is a turn 4 deck. You really don't do much on your first grade 3 ride. So you use that turn, using Autumn, using Spring to kind of bump up your hand, depending on if you went first or second. And it's got amazing defense options in its grade 2. Being able to have a guard restrict on a Vanguard is always going to be a good mechanic, and it has always been a good mechanic in Vanguard. So the deck is one of those, it knows what its game plan is, and it just needs to be then on the player to kind of go, okay, my opponent is that. I got to change strategies here. Moving on, though. We got deck number 4.
Ooh, we got Tyler Yu with another
Hold up.
Loranerol build. And wait, is this I think this is the exact same list.
I was about to say, I
for-
thought I said deck number 4, but yeah, it is. It is still deck number 4. It's just, This is the tournament right now. We have multiple copies of multiple decks. I don't know if production is that sly or they actually planned this out perfectly, but we did see 3 of the 4 decks we're going to talk about today. And this is just the reality. It's a deck that works. So why not take it? Why not take it all the way to 16?
Yep, and not only that though, but like I do like the Angel Overtrigger a bit more than the one that Zistral was using. I think the artwork is a bit more detailed. I enjoy that. I like the detail in the wings a lot.
So you can't just pick the Overtrigger. You got to also pick the Perfect Guard.
That's
It
true.
comes down to what specific Perfect Guard you pick. Can't be just
And what
any.
crits.
And what
you want to
crits.
use.
And heals. And
Everything.
draw.
Everything.
Yeah.
Which catgirl, dragon, mermaid are you into for your deck? That's pretty much what it says. Well, with that being said, we do have another deck. We have deck number 5 coming in. So let's see what kind of goodies we got here. We got 7 Erase 7 with another Barrow Magnus list. It's significantly different by a little bit, but for what we just saw, we have a couple new additions of cards here that we did not see in the past. Yeah. The Dark Statesman could tell you.
Yes.
Anyway, this Barrow Magnus deck is very similar to the other one. You see a couple of key cards that are going to help that turbo engine. Of course, in Curtis, 2 copies in the deck of Electro Spartan, and of course 4 Pandemonium. But a couple of key cards here to note from the other Barrel Magnus deck that are going to help this one's, I want to say, consistency and threat. Is the grade 2 over there, that's a shield card. Peter, help me out with the name.
Steam Mage Ashurda. Yes, that card is really good. Not only for being a 10,000 shield unit in a format that has almost no cards with that exact shield value, but also the fact that it sends itself to soul means that it helps accelerate your Barra Magnus plays just by a little bit.
A key card that I want to point out for this Barra Magnus deck especially, and it's one of my favorite cards that came out in set 3, is that little cutie patootie over there, Desire Devil Goman. This card is such an amazing deck for card for Greedon, but it's proven itself in Barrow Magnus as well. Just being able to be put a soul when you're at 15, and now your Barrow Magnus swing that's probably a double critical, and your other 2 swings that you just put out a soul have to be guarded with 2 more out of hand. And that will just annihilate any hand size your opponent might have, because 2 more, that's already 2 cards. If they have to PG, that's 3 cards. It just starts accumulating.
That is well said.
Yep, and this is actually sort of along the lines of like a traditional Barrow Magnus deck too. So one that's
not traditional thing I say was be the draw triggers, but outside of that, I do agree.
Yeah, it's like most of the stuff that's run in here is pretty much like what you'll see in most Barrow Magnus lists nowadays. But enough about this list. Let's get into the next one.
Number 6.
Yeah.
There we go.
Sorry. I'm so excited for this. I said it before. I was saying it now. I literally bought all the cards just because that's how excited about the Quinn Lou I said Bear Magnus. Bruce list. I love this was on stream. It looks so amazing.
It
took
an 11-hour commentary stream for Orange to immediately fall in love with Bruce.
Diablos. Orange is here. But yeah, enough. Sorry, my excitement aside. But regardless, this is a list that is a little bit different from like the usual Bruce list as we've seen. You know, usually you see like the Leonards and the soul units that go to soul protobulb. You don't see that any of that here. You have like aggression to the max. You have a Derek that lets you just replenish your board. You have Quinn Lou that says you can't guard with a grade 1 or higher, which does shut down perfect guards. Probably my favorite part about this. It says no to those sentinels. It's just amazing. And the crit pressure. If you guys have any more to say, go for it, because I'm going to keep going.
I personally think this is a list that is almost like looking into the future, because this is a lot of these cards that were included in this list, and cards that are excluded from this list are ones that will probably be like removed or added for the Unrivaled Bruce build in a month.
You're not wrong. That is completely, I do agree with that, but at the same time, like this deck list is doing something that, like the Bruce deck lists that we're gonna see and that we have seen are very Booster set 2 Bruce with a little bit of spice. This deck said, hold up, I can build Bruce differently. What is its main problem or main weakness? Well, that is the fact that my opponent sometimes just takes my Vanguard because he's not threatening. This deck just says, you know what, I'm gonna make my Vanguard threatening. You're gonna have to guard him. And then my rear guards, like my Edens that are going to be double crit after they restand, or my other cards like Derek and so forth, they are going to get so much power from Pandemonium, Persona Riding, Regina, and so forth. Well, I'm going to have to force you to eat so much hand because you're not going to be able to use any grade 1 or greater cards.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very interesting list for sure. And I think it also, the fact that it's very creative also means that it's a bit harder for opponents to sort of figure out how to deal with it.
Exactly. Like the whole game strategy and guarding step changes completely. But enough about this. Deck 7, ain't that right?
Yep, deck 7. Here we go. We got Adrian Barber with a more traditional Bruce list. A lot of Bruce players actually sort of run around these ratios for the triggers. And you've got the Edens, or the 1 Eden, the 3 Derek, which is surprising. I'm surprised that he's not running more, or at 4. But of course, Leonard, Protobulb, and Marjorie, those are like the trio, the combo right there. And you got the Hellblast full dive, but this is a bit more of also the defensive Bruce list as well, because you've got the Diabolos special.
Cheer crows, yep. with
Yep.
that 20k shield blitz order. Not to mention, only one Dober. I feel like this deck is like, well, if I see it, I see it, and I can always land it out.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
very
always
surprised by the order count on this one. 7 orders, I feel like, is a little bit untraditional, right?
You're not
Yeah.
wrong. 7 orders in most decks seems kind of, I wouldn't say a bad idea, but very risky, because you got to understand, if you're running full Persona Ride, it's 3 grade 3s. If you're running any other grade 3s, for example, this one's running Marjorie, that's 4 more. You got the 7, and now 7 orders, that's 14 cards in your deck that are not be able to use for any guard potential. However, the 3 Blitz orders are that's why they run. They're 20k shields for Violent Bruce. So that's something that most decks don't have access to, that 20k. We have front triggers that are 20k, and now this deck also has blitz orders at 20k against stuff like Orpheus that hits those 30 marks, against stuff like Barrow Magnus that puts out a soul with 28s. Having 1-card guards for those is essential in this day and age.
And not only is it a 1-card guard, but it's technically not even guarding, which is important because there are quite a few decks now in this set 3 meta with that guard restrict.
Flagberg
It's
is
good
the first
against-
thing that comes to mind.
Good against mirrors too, like, or even the Quinn Loot deck if you think about it, because this goes around that.
Exactly. Anyway, enough of that. Now to number 8. Let's get to that halfway point.
Ooh, got another Catgirl deck, another Lorone. I think this list is identical as well.
No.
A different, different OT, different crit triggers potentially here. Different perfect guard. One of my favorite perfect guards actually. That one in SP is beautiful.
This one's also running only 7 critical instead of 8, and running 4 draw instead. So that's one difference that it'll be interesting to see if that very small difference actually makes a if that very small difference in build makes a big difference in gameplay.
It is one of those things to think about always, because yes, crit pressure is nice. More crits equals more pressure. Trust me, whenever Greedon first came out, I definitely wanted to try a 12 crit Greedon, but that's beside the point. It does come down to, well, I already get a critical from Autumn. If I hit more crits on my guard restrict, that's fine and dandy. But I need to see Winter. I need to see my pieces.
Yep.
That one extra draw just might draw you into the card that you really need in that one moment.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the 7 crit 4 draw is exactly what's needed, because if you don't see the Winter, you can't really succeed at all, and you can't search it out. You just have to hope you hit it in time. But with that being said, we do have another deck to look at, so let's go see our next deck.
We got Andre Lee with another Lore Honor All list, and this one is the...
This
Yeah.
one is
This is 9 orders. This one has 9 orders.
always something different. Like,
Yeah.
that little tech spice is how people like it. 3 draws instead of 4 draws, like we just talked about. 9 orders instead of 8 orders. Like, it's those little ups and downs that just go from player to player. The deck is very streamlined in what it wants to do. It just depends on how you want to play it.
Exactly. And it's those little things of like also what you value more. Do you value hitting your orders more consistently after your like initial 3, or do you value that one extra attacker? It's important to see.
100% agreed. Anything else out there, Orange? Because there's
Yeah.
not much here. I'd
no,
say we're ready for 9.
Yeah, I mean, yep. I think you guys cleared it up for me pretty well. I'm ready to see 9. I'm ready for our next deck.
Or sorry, this was 9. No, 10.
I'm sorry.
I don't know.
We're going
Whatever
to
is
10.
next. I've officially lost count, as well as like I've lost count, and this deck is running a big count of cards. So,
Oh,
Wow.
this is actually different than the WCC list as well by a little bit, because it runs 10 of the meteors actually, and it runs multiple worlds. So that means that you're getting a lot of order, or no, only one world, but so it's still the same 11 count it's the same 11 count as a later list we'll see, but this one is running also the Destajade, which a lot of people in Japan are running.
Yeah, the extra 2K. I'm actually, so aside from all that, that's like the usual stuff. What I'm really interested to see, I'm seeing draws. I'm seeing draws in a
You're
deck
right.
that is known to actually have an issue with deck out. Well, that is actually interesting to me to see, because you're not really ever going for that 5 meteor, double trigger effect. But seeing those extra draws, it's different. It's different. It's just the first time I think I've seen a video list that truly actually runs like 3 draws in the mix.
See, there's also some part of I don't want to really call it that, but mind games, where you run multiple different triggers and multiple different arts of heals, and it's like, well, what's your ratios? I've seen 3 different triggers. Like, huh? What is going on here? And that's just a fun bit. But the card I'm noticing is not being ranked here is the ride line for the Gravidia, the grade 2. It's not in the ride line, but the other decks we've seen always played at least 1 copy of it, because you do have enough of a soul to actually use the ability. It does draw a card. It is a 15k. Like, it does benefit a lot. But this one opted to let's play more meteors instead of that 1 tech option.
I think they're going for a higher. They're trying to push that for that grade 2 game as much as possible here too, with the Just Shade being a 12k. The 12k beater and all this other stuff. So I think they just have like a different. That's also probably why they're running the draws, to make up for it. So
Exactly.
very interesting deck.
Moving on.
Speaking of interesting decks, we've got another coming up from Nuno Raimundo, the world champion, and it is another Gravidia world build, the Moon Rock.
Hold up, the higher we go,
we
go, the more meteors there are. Jeebus.
This is more pure. This is
you're right.
This is something that this is what I've been testing, and a little touch of like the world engine, but you're still focusing on Gravidia as like the main peak. This is actually really interesting. I like this because this is kind of where I've been at, but I like where they're going, because they're still keeping the normal engine. You'll notice, they're running the entire Gravidia ride line. They're not running any of the like all the extra stuff, not the grade 3 soul charging guy. They're not running just a Jade, all that stuff. They're just going, here's Gravidia. Here is a world token. I'm going to grab that token. I'm going to have a shadow token pretty much all the time. Here's my meteors, because this deck is definitely more meteor focused. And I'm just going to board wipe you, and I'm going to tempo it out. I'm going to choose what I'm going to do, and I'm going to do it every turn.
There's something I just realized. Sorry, Peter, for cutting you off, but real quick, there's something I just realized with all of these meteor decks, at least the ones that are running the worlds at one-ofs. How did you turn from something that has no problem getting a world or no problem getting a meteor into prison, where if you accidentally draw that 1 copy of, it's like, well, my right thing.
I mean,
a lot of people will just, if they search for the 1, they will just. It's very unlikely to hit your 1-of on your initial hand. So that makes sense. And also, this person's running 13 orders here. So
you're not wrong, but. See, it's really hard for me to believe you. It's really hard to hit that 1-of, where I'm over here playing jail sometimes, and the amount of times I've hit the 1-of copy in my hand, opening mulligan, first draw for turn, has been not in the single digits.
I think. Oof. Guys, I think it's kind of like a text-based thing at this point. Personally, I understand the 1 world just being able to put something else in. It's like if you hit it in your mulligan, okay, well, you hit it in your mulligan, now you don't have to search for it. And if you don't, then cool, now you get to search for it. I don't think you really lose in either situation, just that your ride line isn't doing like the full activity.
You do lose a +1. It is that the ride line is a media, just getting an extra card into your hand and an extra card out of your deck.
That is true.
Overall, enough of that. On to the next one.
Yeah, Maxime, let's go. Sorry. We saw this on stream. This is the last match we saw yesterday against Frost. This is just a really interesting deck to see. Very different from the other decks that we've seen up to this point that are Gravidia decks, if you notice, because we are running the promo. And we're running a little there. I just noticed, I don't think I noticed this last time, but there's a Thumberino in there.
Yeah, there is.
There's a Thumberino there. I guess it's just in case you hit a token and in case you all retire, you can draw just to get the extra power, because that is a 38k column. Something that Orphis does is you can grade 2 game with like a 10 into a 15 into a 38k. If you hit it, and it hits really large. Like, that number is huge. However, you have to sacrifice the token for it.
I do love the fact that we've seen so many, like we talked about Lore Narrow and how the deck is super streamlined, so it comes down to players and what they want to play. But in their playstyle, but for this deck, this specific deck that we've seen like so many different versions of already in the top 16, it really comes down to, here's the main idea. But how about we add some different kind of spices here and there? We've seen a more streamlined version. We've seen a more Gravidia version. Now we see a more hybrid version with, just like Orange mentioned, that grade 1. The promo over there that I didn't even realize existed again.
Yes, exactly.
That's true. I just also find it funny that that promo was available originally only through pro wrestling events. So I remember there were like tweets of people going like, "If you went to the event, please give me this promo."
Anyway,
So
enough said
funny.
about Solemn. Like, he's got more enough reputation. We don't need to give him any more. Let's all move on to someone else. To the next deck.
We got Luke.
Ooh.
So
Oh,
playing
that's
Barrel
what you're
Magnus.
playing.
Yeah, so there's a pretty solid list here. You know, you got the 4 Ashuradas, you got the 2 Keenly Ludleys, because you only need to see the one, honestly. This one's running multiple copies of the Deep Sonicer. I know some people have been cutting it just to one because they're like, oh, I got Keenly Ludley. I can sort of afford to only run the one Sonicer. So it's always interesting to see how Barrel Magnus players will like differ in their versions of the build.
Yeah, we've seen 2 already. Like, one of them was very streamlined into the sense of, give me the 15, fast. And then the other one was, we saw that 15 engine with Pandemonium. Like, Pandemonium, I think, is a staple now for Barrel until something else changes down the road. But it also was running Gomon for that extra pressure, as well as defense. And now we have a more, I want to say, tame. Like, yeah, I'm going to get to 15, but I want to make sure I get to 15. So let me get some defensive options in here. Let me put my necessary cards in here and maximize them and see what my piece is.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's very interesting to see kind of the choices that Barrel Magnus players make in between their like deck building. It's like, do I want more defense? Do I want more offense? Do I want my Ballador the 2 card guard restriction? You know, just seeing like that those choices being made throughout this deck building has been really cool. We've seen 3 lists and we've seen 3 pretty different lists.
I am noticing no front triggers. Like, we've seen a list with 7 draws. Now we see a list with 3 draws, 8 crit. But I'm noticing not a lot of Barrel Magnus players are playing the fronts.
I think draw is too important because you sacrifice so much of your hand between grade 1 to 3 because you have to constantly put stuff into soul. You need to cost units stack. You need to call units down for your soul charging. There's just so many things you need to do that draw just becomes pretty important down the line.
Yep.
But enough about this deck. Let's get into the next one. Number 14 or number 14
Are we 14
here.
or are we 15? I'm lost count,
Yes, number
man.
14. There's still 2 more after this. And this is from JP1155 or Jonathan, my friend. He's got he's chosen to do the 9 order build. And he's opting, instead of for the grade 2, he's opting for the grade 1 for a bit more versatility in how you can use this card in exchange for not being able to intercept.
We've talked about this yesterday as well. So there's Audrey, which essentially kind of does a similar thing. She becomes a 13k if you have an order, and we have the grade 1 in here that also does a similar thing. If you have 2 orders, it becomes also a 13k. And you're kind of choosing between, do you want the interceptor or do you want the grade 1 booster in the back, because you have an option between it as a booster and an attacker, and kind of making that decision as you go, but sacrificing the shield value in case you do need to intercept. You can't, but it's okay in a deck like this. We are running the other shield girl, the one that says gets 5k for every order in your order zone. So honestly, you know, sometimes you won't be intercepting anyway. You'll just be using her instead.
Yes, Elmer, such a good card. But
Any thoughts?
I mean, that's like, you guys said it beautifully, and this is just another. The only difference is that we got some more shinies in here. That's about it.
The LSR's in there.
I appreciate that LSR bill, or the LSR in the ride deck. It always looks nice, but enough about this deck. We do have number 15 ready, so let's get it up.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold the phone. I like this.
This is like a hybrid.
Yeah.
This is very reminiscent to my own Bruce build. The only big difference is there's not as many Dobers as I would like. Personally, granted, like, I completely agree with the Marjorie, Protobulb. Like, they're amazing cards and they've shown their merit. Personally, don't run them. That's my own choice. Don't come at me. But we see a Kunlu here as well. So this is more like a combination of the two Bruce decks we've seen. Playing more of the Boost Set 2 Bruce with Spice, as well as some Boost Set 3 and prepping for that Grade 4 Bruce. Kind of combining both worlds.
That's interesting. You can go for aggression, or you can play the normal Bruce style. I kind of like it. I like the fact that you have a choice here. You could be like,
And
maybe
there's
I'll do the card strict.
Man,
Yeah.
3 Edens. Hell.
Yeah, that's interesting to see the 3 Edens and only 2 Derek. Derek's been like a very popular card, so only seeing 2 is definitely something to note.
I feel
Wait,
like
kinda.
this deck is more like a streamline, like whatever pieces I get, I'm going to work with those and go from there. All right.
Well,
One more final deck. 16. Another Bruce.
oh.
From Ed the Crimson. And this is a lot more along the lines of a traditional build. It's running the 3 Derek for the 2 Eden, but other than that, it's pretty much like card for card, like what a lot of people will be have been running lately.
Yeah,
so
like the previous one we saw, like we didn't mention really quick because like Pandemonium Tactics as well as Hell Dive or Hell Blast Full Dive are very much identical cards. They're a Counterblast. They can provide Tinky to your front row. They draw you a card, but they are also a little bit more fundamentally different in the sense of one soul charges you, and if you hit those counts, you get the effects. While the other one is a straight up get a draw, call a card, Tinky to front row. And sometimes it really does come down to player choices and playstyles and security. This one is running the Hell Dive.
Because Hellblast Full Dive doesn't soul charge. Because Pandemonium Tactics soul charges so much, you can't really afford to run, or you can't afford to use it multiple times in a game without really getting close to that deck out. Because in Cardfight Vanguard, if you run out of cards in your deck, you immediately lose. So that's always an issue to be concerned about.
See, and then you got me who's running like 3 and 3. So, both worlds.
What? That's interesting. You're just running both of them? 6 order
why
deck
not?
squad? Oh, look at you. I like it.
Overall, a very streamlined Bruce. A very, we've seen all 16 decks. We've seen what they're capable of. We're seeing how they're built, the nuances and differences in play styles and in players. But enough about that. I think it's finally time to start this top 16 to look at the first round, the first players, see how these decks are actually going to come down, and what is the result going to foresee for us.
Yep, let's see right now as it's Maxime Solemn versus 7 Eraser 7. So this is the Gravidia World build versus the Bruce build with the Quenlu engine or focus. The Quenlu focus with the Bryans in it. So it'll be interesting to see, especially because Maxime is going first. So that does give him a bit of an advantage that does help against Bruce. Going first against Bruce is what you want.
Not to mention, Bruce's one of his biggest weakness from day one has been rush. The deck is a turn 4 deck. You got to get to your final rush, and the only way to get it is to get to turn 4. So you're not doing much. Going second is hurting you because it takes you even longer to get there because your opponent gets to that grade 3 first, puts on the pressure. You're just a vanilla swing grade 3, and then they have another turn on their grade 3 before you can do anything.
7 Eraser 7
Well,
wasn't Bruce. It was the
I see-
Barrel
see-
Magnus.
Against Parabactus.
My
This
mistake.
actually could be. It's going to be an interesting matchup here because, like your video does struggle against getting their board depleted here. Like that Shadow Army token is not going to stay safe. So this being said, like that game plan is going to start, like you're going to start losing if you don't kill fast enough. We still have a killing issue here. You still want to kill before Bear Magnus hits that 15 soul, before they get to that peak condition where you start losing your rear guards. Because once you start losing your rear guards, that's when your video starts losing.
Yeah,
Man,
very
Peter,
true.
you got yesterday we were talking about how the choice of starters and Rylance could really throw off an opponent by the time they get to their main grade, and then you guys blew my bubble by saying, "Oh, the people know what they're fighting; they can see the deck log." You fell into the trap.
But I'm
saw
not
the
the
starter.
opponent. I'm not the opponent. I'm the commentator. So I got thrown off.
Are watching
Yeah.
this.
Yeah, rush. Like even Barrow Magnus is also another deck that honestly is susceptible to rush. You gotta get to that 15 count.
That was a
And
very
that's not
helpful
easy.
defense.
It's gonna take
This
a
still
couple of
hits.
turns.
That is a 38k if a skill activates, because that is Thumbarino, I believe, in the back. So if
Mm-hmm.
they do this is actually a perfect time to be doing that because they're gonna lose that token eventually.
Yep.
So you can Thumbarino here. 38k is still a very high number, almost unblockable, but they are blocking it. 10k
Okay,
shield.
so that's so that's the no that's just a total of 10k shield. So
Yeah.
Maxime opted not to use Thumbarino's skill, so it was just a 23. So you only needed that amount of shield, and that does help here.
Yeah, you can always keep it
Yeah,
also for
'cause
next turn. So
exactly. It's
wow.
one of those things like you see the amount of power. It's like, do I really need to use this effect now? I can
yeah,
save it
yeah,
for
you can
later.
wait a turn, and it's gonna be
Yeah.
38k again. And like in the future, you can make it 38k on a like a lethal turn, a persona turn, like whatever turn you decide, you could tempo it out and making it lethal. But that Shadow Army token is now kind of there sitting.
There is
Eraser
one
could
thing.
target it.
Exactly. I was actually going to bring that up. Perfect, you said it, because that is one thing. You can just target a Shadow Army token. There's not enough CB to make another one. There's not enough CB to actually use Gravidia's effect when he gets to grade 3.
It
And
is
then
15
that
though.
yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's a little
Hey,
hard to
that's what
hit.
Trigger the Fast is for.
I mean, right now it's hard to hit, but in the future, if it stays there, like it'll be a lot easier to target. You see, I'm pretty sure that's at the that's at the token.
Yep.
Pretty sure that was at the token there. So it's just trying to knock that out.
Because
Yeah, and that was smart. That was
Sorry.
smart because it was because then that would have also made Thumbarino essentially a dead card, which so it was like a double value play where it's like, okay, I'm preventing you from counterblasting, but also I'm making it so that if you don't guard it, then you have a card that is vanilla for the turn.
Keep in mind
See,
that
Damage Deny has been a part of the game for a while now. It's a very effective strategy against certain decks, but the biggest problem about Damage Deny is the fact that if you only have the Vanguard to swing at and you want to damage an item, you're losing out on your drive check, you're losing out on your plus mechanic. By putting down rear guards, by your opponent putting down rear guards, you can swing at your Vanguard at that rear guard, get your pluses, and still leave them at 0 damage. The only change in this scenario is the fact that if you hit a trigger, that Shadow Army token would be retired, which is even more plus. But other than that, cool, didn't hit a trigger, Shadow Army stayed on board, but look at what we got. We got a 15k shield out of Solemn's hand.
exactly. And keep in mind that there is still another world to order somewhere in the deck potentially. So there is a chance to bring back a Shadow Army token again, but it's definitely going to make it a lot harder. But you having that 15k beater is still a 15k beater.
From
That
the
is
days
true.
of seeing Solemn play, he is a very calculated player. He does not rely too much on luck, too much on chances. So he knows he got his first world easily through his right line. His second world is summoning his deck. He's not going to hopefully gamble on it to see it. So he's going to try to play in a way where he can save that Shadow Army token as long as he possibly can.
That number just got bigger, and that was actually a crit. I didn't register that, but that was 2 damage.
So 7 Eraser 7 is probably going to be at 4, maybe even 5 this turn because
the skill's being opted. The skill's and the thing is, a Bear Mags player can't take these numbers this early. That's a heal going back down to 4. But that was a tough turn. Those numbers were not a joke. And being Bear Mags player, as we talked about earlier, your hand goes crazy fast. Like you can't guard that. You can't guard those numbers.
And for a Bear Magnus player, it's really, really hard to get the 15 on your first grade 3 ride. Pandemonium is helping that scenario by being, hey, Soul Charge 4, I'm going to get to 10 because of my ride line plus Pandemonium. But then you need like 2 Curtises and a Selfish Engraver, or Exlectra Spartan and a Curtis and a Selfish. Like there's so many other pieces than you need to get to that 15 on your first grade 3 ride. And it's just luck of the draw and finding them.
Oh, we're seeing right now a little bit of soul charging. I think I'm with you on this one. We're probably going to see up to if there's an order in hand, there's actually a chance we might see all the way through to 15.
Currently
But
at
chances
10,
are at 10. Yeah. Anything else?
Yep.
There
Oh
it
my
is.
gosh! Oh my
Pandemonium
gosh!
tactics.
That's another heal
Selfish
out.
Engraver. Selfish Engraver was used for the grade 2 ride line to be put in Soul. So my bet is that there might be another Selfish Engraver in our hand to put us to 15 now.
That is so true because now Selfish Engraver skill will activate getting the 15th soul condition here. We are
Wow.
so close to that. And this is why that Thumberino came in so in handy, by the way, because now that fear of like losing that extra value is just gone.
Mhm.
No, do we not have 15?
No, that was
Oh, so
exactly
close.
15.
Was that
Wait, no.
Yeah, that was exactly 15.
Was there a soul charge that I
6,
missed somewhere?
10? Yeah, I
Yes,
think
there was
so.
the one soul charge from the Ashurda. The
Oh.
Ashurda that was guarded with turn on
That's
Right.
second turn.
Oh, you're right. That was an extra. That was an extra soul. Oh my gosh, you're right. At
Ashura's
15.
showing its merit.
Yep.
Whew.
And we
Wow.
talked about that too, about how that card can help accelerate, because there are times where, because with Barrel Magnus, you naturally will have 6 soul if you run the full ride line. So then, and then the Pandemonium Tactics does 4, 2 Curtises is 4. So you just need 1 soul charge, and that means just 1 Ashurda is needed. And that's why 7 Eraser 7 was discarding those Ashurdas throughout the game.
That makes a
'Cause-
lot of sense.
Because he was just like, okay, well, I got the one that I needed, and now I'm good.
Oh, that's a defense. That's good. It's good to see. It's gonna help with these. Good. I know we also see that Curse's skill was used here to gain an additional 5k, pretty much to their front row units here. And here comes the wipe, the draw first, and
Mhm.
then the 10k with the crit, and now it'll be the soul sucking.
Yeah, and 7 Eraser 7, because he has no face-up damage right now, probably might go for the, yes, Selfish Engraver, and then maybe call a booster behind.
I think going
I've-
for 2
I
attacks
would go for
here.
double selfish. I would go for double selfish and Engraver. Definitely, you don't leave a board for your opponent to retire. You don't.
Yep.
You make them waste those meteors and that CB on and not get as much value on actually popping your units. On top of that, you get 2 counter
Countercharge.
charges. You get that CB extra. Not to mention, if any of the attacks hit, that's just a little bit of extra soul. If you want to then use that grade 2, put some normal units back and make her even bigger.
The only downside is that with the defense being hit, the Selfish Engravers aren't really doing too much. They're just there. Unless triggers are hit, they're just there.
Yeah,
You're not
so
wrong.
that's possible. It is a difficult decision,
We
that 7
did,
Eraser 7.
Yeah, I think it's
However-
between the Sonicer and the Engraver here.
However, we did see 7 Eraser 7 go to 5 damage and only hit 1 trigger out of those 5 cards. So the
Oh.
amount of triggers
That's
in
smart.
deck could be a little bit favorable. Whoa, there was only
Oh,
one
I
heal
see.
check
To
That's
make
smart.
sure that
full
attack
charge
hits.
through-
Yes.
Mhm.
Making sure it hits,
Good.
but putting a low-value card on the board.
Yep. So
definitely
that
helps.
the retire is not worth it. Oh, that's pretty smart. That's pretty smart.
This is still double critical Barrow Magnus.
It is. It is. Maxine Soul is at 2 damage right now. It's nothing. It's not too risky, but I would agree with you. Hitting all those normal units, there's a lot of triggers still left to deck.
Mm-hmm.
There's this weird mentality that people sometimes have where there's a swing at you and it's like, 28 or a certain number, double
That's a draw.
critical. And because of that double crit, you're like, oh, I have to PG it. I can't risk 2 to pass. And they hit it. And now I'm even more damage.
Yep.
And
Even though
okay.
it's like, it's a number that's guardable.
Exactly.
It's
Exactly.
45. Wow.
Yeah, that went up really fast off of the trigger, but it's just a 1, so it's okay.
Oh, and that's a PG lost as well from that
This
damage.
is true. This is
So,
true.
This isn't looking well. This isn't a good damage check for Maxime, and this
He's holding a PG though. We saw him
Yeah.
check one earlier.
We've seen it. Well, we saw him use that against the Barrow Magnus. So
True.
he might. He's at least 2 PGs down right now, which is definitely harmful for him. And
But
he's
your
just staying in
opponent
the deck.
is still at 4 damage. Like he's got more than enough meteors to just go, okay, I'm gonna get rid of 3. I'm not gonna get 3 retires because you don't have a board, but at least my Vanguard is gonna be double critical. I'm gonna have to force you to guard it.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. We're again in the same situation of do you just kill 1 or do you kill 3? And it's hard to call here because this unless Maxime's holding rear guards, he's gonna keep losing them every turn, and this is not good. This is where the tables are gonna start turning, because with every turn he's gonna keep losing rear guards, only putting him in situations where he won't be able to attack. Well, luckily enough, we have some now. Hopefully, maybe it'll be enough. We'll see here.
This is a very you have to put rear guards on to put pressure to have attacks. That's
Exactly.
that goes without saying. But this is one of those weird scenarios. Like, well, if I don't put my opponent in a weird situation, I'm gonna lose these rear guards very easily.
Exactly. Yeah, this is like I have to try and kill here and hope for the best. And that's where
I've
exactly where
said
the
this.
crit's coming in here.
I've said this before when Barrow Magnus first came out, and then also in Boost Set 2 for him. Barrow Magnus, once he gets to 15, the game is concluded in about 2 turns, unless something crazy happens. Because that first Barrow Magnus turn of 5 attacks is going to put so much pressure that the second time you're facing that 5 attack turn.
That's an OT guard.
Oh my.
Sorry.
You're good, but yeah, but basically, second Barrow Magnus 5 attack turn is even more lethal. You're at higher damage. There's more
Exactly.
numbers. So Barrow Magnus at 15 is almost like, is more times than not a 2 turn and the game is done. How the game is done, that I did not say.
Oh, here we
And-
are upping the skill.
Another thing to consider here, we know that 7 Eraser 7 has another Barrow Magnus in hand, and we haven't seen a Gomon yet, as far as I know.
We saw one soul charge. So there's one soul charge, but there's still I think 2 more lurking around
Yes.
somewhere.
I think I saw 2.
Oh, maybe. I know I saw one turn before.
So it's very possible that if 7 Eraser 7 has the Persona Ride and the Gomon, this will be a devastating upcoming turn. Because it shouldn't be too hard to be able to block this full turn
This
here.
is a 33 swinger right now. That's unfortunately 2 cards out of hand, regardless of how you look at it. And if my numbers are correct over there, that over there should be
That's the last heal. So I'm pretty sure that's the last heal. Because we saw a T too.
Yep.
And the overtrigger is out. Oh boy.
Yep, exactly.
This
And
needs to be a very calculated game from 7 Eraser 7 now.
we've also I don't think we haven't seen Solm's OT yet. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Or not many heals. We've seen a couple here and there, but I don't think we haven't seen all of them yet. So this is gonna be interesting.
So this is going to be a very strong turn immediately from 7 Eraser 7 because Solemn's a 3 damage. He can take 2, 3 hits, ends the game. You have a Barrow Magnus that's 2 critical and 5 attacks on the horizon that's also going to wipe a board.
We'll see
I've
if
said
that.
a lot of things in that sentence. Everything.
Yeah,
was
you
scary.
did. You did. We'll see here if honestly the biggest thing here is that grade 1 you're discussing, because that will be the biggest changer here, because you can technically guard the first 2, guard Vanguard, and then take the last 2 attacks as long as the crits aren't checked, right? But with that guard restrict, that makes it a lot harder. Almost impossible.
Okay, choosing not to use Keenly Ludley's skill. Smart here, because you do want to use it on after Barrow Magnus's attack so that it's actually an even bigger attack here, and also so that it's going to have more of that. Oh, wow, just going straight for that. Interesting.
Nice
We
little
did
20k.
Persona Ride, so I feel like we could have just thrown down one more card, even if it
I
was
agree.
a trigger. But
Knowing
Yeah.
you're out of heals in that situation, I think any attack matters at this point.
Okay, yeah,
Pressure's
so there is
pressure.
2 Gomons out here. So 1 in the soul and 1 in the damage. So
Ah.
7 Eraser 7 probably wants to just end it as soon as possible here, at least.
Still, at least one more rare. Even if it's a trigger, it's a 15k poke.
Exactly.
That can be then intercepted. It's always weird situations.
Honestly, being at 3 damage here, you can kind of hope for some defenses too, and then shut down a good bit of this. But after the soul into soul stuff, it's gonna be a lot harder to guard these attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is just each player needs to be very, very careful what their next move is, not to waste too much shield in hand, proper attack patterns, and just that little spice of trigger luck.
Yeah, I can feel the sweat here because being on the end of facing a Bear Magus player, you know what's coming. 2 crits coming, 5 attacks coming, well 4 in this case, and on a Persona turn. Like there is about to be some really big beaters coming. But being at 3 damage sounds kind of like it's not that bad. But Bear Magus can push very easily with just hitting a couple triggers.
Like the deck is running only 4 crits, and I think this is one of the first ones we've seen. I think I saw a glimpse of a second crit trigger in Soul. So there, the crit pressure. Getting accidentally critted, and then the Vanguard is now to 3 crits. Is the fear is not as much there as in let's say an 8 crit deck, but at the same time, like you can't hope on that.
Exactly.
There could be 2 crit triggers left in deck, and the man can drive check both of them in that one instance.
Okay, so that does work right there, the standard, because it does have the 10,000 shield.
Oh yeah, it blocks it.
Yeah, so this will be 33 with a crit. Does Maxime have enough?
Board wipe.
Yep, there goes the board wipe.
Now it's a question of what rear guards are coming out.
I think you just have to get the beaters out at this point. That or I mean,
Oh.
we are in a persona, and there hasn't been any defenses, so it's not like in this situation you can go with Selfish Engraver and not have to worry as much.
Oh, I see it. So I think 7 Eraser 7 might have a lot of triggers left to deck, and that's why
Yeah,
did
they chose
go
not
for
to. Mhm.
Keenly Ludley.
Yeah, they did account. So yeah, I think there's a high chance. I think it's gonna be like kind of like a draw type of scenario because they are running a lot of draws.
Oh wow, that's how many? That's how much shield.
I believe. I'm not
I
sure.
see a
It's hard
crit.
to
I see a heal. I
Okay.
see a heal.
Oh, okay.
Oh
So
no,
that
it's a
makes
crit heal. So that's 45
So
total.
45 shield, putting it to
58,
58
no
to a
pass.
33. Yep, no,
No
pass.
pass.
Or I'll grant over triggers out.
Yep. But if a crit is checked here, it'll be huge. There's the Barrel Magnus and a Gomon.
Gomon,
A little
wow.
too late. And that deck is pretty small right now.
Around 10 cards, I
I
think.
don't
Yeah,
think
it's not.
attacking
It's
with
not
a
enough.
Selfish Engraver is very risky because you're not only giving your opponent damage, but you also are forced mandatory soul charge.
Yep.
No! And
That's
that
the
was
crit.
he needed to see that.
This is going to be a very clutch game. Like I believe 7 Razor 7 has more than enough cards in hand to
And
be able
that's
to
a
guard
defense.
Solemn's
Mhm.
turn. But it's going to come
Now
down to that. Do we have a Kinley
we have rear guards.
in hand?
Do we have rear guards too? Because this is going to be important here. Because again, like going back, you need rear guards to attack, right? But there's only so many. Your deck is very filled with orders and all this stuff. You eventually start running out of rear guards.
Now, Solon did manage the Persona, right? So he's getting 2 more or as many meteors as in his deck as possible out of his
And
deck.
draw.
Deck spinning and drawing, yes.
Yep. Let's see.
Man,
Does
I
he
gotta
have
say,
anything?
after yesterday's fiasco of so many crazy games, being able to sit down here and watch a very intense, meticulous, calculated game is a fresh change of pace for me.
That's true. That's true. You weren't like present for round 9 because that was pretty much this. But now we actually are. We haven't seen much of OT. It's just been like, just back and forth calculations.
I think Maxime is deciding on whether or not he wants to even call anything because he's asking for a trigger count.
Like, he's got to understand, the more cards he calls out of hand, that's the more rear guards he's losing if he can't finish his opponent in that turn.
He
And
is
that's
on
also less
Persona.
shield.
Shield values.
He is on Persona. I think this is kind of one of those. They're both at 5 damage. Think about it. They're both at 5. They're both getting close to deck out. You're at the point where you have to. That's exactly. You have to call.
PG.
Exactly.
That's a PG.
Exactly.
This is a
You
push
have
turn.
to do it. You have to. It's do or die at this point. The next thing you know is next turn he's not surviving. This is what's left. They still hit, and every attack is still lethal.
Mm-hmm. And we also know the over trigger is still not present, so it's still in there, and it won't be able to do the double value, but it'll still be very dangerous.
It'll still be
here.
enough. It'll still be at double power. With does Persona apply to the double power?
Yes. It just doubles whatever the current power is of that unit.
That's a
And
PG.
yep, PG it. If 7 Eraser 7 has another PG
Let's
in
see what
hand,
the strive
then
check
that
is. It's a
Boba
Boba
Mine
Mine.
and
Oh,
trigger.
OT! That's the OT
Well,
right there.
I guess I spoke too
100
soon.
million coming
You see
down.
7 Eraser 7 there. He knows exactly what's going on.
This is what we've been waiting for.
Oh, no.
Getting into the smaller
Okay.
column.
Yes, that's smart. And because of that,
200
that means
million.
that Perfect Guard will be at 32
36.
on its own, and then plus
Oh, yeah,
the
32.
4, so 36 total.
Oh, okay. I was right on the 36.
Yes, you're right on the
Wrong
36.
how I
Yep.
got there.
Okay. Don't know if there's another PG to guard this. That's
No,
that's
yeah.
G.
there's no more
That's
heals,
game.
there's no
That's
more
game.
PGs.
That was perfectly done. That trigger
Ooh.
call was the great decision. I honestly would have done the same. At that point,
Yeah.
you have to go in.
Yeah, because at that point it was do or die. If you did not check the over trigger, you would have lost, and if you checked it, you win. It's
Exactly. Well, I think just triggers in general might have helped there. Like, because just our Bear
Well-
Magnus player was not holding triggers. Welcome back. We're here
well,
now.
we did see a few
I
triggers.
mean
in the
PGs.
hand,
PGs. Sorry, the other
yes,
way around.
PG. So triggers would have helped, but because of the over trigger, it was made it so that
It's
because he
unguardable.
didn't have enough triggers, or because he didn't have a PG in hand, it was just barely not enough. And that's actually a situation where Sujuma's tech of the Supernatural Extraction comes into play, because then you could get a PG from hand, and that would
Exactly.
have been able to save the situation.
Exactly. The deck also, Soul Charge is so fast, you're gonna see like majority of your deck like just fly through. And if you see like 4 PGs fly through and you don't run like a tech like that, then you're like, well, I guess I'm not PGing this game. But that order does help in those types of situations. Or you'll see Persona, or you see the OT and you're like, oh, that's 50k block. I could use that against a deck like this. Like, it just gives you the entire soul as a toolbox to you.
And that was intense. That was like, I love Solemn's, like, he asked his opponent, okay, how many triggers do you have out of deck? How many this, how many that? Looked at his own hand and went, yeah, I'm not living his next turn. If he can do 5 attacks again next turn, he's got me. So here's a perfect guard. Here's a nice booster. Here's a nice unit. I Persona Road. I got more power. Let me see if I can push it out.
We knew also the Gomon was in hand too, so we knew that there's just no chance there. Like, what are you gonna guard with? Your drive check? Like, I mean, you got nothing at that point. That's why I think that choice was perfect. It's like, you go in now, or you're just gonna lose, next turn to a guard restrict. So
exactly. And with that being said, though, with Solemn winning, he is moving up into the top 8 now. From 16, we have been left with 8. So let's check out the brackets and see what 8 are continuing on.
Yep, and looks like Derek Dow did beat Ed the Crimson. Cue Ball Gamer did beat Andre Lee. We saw Maxime Solemn win against 7 Racer 7, but Luke beat Tyler Yu. Jonathan Eller beat Sujuma, so that's an upset right there. Adrian Barber beat Fraud. Zistrel beat JP1155. And Nuno Raimundo beat CP104. So I don't know if there are that many Bruces left in the tournament.
Yup. So I think there's a lot of Larone players we got left. Pretty sure. Cue Baller, I think. We've got a lot of Larone players left amongst everything.
I am definitely feeling ever so slightly, I won't say bad, but unfortunate for Solemn, because he just faced the Bear Magnus deck and he's moving forward facing Luke, and he's going to have to face another Bear Magnus deck. It's like, oh, boys.
Barrow into
New
Barrow.
Deck, same. My God. It's going to be very interesting to see. Like, the Derek Dow, he proved himself in, Swiss, getting undefeated. Something must be working for him, and he's just continuing that. But like you guys said, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not going to say that, but I think maybe one Bruce made it forward. I'm not sure.
I think you're right. I think either Jonathan or Adrian was the Bruce player that's remaining.
Well, regardless, we're going to see sooner or later. It's just very crazy to think, but that's your top 8 people moving on to, all the way to the championship. Like, it keeps going. Like, all these players have played, a full 11-ish hours yesterday, 9 rounds, got some sleep, hopefully got some food, some energy and all that. And now they're playing into the top 16 bracket. It's 4 rounds, 16, 8, all that, but to the championship. And they got to pull any and all luck, skill, concentration into this day.
Yeah. This is a very, very intense, and this is as we mentioned, these are players that have been doing this for a while. Like they're like, this is all the analytical thought. We saw that game. Every action was like a thought through action. Like, what do I do here? How do I go in? And it's just very fun to see. I'm super. That was an intense first round of just going into all this.
That was definitely like very intense. Whew. I mean, it was so intense. I might need a break here.
You and me both, buddy. You and me both.
Well, that makes 3 of us. Let's go.
All right. Break time. See you back with the top 8 people.
By Vanguard Overdress. Power up your deck with these new cards. Journey forth with your new allies. Booster pack. Advance of intertwined stars. Coming soon. Bushiroad.
Nice meeting you. Let me show you how it's done.
In this video, we're gonna take a look at one of the most important things you need to do right before a game. Shuffling.
Breaking. We've all been there. Sometimes it's because of our deck build. Other times it's because we didn't shuffle properly. Hey, you! Can you show him the shuffling methods again?
What was that? Could it be? Is it the heart of the...
Okay, we'll first have this guru do some warm-up exercises. Hissatsu Namikazane. Probably the most popular shuffle, it involves taking a chunk of cards from the bottom and gradually transferring them to the top of the deck. Usually used by beginners or children, this smooth shuffle is fun to do once in a while but not recommended for tournaments. An advanced technique that takes some practice. It's one of the best shuffle and it can be done rather quickly. A good way to ensure you have the right number of cards in your deck, but it doesn't shuffle well, so make sure you mix it up with other shuffling methods. No, not a shuffle. In order to really randomize your deck, use a combination of the shuffling methods, or reshuffle 7 times. Now, let's talk about a different kind of shuffle.
Okay, attack your Vanguard. Hissatsu. Chaos Shuffle.
Hand shuffle, a fearsome shuffle in which shuffling is not the goal, done by moving cards from one hand to the other rapidly, completed with cards slapping noises. I get it, we all do it sometimes, and some situations call for it, such as preventing your opponents from memorizing your cards, or when you need to drop a hand card at random. But you've got to admit, when done excessively, it can be pretty distracting. Stop hand shuffle and make this world a better place.
Attack your Vanguard.
Hissatsu.
So hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I got first place in V Premium in NA with Bermuda Triangle Prism, and then I also got third place Europe with Gastil in Premium, and the second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I took all 3 formats with. I was pretty happy about it. Yeah, so well, it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country. So I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format. And yeah, we tried many decks. We had a good idea of what the format looked like. So yeah, we kept practicing every day. I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot, and I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. It was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 2019. And so my first event was BSF France 2019. And well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event. So I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year. And then I participated in many BCS this season. It was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and, sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but well, in Paris we had a small group who travel a lot. Very interesting and very weird at the same time, because I like the fact that I can play with anyone in the world, like with Australian people and it was a really good experience because I'm not used to play with these people. Like I think Singapore people and even NA people. That was the first time I played with them. It was great in that regard. And at the same time, you don't see your opponent. You only see the hand. So you can't read on his face. Well, after a game is played, you can't go with your friends and talk about the game. Hopefully, I had a group of friends with whom I chatted during the event to recreate the atmosphere of a real event, but it's never the same. So I registered, I think, 5 tournaments. So I know some people registered for like the 9 tournaments. I don't know how they did. Yeah, I decided to only participate in 5 because I think I needed to sleep just to be able to play correctly. Maybe I played like 12 hours a day. I didn't sacrifice sleep time for the tournament. And so for people who want to participate, so maybe it's a bit late, but they should prepare before, like a month before, if they want to have a chance to talk. If they just want to have a fun moment, I think that's a great experience to chat with people as well, because after a game you can just chat with people and have a different view of the game. Thanks for listening, and good luck for the tournament. Ciao.
COVID-19 has definitely made things difficult.
All right, and welcome back everyone to Bushiroad Rumble Online. We just finished up that top 16. It was so exciting seeing it come down to the wire there between Maxime Solomon 7 Eraser 7. That was just so intense. But now we've got our top 8. We saw what players made it through to the top 8, and pretty much each of the decks still has a representation, or still has a representative in the top 8. So
Yep.
no one's quite out yet. If you've got a specific deck among the 4 that made it to the top 16 that you wanted to root for, you still have them to cheer on.
Exactly. We talked about how Maxime's going to be facing another Dark States. Baron Magnus is going to be more for the same for him. And then the other 2 matchups we have is actually the Gravidia's decks facing Lyrical and a Bruce Mirror.
What are your guys' hopes? What do you want to kind of see push through? Is it Bruce?
As a commentator, I have no bias. I wish every single participant the best of luck in making to the championship, and all the overtures.
No, I mean, like deck wise. I'm not talking like specifically player wise. Like what deck would you like to see?
Oh, Bruce Gobert.
Okay,
I want to see, personally, I want to see one of each of the top 4, or to be also a representative of each of the 4 decks that are in the top 16. So
you want
one
Maxime
Bruce
to lose.
Hey, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
No, but we've had some good representation of all the decks inside of the Swiss, and then the top 16 was those 4 archetypes, those 4 builds, of course, to each player, the different tech options here and there, and we did get all of them, some more, some less, into the top 8. It would be, I do agree, very nifty to see all 4 of them again moving on, but that of course then means Maxime would have to do. We're definitely getting a Bruce inside of top 4. That's gonna happen regardless. Bruce Mirror match, the only one can come out.
Yep, that's the only guaranteed top 4 representative.
I will though say I'm very excited to see the result of that Bruce matchup, because it is 2 different Bruces still. It is a Bruce deck, but they're 2 different decks fundamentally in what they want to do.
Yeah,
that's right. That's right. I'm really interested to see if the Quinn Liu deck will make it, because it'll truly show that you don't need to take like a traditional Bruce deck to succeed. And that just is, to me, is just like a whole level, because I've always, every time I see Bruce, my picturing of Bruce is Leonard like right next to it, and then you got the Protoball right after that, and then you got like the Derricks and stuff, but seeing like a completely different style is just so cool to me. So it would be really exciting to see.
And it's gonna be crazy, and it's not even over yet. This is barely round 2 of top 16. We still got the semifinals. We still got the big finals. It's anybody's game out of these top 8 players. It just comes down to, are you gonna see the necessary pieces? Are you gonna have the goddess of luck bless upon you? And are you gonna keep your nerves? Like, I gotta say, all of these players are probably, experienced. They got some level of tournament experience, Cardfight experience, and all that. But this is still top 16. Nerves are probably present somewhere. And just trying to stay cool and play your game, like we talked about yesterday, that's going to be very crucial in these next matches.
Oh yeah, 100%. This is the wire now, as you mentioned before. This is where we're pretty much in the top 8 right now, right? Then we're gonna go top 4, and once you hit the top 4, that's when the prizing also starts. So like it's pretty much a battle, not only for that spot, but also for the rewards that come with it. So it's really, really excited to see kind of with that being in mind. It's like the nerves do start hitting. You want to get first. You want to succeed.
Yeah, I mean, you want to get those expectos.
Exactly. You want to expect your expectras in your mail.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, technically, I think some of the people will be like, okay, I just need to make it to top 4, or I just need to make it to the finals, and then I'll have all the expectas I need, because a lot of people only run like 1 to 2, but still, it's nice to have more, especially for bragging rights.
Imagine that. Right? Imagine playing 4 just to be like, it's bragging rights.
There's also different kind of bragging rights out there in the Vanguard community. You got bragging rights. Oh, I survived an overtrigger turret. You got bragging rights. Oh, I won championship. Oh, there's bragging rights. Oh, I beat someone from WCC.
True. There's a bunch of even your SPs are bragging rights. Oh, my deck's SP'd out. You see this? I lost, but I lost in style. Okay.
And it's gonna really come down to wire. Like, what? Do you guys have any kind of memories or experiences from tournaments where it really did come down to wire? For myself, granted, this is a Bushiroad game. Unfortunately, it's not Vanguard, but I actually did manage to get into top 8 in Weiss Schwarz in Springfest, and it was nerve-wracking. I gotta say the least.
Yeah, it seems like it would be.
I recently topped 8 with Orphis when I went to Florida, so that was definitely, and it was Lorone after Lorone, into a Mirror, into another Lorone, into a Nirvana, into a Clarissa, into a Lorone, and it was just insane. It was just back to back to back, and then I hear the announcements. It's like, oh, I'm in top 8. What?
Yeah, I mean,
do you think that? Go for it.
I've got some experience with local or like mini regional circuits that like eventually had like a little bit of Bushiroad support at some point. It was always stressful, but in 2017, every single time I went to one, I got top 8, if not better. So
nice.
Yeah, I know the tournament experience of the stress playing in a high stakes situation.
See, but it doesn't have to always be stressful. See, tournaments, I think, a lot of times are misconstrued by people by, well, if you go to a tournament, you got to take a competitive deck because otherwise, why are you going? But there's also that other side of the coin. Like, tournaments are honestly meant for everybody. You got your competitive people, like the people from WCC, like other teams that spend weeks prepping their decks, looking at the meta, figuring out what's going to work. We see that working with the Gravidia list. And, getting prepped and ready to get that top spot, doing whatever they take. And, of course, having also the mentality of, well, X2, why would I need to continue? Let me help my teammates, get them prepped for them that are, I've had this before where one of my teammates was like, well, I'm not gonna top it. It's not really good. I'm a bit tired and all that. How about I just drop out of the tournament and make sure you guys have food, water, and all the other necessities.
Exactly. And that's actually a beautiful way to put it. And sometimes, sometimes you just want to enter just to meet more people.
Yeah.
Just to and have fun. This is the Vanguard community. We're all here having a fun time. We all love the game. Like, we all want to exactly communicate. Like, I've entered, the amount of times I've entered, like, recently, I have made friends every single time. Like, there's always like someone new I meet, like someone that relates to me or whatever, and I'm like, yes, this is beautiful, the Vanguard bond.
Yeah,
See,
I know
go for it.
Oh, that's sort of the vibe I get from Springfest a lot of the time. You know, Springfest, it's like a lot of people are going, and sometimes it's like, oh, well, we don't have a full team, so hey, you come with us. You're our friend. And that's sort of those kinds of environments where it's like you get to meet people that you normally would not have met as well. Like even like, so it's not even just like, oh, you're meeting people that normally go to regionals. You're just like, oh, you're meeting people that just are generally interested in the game. And that's always fun too, because like you get to meet more kinds of people. And also usually the Springfest, in my experience, well, I actually haven't been to any singles events that are in person before, so like that are official Bushiroad events. So my experience with official Bushiroad events is BRO and Springfest events. And I know my first Springfest, there was Dr. O there. That was exciting. I saw him in the bathroom beforehand. I thought he was a cosplayer. I thought he was a cosplayer. Orange doesn't know about this, so you gotta let me tell this story again. So I saw Dr. O in the bathroom. I thought he was a cosplayer, and then I'm sitting at the table for my first round, and I see Dr. O get up on stage. I'm like, wait, huh?
That was the same person. Oh, not a cosplayer.
Yeah.
My God, like one thing I didn't want to mention is like that whole two-sided coin. Like I am on the other side of the coin. I am me and my group. Of course, when we go to Springfest and physical regionals, we want to try to top. That's always kind of the mentality when you go to those, because you want to try to get the best score. But for us, it's also the experience of just going to a tournament, going to have fun, meeting people, and just get all that in. And I'm one of those players that, okay, I'm X4. Let's keep going.
You're so positive. I love it. My only regional event that I went to, was able to go to before everything happened, was regionals in 2019. And oh boy, I played the game for 3 months. 3 months! I'm coming in here with a little Cocytus deck and my flanger at the time, and I'm just like, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm entering. And somehow I was going 4-0 with it.
I mean, reliable.
Straight into the fire.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I got thrown in, and the 2 friends I went with, they were like, yo! They were like so hyped, they're so excited. I'm over here like playing my little Cocytus Grand Blue deck, and oh my gosh, it was such a ride. I got a chance to meet so many cool people, like being new to the game and everything. I was like, oh, you play Grand Blue too? I thought I was the only one. Yeah.
Man. Like it literally is that, and we're so glad that Bushiroad Rumble Online is a thing, because we've been kind of robbed of those physical events, getting those experiences, meeting new people, making new friendships, and all that. And it's the Rumble, bro. This has brought it back in a way that I never expected, and I'm loving it. You get to still meet people. You don't have to buy plane tickets, which is another thing. Personally, I'm enjoying. And you just get to play the game on a fun level, on a competitive level, whatever you fancy.
Exactly.
You think we're gonna have these in the future when physical events come out? Do you want to have them in the future when physical events come out?
I personally think that's the kind of, that personal opinion, based off what I'm seeing here, I think it'll probably stick around. Like it's got its own title. It's literally called Rumble, right? It's got its own thing. It's no longer Springfest. It's no longer regionals or any of that. It's just its own Bushiroad Rumble Online, right? It even has online in the title. So I could definitely see it sticking around, because not, people that can't come out to a lot of these events, or even, with some restrictions potentially in the future that may or may not happen depending on what country you're in. I think this is still an excellent way to compete. So I don't know, bro. I can see it sticking.
Yeah, and I think honestly, maybe like even at worst, like as a last chance qualifier, like right before or like maybe a month before Worlds, just go, okay, here's the last chance qualifier online. It is anyone in the world can win this title.
Yep. Exactly.
But not anyone right now. We only got 8 players that are fighting for the title today, and we have one of them ready to go. One of the matches ready, roaring to see. So let's go straight to the match and see what deck is going to make it to the top 4.
Let's go.
And we do have Jonathan Eller versus Adrian Barber. So these are both of the remaining Bruce players.
Oh, I actually did want to really, really see this match. This is going to be very intense, and immediately Adrian has, in my opinion, the advantage going first, getting the final rush first.
And a big thing in this mirror as well is in the Bruce mirror, you want to draw Derek in your opening hand if you are going first, because Derek can pretty much win you the mirror unless the other player calls down something turn 1. Oh, okay, so not calling anything down. So if Adrian has Derek in hand, then Matt will get sniped, and that will mean that, oh, okay. So this is a big moment right here. Does Adrian have a Derek in hand?
Yeah, after seeing that damage check there, let's hope and see. Knocking out that starter is really important. It's something that we talked about earlier. Just losing that soul pressure there just for the start, not being able to use that skill. No, that's a no.
Yep.
A check here. It's a protobulb into the other dog. I don't know their full names, but
yes, the
Dober.
the Dober. The green on starter. Oh, cracks me up.
Mm-hmm. I think it's got a very cute art. Like it's sort of like it's a demon, but also look at it.
Wow, it is really cute. It is really cute. I would like that in an SP format. Oh, look, it's an Eden. It's gonna be interesting here. So honestly, I'm surprised that there isn't like a super push here, because honestly, I think whoever pushes whoever first is just gonna decrease. Oh, that is a draw. That is a draw.
Yeah, and that pretty much
that's a turn pass.
Yep, that shuts down the point of calling Eden, because Eden was going to be a fantastic play for early aggression, because Eden's a card that works before your final rush. So, it's actually significant to do its ability, or even just have it down on the board just as a presence. And Adrian
That's
calling down. Yep, calling down.
Push.
So
to give the
moments
people at
like
home a
this.
little bit more insight on what kind of boosters that we're looking at, Adrian is playing the very generic or very staple boost set 2 Spicy Bruce with Hell Dive and the Blitz order. But Jonathan is the one playing the extra spice in the form of Quinn Lu, Regina, and even Pandemonium Taxis. So that's the fundamental differences between these two boost decks. And we'll see which one, which is kind of like gives you the bigger upper hand, that extra step.
I think in this situation, Jonathan has an insanely aggressive final rush turn, whereas I think in Adrian's sense that final rush turn won't be as aggressive. So I think just surviving the final rush and then just going, if you have all the pieces, just going straight into that high crit pressure with the guard restrict will be the go-to.
An interesting play that will be here is probably Jonathan wants to attack the Vanguard with the Vanguard so that Eden can attack Leonard, because if Eden hits Leonard, then he can go for the 2-for-1 play there of using Eden to take down a full column on its own. Don't even need Leonard there.
Exactly. That retires too good. Especially the mirror. It knocks down, you need that. You need that little protobulb in the back. Like it's a useful piece, especially, in the deck like this.
This is smart. Retiring the Leonard. Okay. So, I feel like Okay, so I feel like the calling down Leonard in the first place was probably a bluff to either saying, okay, I have another, or, oh, do I have another? Do you know if I have another? That's really, you don't even know.
That is true. There's probably, but honestly, calling a Leonard down that early, knowing that there's retire in the deck, I assume that there's probably another Leonard coming.
Big card right now for Jonathan Eller will be, or actually, who did go? Yeah, there you go. For Adrian, sorry, is going to be Derek. If you can just retire that Eden and look at top 5 cards, you're saving your hand size, you're making a board, you're getting everything, all the pieces you need.
Exactly, I agree.
Does he have another Leonard? And you might even not want to call Leonard down this turn if you have it, because I mean, there's not really anything to kill with Leonard right now.
But on the other hand, while there isn't anything to kill with Leonard, your opponent needs to take damage sooner or later. So forcing them to guard Leonard's, is going to at least eat cards out of hand.
That's
That's
true.
always that weird situation where I always like throwing down 2 Leonards when my opponent is either at 1 or 2 damage. Because, you're going to have to let one of these guys hit.
Ooh, this is smart here. I see Adrian placing down the recusal hate dragon here because of Protobulb existing. And here's the Derek. Probably gonna, just get rid of the. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes.
This is smart.
I can explain that. Because I didn't know Derek's ability, I've had to do this sometimes myself. It's one of those things like you look at your hand, it's like, I have a Derek, but I can't risk my top 5 not giving me good units. So not sucking in Derek and sacrificing something in your hand to have it. Because Derek at least is a 15k attacker. Persona right, 25. Any order, 35. He gets a good number. You don't have to always put him into soul.
Yep. And so he's just putting the rest into soul right here, though. And this is interesting here because that means that he can afford to. Adrian can afford to actually then attack with the. Attack with the Derek, attack with the Leonard, attack with the Vanguard, and then at the end, send Derek away to put the Perfect Guard back into hand. And then threaten the possibility of, okay, if this hits, I get another attack.
I love also the play of the crit trigger. You see it on top 5. It's like, well, why do I put it in soul? Let me get at least a 4k boost and a 2k power up to something.
Yeah, exactly. But any power matters here. This is a Persona turn as well, so this is he knows that there has to be as much pressure as possible here because the next turn coming up is gonna be really hard.
For sure.
I also love the play of Adrian. If he had any orders, not using them, your opponent's barely at 2 damage. Being big numbers is not gonna matter. Let's just slowly put them at higher damage and save those orders for later.
Oh yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah, using those 10k beaters, the ones that just give extra power. I mean, already being on Persona is already very rewarding. So it's like you might as well just wait a turn.
I just noticed there are 2 Perfect Guards in Adrian's soul, it seems.
Well, he can get one of them repairable if he really needs it. We talked about this yesterday with Bruce. Is usually a multi-attacking deck you don't need PGs because you need as many cards in hand as possible, and bigger numbers decks you need PGs because you don't need you're not going to be able to waste so many cards for shield. And then Bruce comes in and goes, well, I have big numbers and multi-attack. Figure out if you need PGs or not.
Also,
that's a crit. That's a crit.
That's just pushing for game right now.
That was a no guard.
Yeah.
Do you put the power? Yep, Derek. Make him a little bit bigger.
Ooh.
Make him a little bit more
Ooh, that's perfect. Another Proto Bulb as well.
That's a heal.
Another Proto Bulb as well means that even if this Proto Bulb is cleared off the board, Adrian doesn't have to worry too much because he can just put down another one. And I actually like the play of, because it's a Quenlu build, Adrian doesn't necessarily need a Perfect Guard here.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. 2 defenses. That is a lot easier to guard now.
I think Leonard still hits, like it's 33 versus 33.
Yeah. Just an easy 5k.
Fine, but it's still, exactly, it's a 5k. It's at least one more card out of hand. And you don't want to use a 5k. Your 5ks are very important in Bruce.
I think
That's a 9-card hand. That'll soon be 10. Wow.
Yeah, the only thing I'm a little worried about here is that, being at 5 damage this early, and being the pressure turn, is it possible to kill the next turn? Like, I'm assuming potentially there's a Persona in hand, but can you take a Bruce player from 2 to 6 like that quickly?
It is possible. It is very possible, but it is also very hard.
You don't necessarily need Perfect Guards this turn because it's a Quenlu build, so the guard restrict, you can just ignore it. In the same way that, like, against Laronarol, you'll just not
There's Derek.
bring back the Perfect Guard. Yep, just get back Derek and...
Also,
Yeah.
Up there's the Persona.
That's immediately 10k to the front row. I believe we might have a Pandemonium in hand if I remember drive checks. But there's that Derek play. Kill Leonard, look at top 4, how to put some
whatever.
soul.
You don't even need Leonard at this point, though.
Yeah, there's nothing to really target.
This is always the hard part about Derek. Derek is basically Eugene on a stick for Bruce.
Yep.
But at the same time, you're still gambling on your top 5. What if it's top 5 is nothing but triggers? Well, okay, cool. I just soul charge kind of 5, depending if you want to call any in the back row. But sometimes you can get the perfect pieces. It's like, okay, I just built my board and not wasted any of my hand.
Gonna be very interesting.
1 card in soul, 1 card on board, 2 cards still contemplating, so they could be very useful pieces, or they could be something. There's a booster. I'm willing to bet there's a Proto Bulb somewhere. Or
that is a lot of soul, right? That big amount of soul means Pandemonium tactics if it comes out. Yep. He's getting a crit on his Vanguard.
Is he? Was there enough soul charge for that?
5 soul already, and then the soul from Derek means that he put at least enough cards in to get the crit.
I think you're correct. Yep. There's that crit on Vanguard.
And that's
let's
another.
see. Marjorie is gonna suck in that heal trigger to give herself some extra 10k power. That crit trigger is gonna go with the soul to give something 2k, making either Marjorie or Bruce a nice 5 number instead of their 3s and 8s. Overall, I very much like this turn. It's a very strong turn. Not used too much, but here's the thing. You got like 20k to the front row right now, but your opponent is still at 2 damage. It's the thing that Orange was asking before. Can you really take him from 2 to 6?
Yeah, exactly. Because it's just kind of, it's not too scary until it's scary. Like being at 4 damage would be like a different scenario.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay. Not sending the heal back, instead sending the critical trigger back into the soul so that you can actually afford to. So right now, this is a lot of soul. 14 soul at the moment. And
Fair
that
Magnus
deck is,
player.
Yeah, Barrow Magnus. That deck is looking very small right now, though. So
I can't figure out what damage they're at. Because now that I think about it, I think it hasn't been 2. I think it's been 3.
Yeah, it's 3 now.
Yes. They are currently at 3 damage. They have taken 1 attack, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. The face down is a little tricky to see there.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm not mistaken, Jonathan Eller is still sitting at 5, right?
Yep,
Yes.
Jonathan Eller's still sitting at 5, and I think Adrian did have 1 perfect guard in hand beforehand anyways, so... Yep.
There it is.
That's double critical 33 Bruce. You can't risk
yeah,
that.
you don't want to take
Zero
that.
numbers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is
Especially
hitting
because
zero
there are...
numbers.
This is a 7 crit build, so...
Yeah, Jonathan's playing Barrow Magnus. I don't. That's not Bruce.
Yeah, see, but this is the problem now. Your opponent's at 3. You only have 2 attacks. That's not game winning. You could put him in a game winning position, but now you got to guard from their onslaught.
And I think it's smart here that Adrian's considering just going for the guard here. Like to just guard this attack and take 1 instead of going for straight to 5, because that means that then Adrian can afford to take 1 hit next turn if there is a next turn. Yep. And just
you're not taking that Marjorie. She's sitting over there at 48 right now.
Yep. Yeah, she's large.
Mm-hmm. Is there
a
persona?
So this is gonna be the deciding factor now. That's a persona,
that
right?
wasn't
That's
a persona.
Okay.
We haven't seen the over trigger from either side, have we?
Nope.
Defensively, offensively, more guarding. Yeah.
Yeah, this will be very interesting. They're both their decks are getting pretty small.
Yep, and considering the Derek right now, but Derek would only be 3 cards at the moment, so it's a tricky situation here. Does he want to use it?
That's not bad though. That's
we know he
still
hasn't
not
eaten.
bad. Like you can pop that Marjorie. She's a pesky card on the board. On top of that, it's at 3 cards. So you're not wasting too much of your deck. You actually, if there was a full board, that'd be 5 cards. So now you're a smaller deck. But if it's 3, it's like, maybe I find a good piece that's going to help me. And I'm not using too much of my deck right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, that's the 4th
See a
perfect
purple
card among those top cards. And I think that's...
we'll see here in a sec.
I think I saw a front trigger.
Ooh. Yep, Marjorie.
That's a Marjorie. She's probably going to be sucking up Derek into Soul.
Mm-hmm. And then putting... Okay, front and perfect guard. So probably just call one of them and then have it as fodder for either Proto Bulb or Marjorie.
Mm-hmm.
You already have fodder for Marjorie in the form of Derek. Unless you have some other card in your hand, I believe both of these should be going to Soul to kind of give you that extra Soul count just in case.
I think he's got enough Soul. Oh, okay, yeah. So he's just doing this and switching them around.
The only thing I could have seen is possibly the perfect guard behind the Vanguard, 6k boosted.
Yeah.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking too. It's still a booster, but I don't know exactly how much Soul Adrian has. Maybe they need the Soul.
And that's a heal gone.
Yeah, that is a heal gone. Adrian's facing Barrow Magnus here, so...
There's also... Adrian could be also thinking the exact thing I mentioned with Derek. What if I just leave enough of an open board? That way, if he uses Derek, then he's decking out faster.
Oh,
I mean,
that's true.
exactly. Exactly. So saying like Jonathan is in a situation of deck out right now.
Mhm. Because even though that hand is pretty big, that deck is very small. It's probably a
Yep.
bigger soul than deck right now. I mean, I think it is because I mean, look at the
We got the 12.
look at the shapes.
We got the 14 cards in soul. There's 9 cards in that soul, if we're not mistaken.
Yeah, that
Yes.
soul is large.
Overall, this is gonna be just.
Every attack is lethal here, though. So this is like you have to guard everything precisely. If there's any triggers checked here,
And that's the critical trigger.
That's a crit, and that's GG. I think they calculated there and just knew that they wouldn't have had enough to take the final attack. I
I think they had
wonder.
2 perfect cards.
I wonder if the OT was like. I was so curious. Was OT like right there?
Man, I was actually about to mention you guys' previous game said how the over trigger hasn't been shown, and then here it is. I was like, did you guys do this again? You're talking about the over trigger. We're just gonna see it here on a 6
It's just we haven't seen it, you know. Like when the deck gets that small and you don't see the OT, you got to start asking questions.
Yeah.
So there you have it. That was Bruce versus Bruce. Adrian Barber managed to come out on top with his version of Bruce, running Eden, running Helldive instead of Pandemonium Tactics. And it's not one of those things like, okay, this is the top Bruce deck now. No, version is not the one you run. No. It's just going first. What draws? What abilities you activate? How did you attack? What did you see on the top of your deck with Derek? Like, Derek is such an amazing card, but he's also such a double-edged sword because you don't know what's on the top of your deck. You could have just seen an overtrigger and you could have left that on top and it would hit it.
Exactly.
It really does come down to what just happened in that game.
I wonder, with that, didn't Jonathan go first in that matchup, right?
No, Adrian went first.
Adrian went first. Okay, I was gonna say because I feel like going first in a Bruce against Bruce matchup is probably a big game changer. It's you're going against like final rush versus non-final rush. You have like 1 extra turn to kind of like do your thing.
I think Peter might agree with me on this. It's a very interesting way of thinking because yes, you want to go first to get your final rush as fast as possible, but at the same time, if I'm going against a Bruce mirror match and I win second, I am utilizing that going second opportunity as much as possible and throwing down a board, rushing them as fast as I can early, getting my grade 1 swings in, get my grade 2 swings in, get some of my grade 3 swings in, and hopefully by the time I get to my final rush, they're at high enough damage to where I can finish it in 1 turn because I know their 2-turn final rush is going to end me.
Exactly. I think that I think in those situations, I mean, I've been on the situation not even as a mirror, but just as a player. I'm like, okay, they went first. I have to just beat face in and just keep going and hope that I just kill in time. Like you just gotta go in. That's when that grade 2 game comes really in handy.
It's no surprise that throughout this tournament, we've seen Lauren Errol and Bruce be, the decks that are giving the most representation and the most chances for people to win because they are good decks. And they both do very much similar things. Turn 4, go 5 attacks, do some interesting numbers. A little slight variations here with guard restrict and double criticals and all that. But regardless, the gimmicks are still the same. And one of the decks we've seen throughout this tournament combat that exact thing is the hybrid Gravidia Meteor World deck, because it can do that early game rush. It can put down numbers in the early game that makes those decks sweat, and on top of that, retires their pieces. So it isn't just this deck is gonna win. No, there's decks to combat it. There's playstyles to combat it. Like it isn't just one set rules. It's almost like a rock paper scissors thing.
Yeah, exactly. That was intense. I'm glad you guys were able to talk about that a little bit more. I'm not as familiar with the Bruce, the little analytical stuff. So y'all got that.
Yes. And an interesting thing about the Bruce mirror as well is because usually the person who goes first does have a board after their turn 4, or they have a column because of their Leonard protobulb. It's usually also gives the going second player a column to swing at with Leonard. So it gives it to like, okay, do I think this will hurt their hand enough? It's like you have to do a lot of risk assessment.
I think you just brought up something amazing that just clicked on my mind, and probably the viewers at home probably watching me was like, yeah, no. We mentioned how not calling the PG down as a booster for Bruce was probably might be for the Derek play, Soul Charge, and all that, but it probably was also for the Leonard play. Like, people playing against Bruce figured out very fast, you don't want to put anything behind the Vanguard when facing a Bruce deck, because that is immediately a Leonard target now.
Yes,
exactly.
That's sort of the reason why so even though Mabel has a very good effect, a lot of people just don't run Mabel. I personally don't run Mabel for the same reason of,
how dare you?
You have to have it behind your Vanguard, and by the time you're using the effect, you've probably already used Protobulb's skill. So it pretty much just gives in the mirror a free Leonard swing for a 6th attack.
You're not wrong. Like, you're completely right. But that's why you see, I've had these 2 instances with Bruce where things just go in a weird direction. The Mabel play, you know how you can combat that? You can either Protobulb her, or you can just save Marjorie's effect on the 2nd swing and go whoop.
And you still get your triple drive.
On the other hand, I have punished people with Leonard putting something behind the Vanguard, and not me having just a terrible hand because of the game state, where, okay, I'm gonna Persona Ride, do this, Leonard is a decent number, your hand is not that big, I don't have another swinger in that column, so I'm not gonna get my 5 attacks. I do have 5 cards in soul, but guess what's gonna happen? Leonard's gonna swing at your Vanguard and your rearguard, so you're either gonna let that rearguard die and give me my 5 attacks, or you're gonna waste so many cards in hand guarding the Vanguard and the rearguard that my 3 attacks are gonna be more than enough to end you.
Yep. True, this is true. That little mind game there.
It's just it's those nuances that make Vanguard fun for me. Just like seeing situations and going, all right, I got a trick for you. I got a play that's gonna really make you think.
Well,
anyway, yes.
No, I was gonna say, all this Bruce talk, making me think maybe a break wouldn't be too bad.
You're right.
I mean, Bruce and Break
before
both
we go
start
to
where
bracket.
we are.
You're gonna be joining us very soon in the Bruce camp.
Oh, true. Oh no. Okay.
But
I'm joining the dark side, literally.
Orange said it beautifully. Let's take a small break and then come back with our top 4 players.
Fight Vanguard Overdress! Power up your deck with these new cards! Journey forth with your new allies! Booster Pack and Bands of Intertwined Stars coming soon! Bushiroad!
Nice meeting you. Let me show you how it's done.
In this video, we're going to take a look at one of the most important things you need to do right before a game. Shuffling.
Breaking. We've all been there. Sometimes it's because of our deck build. Other times it's because we didn't shuffle properly. Hey, you! Can you show him the shuffling methods again?
What was that? Could it be? Is it the heart of the...
Okay, we'll first have this guru do some warm-up exercises. Hissatsu Namikazane. Probably the most popular shuffle, it involves taking a chunk of cards from the bottom and gradually transferring them to the top of the deck. Usually used by beginners or children, this smooth shuffle is fun to do once in a while but not recommended for tournaments. An advanced technique that takes some practice. It's one of the best shuffle and it can be done rather quickly. A good way to ensure you have the right number of cards in your deck, but it doesn't shuffle well, so make sure you mix it up with other shuffling methods. No, not a shuffle.
In order to really randomize your deck, use a combination of the shuffling methods, or reshuffle 7 times. Now, let's talk about a different kind of shuffle.
Okay, attack your vein. Hissatsu. Chaos Shuffle.
Hand shuffle, a fearsome shuffle in which shuffling is not the goal. Done by moving cards from one hand to the other rapidly, completed with card slapping noises. I get it. We all do it sometimes, and some situations call for it, such as preventing your opponents from memorizing your cards, or when you need to drop a hand card at random. But you've got to admit, when done excessively, it can be pretty distracting. Stop hand shuffle and make this world a better place.
Attack your...
He sucks.
So hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France, and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I got first place in V Premium in NA with Bermuda Triangle Prism, and then I also got the third place Europe with Gastil Premium, and the second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I took all three formats with. I was pretty happy about it. Yeah, so it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country, actually. So I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format, and yeah, we tried many days. We had a good idea of what the format looked like. So yeah, we kept practicing every day. I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot, and I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. But it was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 2019. And so my first event was BSF France 2019. And well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event. So I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year. And then I participated in many BCS this season. It was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and, sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but yeah, well, in Paris we had a small group who travel a lot. Very interesting and very weird at the same time, because I like the fact that I can play with anyone in the world, like with Australian people, and it was a really good experience because I'm not used to play with these people. Like I think Singapore people and even NA people. That was the first time I played with them. It was great in that regard, and at the same time, you don't see your opponent, you only see the hand, so you can't read on his face. Well, after a game is played, you can't go with your friends and talk about the game. Hopefully, I had a group of friends with whom I chatted during the event to recreate the atmosphere of a real event, but it's never the same. So I registered, I think, 5 tournaments. So I know some people registered for like the 9 tournaments. I don't know how they did. Yeah, I decided to only participate in 5 because I think I needed to sleep just to be able to play correctly. Maybe I played like 12 hours a day. I didn't sacrifice sleep time for the tournament. And so for people who want to participate, so maybe it's a bit late, but they should prepare before, like a month before, if they want to have a chance to talk. If they just want to have a fun moment, I think that's a great experience to chat with people as well, because after a game you can just chat with people and have a different view of the game. Thanks for listening, and good luck for the tournament. Ciao.
COVID-19 has definitely made things difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to the remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do share with us in the comments. If you're using a phone or tablet, lock the orientation so that the video can be reversed. Whichever setup you use, please make sure your opponents can see your field and cards clearly. If you don't already have Discord, you can download it at discordapp.com. Make sure your video and audio capturing devices are working properly under the voice and video settings. After that, join the Bushiroad Remote Fight channel with this link. Once you're in, you will see this message. React to the message by clicking on the game that you wish to play. This gives you access to the respective game channels. Then, go to the respective channel of the game you wish to play. To request for an opponent from the channel bot, type @fight once. Sending another @fight will cancel your request.
All right, welcome everyone to Bushiroad Rumble Online, and we just finished our top 8 round. So exciting. That was a very intense Bruce mirror that we saw there, and I mean, one of us is going to be very happy once we see the results here.
How do you do it?
The gift of prophecy? The gift of prophecy is just I don't know. I don't know how I do it, but I guess I just have the gift of prophecy. Let's roll the graphic right now for top 16.
I don't know if people know this, but as you can see, the Derek Dow still going undefeated in Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021 for Standard, keeping his streak going, beating Cue Ball Gamer. And then we saw Luke versus Maxime. We said Maxime facing another Barrow, and at this time he couldn't clutch it out. Luke made it on top with Barrow. Jonathan Eller, Adrian, we just saw that match. Bruce going forward, and then Zistro versus Nuno. Zistro managing to make it on top. And what does that mean? We got the Derek Dow playing Gravidia Orphist, Hybrid Meteor World, Luke playing Barrow, Adrian playing Bruce, and Zistro playing Catgirl's Laurel Nero. Oh boy.
All different decks, all different styles, all left to just the one. It's just so crazy. Peter predicted this, that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I just am the master of calling the shots, it seems. And
I'm still finding it very fascinating. Like, this is going to be a very interesting semifinals because Luke just faced another Gravidia Orphist hybrid type of deal. His first matchup in this top 8 was against Tyler Yu. I can't remember immediately off of the top of my head, but they were playing, I believe it was a lyrical deck, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it was Lorone. Yeah.
Yep. So fighting a 5-attack deck and then facing the deck that was meant to combat that 5-attack. Like, there's no denying that the Meteor World WCC list is meant for Bruce and Laurel, being able to stop their 5-attacks, early game rush, retiring their rear guards, all that. But it's not facing that. It's facing Barrow, one of its harder matchups as we've seen in the Solemn game. And then on the other side of the semifinals, the 2 5-attack decks just going at it at each other. Like, who's gonna claim that turn 4 title?
Yeah, it really is. Like 3 of these different decks attack 5 times, then one just goes, "Oh yeah, I attack 3 times, but I have early game."
Really good 3 attacks, though.
Yes.
Mind you.
Yes, very, very powerful 3 attacks and 3 attacks very early too. Turn 2 and you're getting like 30k beaters.
Yup, exactly. And you
Something
retire, draw,
Terrifying.
like,
Not to mention,
so much.
they do have the option of the whole 5 meteor, but we've seen through all of these players that's not the strategy.
Yeah, with running
2,
only
maybe
9.
3.
Yeah. You just can't afford it. That's just too risky. Unless you just know that your deck is like, 14 out of 16 cards triggers, there's really no point to ever like go that far.
Yeah, and I think that's the reason why. I think that's the reason why Derek actually runs the 9 meteors instead of like the 11 that we saw some lists do. 9 meteors specifically because you're not going for the 5, you're going for 3, 3, 3, and that means that it helps with the deck. Like just you clear 3 things, which in standard format, because of Leonard like being such a significant card in the format, a lot of decks have sort of designed themselves to be able to remove like a card or 2 from their board. So when you clear 3, you're effectively clearing the board, and then that means that you're getting that full value, and you're also still getting that critical as well, and the plus 15. So you really just have like the best of all worlds.
Yep. I get it.
Oh no. Only one world.
Hey, some have 2. Some have 2.
Some have to. Some do have
Yeah,
to,
no,
but
I'm with you. I'm with you 100%. I think being able to, it's just you have the 9 the 9 meteors, and you can just tempo it out. You could just be like, oh, maybe this turn I'll just do the 28k. Maybe next turn I'll do the crit. And you making that choice is actually super fun to watch.
Exactly. Like Vanguard has always been this weird. Like Vanguard's whole mechanics have always been a little bit of skill and a little bit of luck. That's always going to be part of the game. That's moving forward. That's always been a part of the game in the past. So the best decks usually come down to player style, and then increasing your chances as much as possible and manipulating resources as much as possible. We've talked throughout the stream how Eugene is very slept on, but has one of the probably most threatening mechanics in the game, and that is retire. And Gravidia is using the same mechanic to its full potential, plus everything else provided to it.
Yeah. The deck is just, it's got everything. It's got, like, I was talking to one of my friends, like, after the matches and everything, talk about it. It's like, you get your draw, you get your soul, you get your rush, you get a crit, you get power, you can on-place deck thin, you have options, and like it all just works. It's a 3 attacking deck, but it's probably one of the best 3 attacking decks we've seen in a while. We have like a lot to compare it with, which is pretty much like, you got Zorga, you got Hexa Orb, you got like Orphis, but now Orphis is technically a 4th attacking deck now.
Well, Hexa Orb could have been a 5 attack since set 1.
Yeah, it could. It's been. I had the Lepisto there, but like Lepisto's like a chancy type of thing. Like you don't have like a guaranteed like I'm going to attack every single time for this amount of attacks, like Bruce and Bastion and Larone provide, right? So like you just have like this 3 attack pressure all the time, but it works. I think Barzaga, I think she's also like a 3 attacking deck. Also one of the stronger 3 attacking decks that just recently got introduced as well.
Yeah.
Overdress can also still be considered a 3 attacking deck. Yes, you have the access to Urger. Yes, you have access to Valiant. But at the same time, both of those can decently be hard to pull off. And most of the times, you're only swimming with 3 of your attackers in Overdress. And
yeah,
Overdress
exactly.
Is another deck that has that early rush goodness. Being able to put a 15k Arcs on the board. Being able to put a 20k Varina. If you're still playing Urger, 20k Urger in your grade 2 rush. So I'm honestly surprised because a couple people didn't take just Overdress and try to do that rush strategy against Loronel or against Bruce. But then again, Gravidia and Eugene and other decks, just the Retire Mansion hurts Overdress so much.
Losing your Overdress units, like, it's kind of hard. I think that's the hardest thing about taking Nirvana, because you stack your Overdress, your little Overdress units, and then opponent goes, all right, retire, and you just lose all of that just instantly in one go.
Hey, what if there was a card that you would Overdress, and then you'd make even more Overdress, and it'd be a big number, But then the whole shtick would be gaining also critical. And you know what's the best part about the whole, well, if they retire it, you lose it. What if you just retire yourself? What if you just take that original just and chuck it to the drop zone?
Yeah, just say bye-bye. Or get resist. You know, take the trick stars, trick star skill. That would be cool. That would be cool. Like it being like, okay, for a turn until the end of your opponent's next turn, whatever, you have the trick star skill. So in which case you can't target it anymore.
Yeah.
It's from the beginning of Overdress, from Boost Set 1, my group has been speculating about a Overdress Arena that's just going to say, get all of the effects of the original dresses underneath it.
That would be so good.
It's one of those simplest effects, but so powerful now. You got to understand, this was also Boost Set 1 and 2, so back in the day, that would have been still fine because you had only Varina, 10k, cool.
Yep.
You're not getting Arx's ability at all, so all right. You might get Urger's ability, so it's a 15k shield, 10k 10k extra resist unit. But now I think it's kind of like, yeah, let's not introduce that. We don't need a big like 60-something double critical restanding.
You could take a copy.
Pressure.
You could take like you could do like it takes 2 skills, for example, or you pick the 2 skills, so you can pick and choose. And I would be awesome to be able to pick the Trickstar skill just so it doesn't go away, so you can keep it there and all that stuff. Just little interesting things that you can do. I think that would be a good way to add to the Overdress mechanic and also make Nirvana feel like a more viable deck, because the minute you see Prison and Gravidia and any deck that can just annihilate that stack, you're just like, what do you do? Like, yeah, you can kind of like not call units, but eventually you have to call units. You need to attack.
It's that fine balance. I believe Boost Set 4 that's coming later in the year is going to solve a lot of those problems. Maha Nirvana is an amazing card. Being able to deal your opponent extra damage, being able to get the Trickster out of your drop zone, and then next to it, like Esmeralda, is going to be such a good quality of life for the deck. Getting that pressure, putting some extra numbers. Overall, the deck seems to have very good potency come Booster Set 4. And not just Overdress, every single other. So why not just bring that up while we get the top 4 players still situated, get everything prepared for you guys to watch. What are your guys' thoughts on that upcoming Boost Set 4 Awakening Chakrabarati? Those new grade 4s, and not just the grade 4s, everything else the decks are getting. I'm honestly also personally hyped for a double rare coming for Barrow Magnus. Is going to make the deck even better.
Yeah, I'm really excited for Set 4, just in general. I mean, like, I love all the grade 4s. I think they're all, like, awesome. And I think that it's cool that that format from Set 4 really, like, even though it is introducing something that makes decks slower, that also causes it so that early game is encouraged in a deck, which is why the Meteor Gravidia, or the Meteor World build, actually even came into prominence in the first place, because when Set 3 came out, people were first talking about like, oh, like there was like a blog post about like, oh, okay, this is a concept, and then the Set 4, like, it slowed down the format, and people were like, oh, okay, I'm gonna take this to a tournament and bring it and actually do well, and that made a lot of people in the English side also go, oh wait, so I can do that actually myself, and it'll actually help out with dealing with these weird matchups, or just matchups that, like, because a lot of the decks over the course of the Overdress format have been getting slower and slower, and meanwhile Gravidia has just gone the opposite direction, completely going, oh, okay, this is a deck that's inherently slow. I'm going to make it go extremely fast because I know that that's what I need to do in order to compete in this meta.
Yeah, exactly. It's gonna be a very interesting meta. I'm pretty excited. I'm personally mainly looking forward to the Prison stuff, because the only thing I think out of the main grade 4s that I play or like play, because I'm actually more of the side deck person. I've been Orphis Zorga gang here. We're not getting a grade 4 anytime soon. So I've been on a, so for me, like the Prison and Sarah Snow has definitely been the peak excitement and seeing how that plays out. But with you, the grade 2 game is really just rushing down is just gonna stay potent now, because now whoever gets to the grade 4 first, if you're not playing a grade 4 deck, you got to be very cautious of dealing with that, because that attack is that turn is going to be brutal, and you got to shut that down before it shuts you down.
Anyway, enough of what's to come with Boost Set 4. We are all excited for it, but that is over there in the future. We are currently in the present, and we have our next feature match ready to go, our semifinals match. Let's look at who we're looking at and see what the outcome is going to bring.
Yep, let's get into it. We've got the Derek Dow versus Luke. So this is Gravidia with the World Engine and versus Barrel Magnus. So that's going to be interesting because we've seen that Luke has played against Gravidia with World Engine in the previous round. So he has that experience. He has that preparation. He knows what to do right now. And he's going first too. So that really helps, especially because that means that if he has more ways to get that soul charge, he can really just push early before Derek Dow can stabilize.
You're not wrong, but I honestly am of the opposite opinion. I think him going first is actually a very bad situation right now, because we know that this Meteor World deck has a lot of grade ones. We can just see them be placed immediately on the board right now. Like the Derek Dow, he's had an amazing score throughout this tournament. Still not been gotten a defeat at all, going undefeated. It's safe to say he's practiced or at least faced a Barrel Magnus deck throughout this journey. So maybe he knows a good strategy against it. Personally, I think rushing right now might still be good. Barrel Magnus is susceptible to rush. And you're going to lose those units eventually, but it's eventually. Utilize those grade ones, grade twos as much as possible in the early game. I guess I'm wrong though.
You need. I think it just kind of depends. We already see the rush here, but I mentioned this when we saw Maxime, but this is not an easy matchup for the Gravidia play. This is not an easy matchup. This is if Luke hits that soul condition early enough, it just gets harder and harder from then on out. It's like climbing a mountain at this point. So, but we do see that. I'm surprised. I think Derek is holding off a turn. I think they're just gonna do the world stuff and everything on the next turn and just kind of shred as fast as possible.
And I really like that Luke managed to drive check the Ashurda there, because that means that Ashurda is going to be online to, guard with and go right into the soul as soon as possible. So it really helps out in this matchup because you want to guard against this early game rush pretty quickly.
Yeah,
so that you can actually.
That Ashurda is, like we saw in the previous game, that Ashurda is basically going to say, I am a Pandemonium Tactics and 2 of my units away from 15.
Yes, exactly. And that's so important here. And also, because Luke is going first, then that means he can afford to actually, even if Derek Dow manages to get a defensive trigger, calling a Selfish Engraver with Barrel Magnus skill will still be able to hit over a defensive on turn 3 if he hits the 15 soul, which is huge.
Yeah, and
going to that staple grade 2 turn. We know.
This we'll have to see the grade 2 rush here. Potentially. If the
I also like
used.
what's going on right now.
There it is. Yeah. This is. You need to do this. You have no choice. I personally think that this is your option. You have to go in. We have a 10K. We have a 12K into a 15K into a 27K. I believe that would be. Oh no, 22K. And even with a defense, it's still gonna matter.
No. You said 27
there it is.
correctly. 15K.
The Ashurda.
12K attacker.
The Ashurda is perfect there because it's exactly a 5K block, and Ashurda is not quite at the level to be able to deal or go for enough to make it bigger.
I feel like Ashurda in these matchups, especially in Barrow's decks right now, is more there for going to soul than extra shield. That extra shield is always just useful if you can get it, but overall it's like, give me a card in soul.
Oh my, that's 2 perfect cards.
And damage.
2 PGs, wow.
Ooh. But Luke does have this turn coming up right now, and it shouldn't be too hard to hit at least 10 soul, which is the real threat, because just needs anything really, like a soul charge 1 and a soul charge 2, or just a soul charge. Oh, what? Huh?
Well,
that was smart. That was
so
smart there.
This is just a question of, do we have Pandemonium Tactics? Do we have a Curtis, 2 Curtis, Electro Spartan, 2 Electro Spartan?
Oh, there's the tactics. So there's that extra 4 soul coming in. So at least the 10 soul would definitely be met.
Oh, that's 3 PGs down.
That is 3 PGs. Not the best to see.
That is so much communication now to Derek Dow. Like, if you're a competitive player and you're a very high-end player like Derek Dow probably is, you're keeping track of everything your opponent is doing. Seeing 3 PGs go away, seeing now a heal trigger soul charge, you're taking all that into an account when you play your turns. So this is going to be very interesting to see how the next couple of turns are going to progress.
Okay, so this is currently 13 soul at the moment, so not quite at the ability to completely wipe the board. But if he had, say, one more way to soul charge, then that would have been a massive turn here, being able to send both Destajades away and clear the Shadow Army token. Oh? Oh, okay. He's just
We're
saying
getting
how
a
many
crit
cards.
Exactly what I was talking about. Like, you're in a competitive level. You want to know all this information. 3 PGs out, 3 crits in soul.
Yep, this is like there's still quite a lot of crits left in. Okay, there's the first check and okay, a Curtis. So we do know no matter what, he will be able to hit 15 soul next turn. Derek has to consider that. Oh my.
You're not wrong, but here's the thing. You just saw a 5k shield and a grade 3 hit the hand. That Curtis is definitely going to guarantee 15.
Where to put that.
But there's not.
Okay.
There's 3 PGs out, and you have a Gravidia.
Just give the power to one of the Destajades, because
yeah, you might as well. Yeah, because in your situation, you might as well.
Yeah, Curtis is not hitting.
Yeah.
So
Curtis can hit a rear guard.
Save it.
Yeah. And for those who don't know, Destajade's continuous to get the power is active on both players' turns. So
yeah, constantly 12k.
If you can somehow get 2 meteors in there, 2 worlds, it's a 15k body.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly 12, I think, in these decks, but yeah, normally it becomes a 15k pretty easily. Yeah, that's the play right there. That's the play.
Yeah, because then you can put a Bobble Mine behind the Destajade and have a 20k beater.
Yep, exactly, making magic numbers.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be a very important turn right now for the Derek Dow, because he knows
that persona?
there's a Curtis in that hand. There's 3 PGs out of Luke's deck. If he can get 3 meteors, I see why not go for, double critical here.
Yeah, if he can get the double critical though, like does he have a meteor in hand is the big question.
That's that persona I meant to say.
Whoa, that's 3 heals out of Derek's hand.
That is 3 heals.
This is going to be a very intense back and forth game of yeah, this is going to be a game of chicken.
It is going to be a game of chicken, because honestly, it's going to be hard to kill here. Then you still have to be cautious of the fact that your entire board is going to get board wiped. So it's like you just gotta do the best you can here. Just prep it up and hope that you survive the lethal Bear Magnus turn, and then try to kill after that.
Mm-hmm.
Both of these players are high caliber. They've made it to the top, the semifinals for a reason. So every single decision we're going to see from them is going to be very calculated, meticulous, to increase their chances of winning as much as possible. And it's safe to say that any small, minor mishap, misplay, mistake could cost them the game. So everything just needs to be done slowly, meticulously. Make sure you're doing the correct plays, guarding with the correct cards. Like, it's basically a big game of chess with a little bit of luck.
Does he have? Oh, he does have a meteor in hand, so he can play one right now, because he does. If he wants to keep Destajade at 12, he needs to have 3 meteors out. He needs to either get rid of all of his meteors, or just honestly, going for the crit play right now is probably the right idea, because
your opponent has 3 PGs out. If anything, they're gonna waste so much cards in hand to guard it, and even if they do PG it, that's now 4 PGs out. You know that if you can survive their next turn, you got a good shot.
I just realized another thing to consider. There are only 4 orders total in play or in drop, total. So that means Scanner is not a 15. It is 1 short.
Yep, no shield, no anything.
15K booster.
Yep. So it's just a 25k column and a 12k column here.
But this is a 28k double critical Vanguard. And
that's the last PG.
That was a big moment to use it, though.
Yeah. It's a Wells into a crit.
All right, so there's enough damage on board to finish the game, which means one of these attacks needs to be guarded by Luke.
I think you just give them, because one of these is a 5k and one of these is a 15, or one of these is the single trigger away. I think you just give it to give the crit.
You gotta
power.
understand that one rearguard still can't hit. That one rearguard is only.
Oh yeah,
12K.
you're right.
Yeah, you kind of have to put it there. You could put the power and put the crit on the other side. I mean, that way at least they both still hit.
But then, it's one of those weirder situations where, both of them can hit, but they're probably gonna guard the double critical. But if I put all the power onto that column, that's a 35 column. That has to be guarded with at least 2 cards.
Putting both
So
there?
it'll be 10k
Oh,
shield.
they can split the crit. Put the crit on the rear. Put the 10k there.
But now that column is only a 15k shield to guard. You can
And
take the 1 damage and take the double guard the double critical if you have a trigger.
Yeah, you still got to guard either way, and I think having to guard 2 attacks is still better than guarding 1.
And also, we've seen that Derek has seen quite a lot of triggers now. At least 2 crits and 3 heals gone. That's like a significant thing to consider, because that means that Luke will not have to guard quite as heavily in these upcoming turns.
You're not wrong, but also Luke is facing one more thing. I don't know if you noticed, but that hand size from Derek is quite beefy. It's like a small little pamphlet.
It is a small little pamphlet.
Well, pamphlets are usually small. Let's say like a guidance. Let's say like a little rule.
Yep, there we go. So just staying at 3, doesn't need any more damage, especially because we know there's a Selfish Engraver in there. So,
not to mention, like, it's also one of those things, like, you're out of PGs. If they just somehow get 3 meteors again, you might even have to bank on just letting the Vanguard hit.
That was probably the best possible.
Yeah, I think staying at 3.
Yeah, that was probably the best possible soul charge as well. And we know
11,
that
12,
2
13,
heals
14,
are gone.
15 exactly.
Wow.
2 heals are gone and 4 crits are gone. So that means that Luke currently has half of his crits left and the over trigger.
But only 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
This is coming down really to the wire.
Yeah, I think that the drive checks here are going to make a very significant difference, because honestly, we're about to see the board wipe, we're going to see the 5 attacks, but seeing any triggers here will be a big game changer.
This is a 13 attack immediately.
That's an over trigger in Derek's hand.
If I was Derek here, I would honestly intercept. I'm going to lose those units anyway. Let's just, not waste any hand. Oh boy.
Well, yeah, the best thing to do is just not lose the hand.
It seems Derek may have.
Well, it's regardless, other things happen. We're just holding on.
It's an amazing thing. It is like we talked about, but there is that risk of internet connection. It happens. Not everybody's internet connection is always stable. Trust me, I sometimes even freeze.
Yeah. Yeah, and also like some regions are just like they don't have access to like gigabit internet, broadband internet, stuff like that. Like I know that also, for example, like South Korea and Singapore have like fantastic internet. Meanwhile, some places like Australia, which actually Derek is from, I know a lot of people from Australia say, "Oh yeah, my internet's terrible." Like,
yeah, but it's also that like, who are you facing? Like, do you know where Luke is from?
I don't.
Canada.
Oh wow, that's like
you're fighting someone across the whole world.
Yeah.
Well, that match was still very, very intense there. That was going to be. We're about to see that 5 attack or 4 attack Bear Magnus come through. So it was very, very interesting.
Now the question is, what do you pull out? You're out of CB. I believe there's definitely going to be Selfish Engravers somewhere. You don't want to call any units that are going to be easily popped because you're facing, of course, Gravidia. So you go for Selfish Engravers. You pull out the Sonicer from your ride line for extra power pushes. What's the play here?
We did see earlier a Sonicer was soul charged, so we do know that he can afford to go for 1 Sonicer and 1 Selfish Engraver.
Yep.
And then later go for a Sonicer and Keenly Ludley.
I think depending on obviously Derek was going to take at least 1 attack. Depending on defenses, if there are any, that would be a big decision to make. What's up?
I just realized something, and it's one of those things like there's 2 PGs in drop zone. There's 2 PGs in damage zone, 1 PG in drop zone we saw from Luke, and I believe we saw 1 get soul charge, correct?
One was used. One was used, and the 2 were in damage, and 1 was in soul.
Yes.
Yep,
It might be a bit of a crazy strategy.
Put it back to deck.
But no, Kinley Luli. Put the PG back.
That's what I'm saying, put him back to deck, right?
Yeah.
I don't think he could have done. Oh wait, no. Yes, you're right. He could have because then he could. Yeah, Keenly Ludley and also the Deep Sonicer or not Deep Sonicer. Yes, you're exactly right. You're exactly right.
But granted, that's later. Right now, he doesn't have any CB. But later turns, he might be able to.
No. That turn with the because he had what? He had Selfish Engraver to go to 2 face-up damage, and then he could call a Selfish Engraver and Keenly Ludley. Counterblast, then use Selfish Engraver so that he's back to 1 open after he's already used Keenly Ludley.
Yeah, exactly. So that actually wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yeah.
So that's one way to maybe get at least one more PG back into your deck and maybe see it to help, because PGs against Gravidia are going to help a lot.
Yeah,
She
you
is
kind
only
of
28. Exactly. She is only 28. That's not a big number, but it's just enough to where it's a trigger and another card for 2 to pass. If you have front triggers, that's 2 front triggers for no to pass. Yeah, no pass. But at the same time, it's one of those, like, any more than that, if I really want to no pass it, that's starting to hit that 3-card territory. And a PG just solves that problem a lot easier.
Exactly. The PGs are useful. Recycling PGs is actually just really nice. Extending your deck from like 4 PGs to potentially 5 or 6 is always a good thing. What's something I appreciate as a Zorka player, I can ghost chase my PGs, use them again, and then bring it back and use them again.
Hey, you don't need to ghost chase them anymore. You now have a nifty triple rare dog.
Exactly. I actually run both. I run a very weird deck where I cycle through that. So there's that overcoming the natural death card. I just cycle that and the ghost chase over and over and over again, and I constantly just keep bringing back my units while also and then when I want to go in, I just go in. So do some funny stuff, or recycle your personas, whatever you want.
Actually, while we're waiting for the players to kind of reconnect and get back situated and get back into that action, I do want to kind of bring back the topic to the boost set 4. We did talk about the whole grade 4s. We talked about how they're going to be changing some of the games, getting that tempo, early rush, and all that. But I don't want to focus too much on the grade 4s. We know they're amazing cards. Machana, Seraph, Pure Light, Unrivaled, and all that. But a lot of the other decks are also getting some amazing support cards. I express my very love about the Barrow Magnus double rare. We're back, unfortunately. But not unfortunately. I'm glad we're back.
Unfortunately.
I was going here. I was getting lighthearted. I was talking
You're getting
about
ready.
this upcoming set. Yeah. And I'll talk about it later. Back into the action.
Okay,
What
so
just happened?
I think they're shuffling.
Luke did not call the Selfish Engraver, it seems.
Yeah, I think they're shuffling since they just came back.
Yes, that's just a Curtis to put himself. He should have. Oh no, he doesn't have any open CB.
Yeah. No, he was in the middle of using the counterblast for Barrow Magnus.
Oh yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
And
So
I believe we had Derek just shuffle his deck just in case after the disconnection, for if, like, usually we expect players not to do it, but just in case, yada yada yada.
Yeah.
Yep, exactly. Yeah. And then here comes the Bear skill popping out too. We were contemplating what to bring out. I think at this point it would be like a Sonicer and a Selfish Engraver potentially, which is probably what we're gonna see here. Oh no, double Sonicer.
Yep.
Pressure.
Just pressure
That
at this
hand
point.
size is decently big. You're gonna try to have to eat it. You're gonna lose your rear guards. He probably knows that, but he does have 3 damage, which means Luke can take some damage, have his necessary CB open for his cost, and go from there. But this is a very strong pressure turn, making him use those PGs, making them use more than 2 cards out of hand. Because I'm pretty sure we're not running any fronts in the Meteor world, right?
I think it's 8 crits.
Yeah, it's 8 crit, and then let's see here. I'm examining it myself. Derek runs 3 fronts.
Yeah, the 8 crit.
Okay,
3
so
fronts.
there are fronts.
Yes.
Well, that's a crit over there on the other side, though.
Yeah, this is what I was saying. I think triggers are going to be the big game changer here.
That's another
crit.
What do you do? Hold up. This is actually interesting. Do you put all of it on one unit and make it swing for game, or do you put it across the board and at least get your opponent to 5?
I think you try to just swing for game because, like, it's much more risky to give your opponent 5 damage right now. Because it can actually
and all that. Yep.
Yes. And not only that, but also putting them to 5 can also let them just.
But that hand is big.
I think Derek has an overtrigger in hand.
All the power. I feel like one of the powers that go to the other Sonicer, but this is still a 38 double critical. There's the overtrigger.
Yep.
I mean, what else are you gonna do? Just take this.
Yeah, this is the smart play here because of giving the both crits to 1, because then that means that you're either taking 1 damage or you're losing.
Yeah, exactly.
Now this means that Derek has only 1 way to heal at all in his deck left, at most.
Yeah. I think honestly, just in general.
Yeah, not to mention Barrow Magnus now has to be guarded. He will always be swinging with a double critical.
Yeah. Honestly, that was probably the better play anyway, because even if you split the crits at that point, you're giving your opponents to hit 2 defenses potentially, and you don't want to do that.
Oh no!
And you don't want to do that, right? You don't want to give the room for your opponent to hit 2 defenses and then have one of the attacks just completely just not do much there. So giving all of the criticals to the one side was definitely the better move.
But there's also one more thing going on for Luke right now is the fact that like Luke is at 3 damage. If 5 cards in hand, we don't know 3 of them, but we know there's 2 15k shields over there. So and you're facing down a barrel of a Gravidia player still. You see 2 meteors be put in. If Derek Dow has 1 more meteor, that's another double critical Vanguard swinger without any PGs on Luke's side. Overall, this whole matchup is going to be really come down to trigger look and just guarding properly and taking some risks.
Yeah, exactly. I completely agree. I think having the extra meter will be the push here because you need to push here because if you don't, as you were explaining a couple minutes ago, like, how many times can you take a Barra Magnus 15 soul 5 attack type of approach? You can't take it that many times. You gotta push.
And that was also like because that's 2 perfect guards down as well from Derek at minimum. That means that Derek has, at most, 2 perfect guards and 1 heal left. That means that in terms of defensive options, and also because his overtrigger is gone, defensive options are looking very slim for Derek at the moment. It's really looking like a tight situation, especially if Luke survives this.
Yeah, but on the other side, Luke is out of PGs, a couple of heals here and there, but we haven't seen his overtrigger anywhere.
That's true.
This is true. That's right. We still have that potential Dark States overtrigger to sway here. So I'll have to see exactly what happens. I'm pretty excited because they're going back and forth. These are very, very knit tight like decisions being made here.
Mm-hmm. And another thing
go for it.
Another thing to consider here is that because Derek damage checked that meteor, this will be. If Derek has a way to hit a crit here, or if Derek has another meteor in hand, this will be the last time this game that he will be able to go for the crit play because he's already used the 3, he's already damage checked 1, so that's 4 down out of the 9, and then if he has a 3 here, that means he will only have 2 left, which means that he can't hit that threshold of 3 for the plus 15. Well, he can hit the plus 15, but he cannot hit the crit.
You're completely correct, but Derek doesn't need to hit that crit again. He needs it right now in this moment. If he can put that crit pressure into his opponent and just get him to higher damage, then he just needs power. Like once your opponent is in 5, crits are just useful for if they hit a Miracle 6 heal or Miracle 6 overtrigger. But other than that, it's a 1 poke away, so getting numbers is the important part. So the crit right now is probably the key point right in this moment, and later in the game, you don't need crits anymore. You can just go for 1 meter at a time.
Absolutely.
It's all about pacing, man. Just slow and steady. Oof. I guess. Well, I think there's some discussion going on regarding the connection and all that. So I guess I can try to attempt to talk about the Boost F4 thing. I attempted. There's a Barra Magnus double rare coming out in Boost F4.
Isn't it play like the Dentarian one where you just every time you soul charge you gain power, right?
That's the triple rare.
That is
what's the double rare? Tell me.
Well, the double rare, I believe, is something along the lines like scissors something. It basically has the effect of on place, not hand, not anywhere, just on place. You get to Counterblast 1. There we go. You get to Counterblast 1. So I'm trying to remember the full effect. Basically, you do as much of the effect as possible in the amount of cards in soul that you have. If you have 7, you can Counterblast 1, discard a card from your hand to grab a card from your soul, add it to your hand, and soul charge 1. And then if you have 13 or more, all your units gain 5k. That 7 or more is the key part here because you can start grabbing immediately pieces you need. You can Counterblast 1, ditch a Pandemonium Tactics that you don't need anymore, grab your Selfish Engravers, put them to your hand, soul charge 1, and then put them down. Or you can grab a Goemon from your soul if you're running Goemons, or any other pieces that are key to you. And it's just an amazing toolbox engine. Not to mention, because it's not an on-place from a hand or anything, if you Barra Magnus it out, you can CB and again grab a certain piece out of your soul into your hand. Be it PG, be it Persona Ride, anything. And it's such an amazing toolbox card addition that's going to be coming in Boost F4.
Yeah,
She's
I mean, like,
fun.
Barrel Magnus gets so much good stuff in set 4. Like, it's a glow up.
I'm excited to try it out. I already have a Bear Magnus deck. I'm not gonna lie, I've been kind of on and off about it. Like some days I'm like, this is so fun, and other days I'm like, I don't have a hand. I feel like a glass cannon today. I'm just not feeling it today. You know.
It's not only Bear Magnus, like I said, the grade 4s and other decks like Nordlinger. If we look at her, she's getting an amazing triple rare in the
Oh,
form of,
yes.
a rear guard that not only gains extra power if you retire something through meteors, if you manage to retire 3 of them, it gains an extra critical. Now you have a full front row of units that can have critical with your Vanguard and those grade 3s. There's so many good, amazing cards coming, and even a grade 2 that puts meteors back into the deck.
Yup. I was just about to say that, and then you get like the meteors that count as 2 meteors, and it's just all this like so the deck has like some weaknesses, right? We talked about how good it is and stuff like that, but it does have weaknesses. You can deck out, you can run out of meteors, which means you can run out of steam. Not having as good of a pressure as you could have. Honestly, there's some situations where like, oh, okay, well this is just a little 15k attacker. That's part of the reason why you have all this extra world built to kind of help with that. But now with all the new stuff coming in set 4, you'll have an actual like pretty much fully functioning, I'm not gonna deck out type of style, and you can just go ham and even tempo out even more your meteors because you're just not gonna run out. You're not gonna run out. It's great. I'm so excited. I can't. And we haven't brought this up yet, but Barrow Saga, isn't that another deck that's just getting like a huge upgrade as well?
Oh, yeah. She's getting probably one of the most.
They're getting the new or new arms. I don't know the exact names, and I don't want to say like gun,
Spear
but
and a firearm.
yeah, firearm. Firearm is definitely a better way to put it, but it looks really cool too. Like just nice more ideas, and that deck is already for a trial deck already doing extremely well. I would say for a trial deck, this is one of the best trial decks I've seen in a long time. A trial deck that can actually compete. We've seen results. We've seen a trial deck has been showing results like that. That's just, to me, that's like mind blowing.
I know another card that you're very much excited for. It's a nifty little 5k base grade 3 dead dragon that just, kind of pops out of that drop zone with some extra criticals and extra power.
Did you say something? Peter, did you hear something?
Hear something.
No, I'm just kidding. I do like the upgrade. I'm not the craziest person about the change. I do like it because I've actually been testing a little bit here and there with it. My main thing about it is like I'm just waiting. This is my waiting room. Here it is. Here's my bubble. Here it is. I'm waiting for a 4th attack. I'm waiting for it. We're almost there. We got our dragons.
Fair. But hey, Peter was mentioning about the early game before. Don't you want on your grade 2 rush?
It exists.
On your grade 2 turn, just spiritual body, a nice headhunter, that's a 13k booster, and then have a nice double critical rear guards just sitting there already.
And I'm gonna be doing that. I've been playing Zorga as a rush deck pretty much. I set 1, I didn't really know what I was doing because it was just the beginning of the format. But the minute set 2 dropped, the minute Wild Intelligence dropped, and all this stuff, one day I just processed in my brain. I was like, I could just rush down, get my sharks as soon as possible, the Fleet Swallowers, and then just go, all right, okay, here's a Hendrina, here's a Husk, here's another Husk with the new grade 1, the headhunter in the back. Okay, here you go, take 10, now take 23, and that's just the way I used to play it, and I still play it like that as Step 3. I literally call triggers down and everything. I run Tearful Malice for that reason, so I can retire them and call more stuff out. Like I literally just don't give any room for breathing, and that's why I'm excited to see these new dragons come out, because that will be another potential target. You get your stuff, you call them out, you get the crit, you get the 10k, and you go, okay, 23k, 2 crit.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the game plan.
Other than the grade 4s, what other cards inside of Boost Set 4 are you excited for the upgrades of the other decks?
Isn't there wait.
Like Greedon's getting Bubetsu.
I was gonna say, isn't Greedon getting some stuff?
Yes, I'm excited for that rabbit. Oh, but here we go.
New camera, no problems. Hopefully. Knock on wood.
New camera, new me.
Exactly. 22-2, let's go.
And we get a zoomed out perspective from Derek.
Yep.
So
I believe it's still Derek's turn.
Yeah.
It's Persona Riding. So now it really comes down to the deck is going to probably get shuffled, and now we're going to get to the whole mechanic of will the Meteor soul charge him? Well, probably not. Will him draw him cards though?
Yes.
I would have asked if I were Luke, I would ask Derek to shuffle because that was mid shuffling that happened. But
They
that's
might have
not-
already. We might have just missed it, to be honest.
Exactly.
Probably.
It was in the
Probably.
middle of shuffling last time we came back, but it's okay. It's
Mm.
okay. We good. We good. But we got the draw. There's that meteor you guys were
Perfect.
talking about. There it is. That third meteor to push here.
And then Derek also knows like he can't be scared of Barrow Magnets and losing his units. He needs to put them down. If anything, those 2 units, that's a 15k shield right now on the board. At least guard the first couple of attacks that Barrow's going to hit with.
Here it is. So Derek is going to be attacking with the 3 meteor. So this is 38 with a crit. And does he have anything to guard with? Or is he just going to bank on the opponent not hitting a trigger or not hitting a crit?
We saw 2
no
criticals,
PGs.
so that's at least a 30k shield inside of Luke's hand that we know of. But that 30k shield is only going to make it a 2 to pass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This might be like without holding any perfect guards, unless there's a potential in hand. There's really no good way to guard this.
Yeah.
I am a little bit of a gambling man. If I was in this situation, I would just
No
I
guard.
would risk it. I would no guard. Maybe I get a defensive to stop those rear guards.
Yeah,
Put me
exactly.
in a better position. I'll save my hand. But that's a risky play. And
I think that's what's going to happen here.
Yeah, but in these
Oh,
types of
he's
tournaments,
asking for
sometimes
crit
you can't
count.
really risk it.
You can't risk it, but sometimes you have to think like what your outs are. Like, losing your entire hand, potentially not being able to guard the rears, because this is a persona turn, right? If the triggers go to the rears, or take this, hopefully the defense, as you mentioned, and then be able to not have to worry about the other rear guards at all.
Yeah. And
exactly.
Another thing to consider as well is, so if you get the no guard, so like, because Luke probably only has enough for like maybe a 1 to pass.
Mm-hmm.
If he hits a crit anyways, you lose.
Exactly.
So you may as well just not guard so that you can guarantee that
That's a no guard.
when
That's
no
a
crit.
There we go. Just the front.
Yep.
That front is still dangerous. Don't get me wrong. Now we have a K and a 35k rear guard.
That's
But
a heal.
there's a heal trigger.
So
Does not go
power.
off, but still power, and that's what's important.
And not a trigger, but still that power is very important there because that means
Nullify
that
that
this
front.
is much easier to deal with.
Now he can use those both crits that we saw to just guard one at a time. And he has a third. This is although one interesting thing regarding guarding. We know he has that specific critical he just used, 2 of it in hand, and he used a third critical to guard. That communicated to his opponent, okay, he's 1 more or less crit in hand. And I understand why you that critical can go in soul, but you're at the soul threshold. I'm not saying this is a mistake or anything, but it's one of those things like, well, now you know your opponent. Now your opponent knows you have another critical in your hand. Shield. You could have completely bluffed him out.
Yes, I agree. Giving the chance of thinking that there was actual another crit out, but it was just in your hand. But I'm with you. I see exactly what you're saying. Like, I guess they might have needed the soul crits, but 100% they could have guarded with both the soul crits, not giving extra information.
Ooh, okay, so attacking the rear guard? Yes, attacking the rear guard with Selfish Engraver, that was too big, so because of that, it can't do the on-hit, and here we go. This is going to be a play for probably I'm guessing that Luke is probably going to be going for instead so call keenly lewdly, and...
Is there any in soul?
Yes, there was one.
Okay, cool.
At least I'm pretty sure there was one. All right,
Okay, there
so
we go.
then what's he gonna call out here? I'd be surprised if he didn't have keenly lewdly, because I mean, like, it's just a huge attacker.
Yeah, exactly. And you kind of need it here. You have the 2 crit pressure, so you know that the Vanguard is going to get guarded. So the rear guards is what's going to try and end the game here, depending on what's checked. So the
And
higher the
another
number, I
thing,
think the better. Yep,
The
there it is.
overtrigger. Oh,
Double.
that's
Double.
smart. That's smart because
Double.
Derek only has 2 meteors left in deck at most.
Mhm.
So this means that those Assuredas are actually both 20k
And that's
shield
his
or
SPG
10k
as well.
shield. Yep.
Okay, that's
That's
a
Derek's
double.
last perfect guard.
That's
That's-
another self-trigger.
That means he's got a max that we know of, a 15k shield from a crit, and 2 5ks. That's 10.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be a very, very come down to the wire type of game.
Yup. That's how it is. That's
Oh,
a
wow,
heal.
that's his
Heal.
last heal? What?
That's heal.
This is all gonna be very. Oh, this is all.
Shut
This
down
is
the
a
attack
numbers game. This
that-
has
Wow.
turned into a numbers game right now.
It has. Is there a chance for a persona? I don't think so.
he would only have like one Persona ride left, if any.
Okay, yeah, we're going in for the meteor here. Okay.
Yep.
And he
so
can only play that one, so he's
Yep.
definitely
what
got
do you
at least a
call?
10k shield on the board already.
Yep.
We have the
that,
grade 3 to call, but that's it.
he's got barely anything to go for here.
Yeah, exactly. But Luke is at 5 damage here. Call a rear guard, hope for another rear guard, or maybe call some triggers down. What else do you have?
But it's not a Persona ride, so this is only like
It's
the
not gonna
video is
hit.
only going to be swinging for 28.
Yep,
Yeah,
this
these
is the
are-
downside to Gravidia. We're seeing it right here. Losing your rear guards, not being able to. I don't know exactly how healthy Derek's hand is on normal units, but you need normal units, and if you run out, you run out.
Mm-hmm. And these are tiny numbers. And,
Oh, no, not the grade 3.
Nope. You're right. That grade 3
The
is
drive
gonna be-
check.
At least the 23, yeah.
Everything else, depending on, there might be a chance of another grade 2 in hand, so that would be the small number
So,
here.
I'm doing some math already. Like, Vanguard's going to be swinging for 28. We know
Yep.
that Luke has at least a crit trigger in his hand, which means that's a even.
Yep.
If he can throw down maybe one more trigger, he can possibly 2 to pass it. But then
Yeah.
he's staring at the barrel of that grade 3 we just saw. That's going to be a 23. That 23
That's a good
can be
number.
guarded with a 5k, one of the 5ks we saw in the drive check, as well as an interceptor, which means anything else on the board that hits, like, there's
But we do
numbers
have the
slowly go-
interceptors, so that is
one.
really good shield.
Only one of them. If he does do the meteor effect, one of them will be getting
Oh,
retired.
true,
It's
true.
only a
One's gonna get
10K
killed.
shield. No, actually,
We know that-
How does the card work again? How does the
It's-
shield work?
I'm
How
not
the
sure.
shield of Asherda works?
Yes.
If you have 7 or more soul, it has plus 10k. Or no, not plus 10k. Sorry, plus 5k. So it's a 10k shield, and then if it's put, so that includes intercepting or guarding.
Okay, so it is only a 10K. It doesn't get any greater. So for that one rear guard right there that just got hit on the board, intercepting with a shoulder and sacrificing one of the 5K guards that we know he has from the drive check is going to be the play.
I don't think.
But that's,
I
you know,
don't think
that's
they have a
already
normal
too-
unit. I don't think they're gonna have a third attack here.
Yeah,
I think
this
that's
is
why this is the
Do
contemplation here.
you pull a solemn? Do you just put down rear
I
guards
don't
and go?
can't here though. Like if it was on Persona, I would say you could put down, but it's a 10k attacker because I'm pretty sure there's been mainly normal units or the normal crit triggers here. So being that we've been seeing checks. So you create a 10k column, and that's actually why I don't even run the soul crits for this exact reason. I want the 5ks in case I got to put it down, but. This is the situation. It's a 10k attacker, so even through a trigger, like it's not gonna hit for much.
It's not going to hit for much, but sometimes you don't need a hit for much.
You just need to hit.
Need to hit.
Oh, this is so it's so hard to watch. This is exactly what I was worried was gonna happen. At least at one of these matches, I was waiting to see when the steam runs out, and we're seeing the steam run out for Gravidia.
I can't say nothing for Derek. Like, he's got probably more experience in competitive matches than I could ever even imagine. So this is all on him. These decisions, I'm gonna trust him. They're all most optimal. But to me, it's like, if what cards in your hand are in your hand, if you really think you can survive one of their turn with those cards in your hand, that's
They're all
fine and
triggers.
dandy. But at the same time, like 5k trigger behind a Vanguard makes it a 33. That's more cards out of hand to guard. 5k
True.
trigger behind that grade 3 over there is now a 28. Again, more cards out of hand. More
That is
shield
true.
values out of hand
That
to
is
guard.
true.
Sometimes you just gotta go YOLO.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. The extra 5k does make a difference in guarding because it's no longer a crit guard or a trigger guard. You need to guard with 2 cards.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's see what's gonna happen. And we still haven't seen Luke's overtrigger. The overtrigger still could be in his hand for guard potential.
Or in deck. We haven't
And
seen
he's got
it.
a solid hand size though. Like this could very much just block this turn, especially.
Oh
because-
yeah,
so
yeah.
We know that he has enough to go for at least a 1. No, we know he has enough for a 2 to pass here.
Yep.
Because we know he has 1 crit and 2 Selfish Engravers in hand. So
I'm a
and the
bit scared
Asherda.
because we've seen one Pandemonium Tactics hit. We've seen barely any Persona rights from Luke, and we've seen some Pandemonium get discarded. We've seen 2 Curtis hit board. That could also be a hand of just no shield cards.
Well, we
That-
do
you
know
know, you're not
that we do know that at least 3 of the cards in hand have shield because of
Exactly.
Yes.
Oh,
that
okay.
One of them.
that
Oh,
wow.
and another
wow.
card
Whoa.
of hand.
Oh wow.
And
Well, the
that
guard.
is 1
So
to
the heal
pass
trigger
right now.
matches. Sorry, the heal. The crit trigger
Wait, no.
One
matches
to
it.
pass?
Or sure.
No,
makes
this is
it
2
one
to pass. 2 to pass.
Okay,
2 to
okay.
pass.
Oh, that's a
Front.
front.
That makes it very easy. That makes it very easy decision
Oh,
where to put
Okay.
it.
double mine.
Okay, so all he needs here is a single trigger.
No,
Like a
it'll be
heal or a crit.
33.
Yes, no, yes, a heal or a
he's got
crit.
two. He's got two Self-Instant Engraver in hand and a shirt
Oh,
on
Oh,
board.
true.
He
And
has
the
at
grade 2's
least
on the
one
board.
more 5k shield in
Yes.
hand. He's fine.
Yep.
One more 5k is all he needs here, and
Wow.
he can block it because it's 33.
Was the effect even used though?
Yeah. Oh wait,
Okay,
no,
I
it
didn't-
wasn't. It wasn't. This is just.
Oh.
This
Wait,
is
was
just.
that
Yeah,
the-
that's it.
Oh.
That's it. That's all. That's all.
Oh. Dang.
So
Maybe we can use for deck out
See what I
reasons.
mean? Imagine if you went YOLO. Granted, again,
The front
5K
would have
more
hit.
to
The front
Vanguard-
would have hit.
5K more to Vanguard would have made a shirt or Intercept instead of
Oh!
Spartan out of
Oh,
hand.
that's a persona. Oh, that's a persona.
ooh, that helps so much. And these selfish engravers and the keenly lewdly.
That's
Oh
gonna be a
my.
strong turn, and ooh, okay.
I'm with you about calling out the triggers because those cards wouldn't have been in hand.
Granted, he couldn't have known he would have hit a front, but then a front trigger made a column 20.
Yep. I'm with you.
Oh, this is huge here. This makes it so that Derek really needs to just like this right now is he needs a 15 to block, or no, he needs a 10 to block this, but there's no natural 10s in Brantgate. At least not in this. Wait, no, there is. There's
Yeah,
one.
they're great
There's
too.
Gravidia Stanner.
Oh yeah, that's right.
One of the few that actually does help. That's another reason why this deck is actually very, very good to play with. You have 10k shields.
Yeah,
You
10k
gotta-
shields in standard are just super important.
But look at it this way. Like this is again, we talked about how this is a math game. If we really math it out, we got a 20 swinger. You need 10k shield. Another 20 swinger. You need 10k shield. That's already 20. Barrow Magnus is going to be swinging for 33 double critical. Let's say you want to at least want to pass it. Like I'm going minimum scenarios, no triggers get hit, right? The to one to pass it, you need to at least hit 38. That's
Ooh.
a 25k shield. You're already sitting at 45. And then
That
two
hurts.
cards come out of deck. Let's say they're two grade 2s. They only gain 10k in a persona ride, but that's 20 shield apiece.
Yep.
You're
yep.
now sitting at 85 shield that you need in your hand to
Yeah,
guard this.
exactly.
Yeah, that's the play there. And then, draw a card, put that back, call out.
More power. If there
Yep,
is
you can
any to
just-
call out.
Yeah, at that point, like, because this is probably the last turn that Luke could do, call out. Wait, he could call two Keenly Ludleys, I think.
He could, yeah. If they choose to do that, yes. At this point, it's just about numbers. We just want to hit as hard as possible.
Yeah, no, and if there are two Keenly Ludleys, though, then it could be that it both, like, just send literally every normal unit back. Just because you don't need the soul now. Because this is your final push here. Okay, Barrow Magnus. So this is.
Man, like it's gonna be just an amazing. Like it's gonna be a pressure turn. And
Yep,
how many shields
exactly.
can we see from
And
Derek Dow?
We know Derek's
many-
out of perfect guards.
Yes.
Out of heals.
Well, they're
and out of
honestly
overtrigger.
both. They're both pretty much out of everything
Yeah.
except for OT being still potentially in there.
So Derek's out of overtriggers, heals, and perfect guards. So that means that this 33, even that front trigger, because we saw
just
4
realized-
cards left in hand. 4 cards left in hand, and that means that 2 cards needed to be used for that alone. And the Keenly Ludley is going to be huge. And there's no perfect guard left to block that. And the Barrow Magnus that was just called is also going to need 2 cards to block as well. So one of these attacks had to be taken.
Yep.
Yeah, I think I just realized something that bringing normal units back deck was probably the best decision made because I'm pretty sure OT wasn't in hand, which means it wasn't deck, which means they probably would have decked out if they hit it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think there was down to like 3 or 4 cards in the deck. It was small. The deck was tiny.
Mm-hmm.
It's just it's one of those things like you can't know these things. You can be calculated as much as you want, look at the numbers, figure out what your opponent has, doesn't have, and all that. But at the end of the day, you really sometimes just kind of go all out. Like Stalin did it perfectly in his game. Put down that PG, put down a booster,
Yeah.
at least your attacker, because he knew that he can
There is
survive
no
another hero turn. There's not enough
Exactly.
Yeah. That, like,
Derek should have done the same thing here. Like you can't know there's gonna be triggers on top, which means one of your columns that you put down at full triggers is probably not gonna hit.
Yeah.
But at the same time, what if that column? What if then you swing with that column at that grade 2? He's still a 10k. He's a 10k shield, but he's a 10k. Get rid of it.
Yeah,
Unless-
exactly. And less attackers too. So I think honestly, I'm one of those people that likes to go like deep in when I know I'm on my deathbed. Essentially, I'm like, well, what do I have to lose? You know, a trigger. Yeah, I'll just call it out.
My God, like that whole game was just so intense, back and forth, back and forth. PG's out on Luke's side, Yu's over trigger out on Derek's, going back and forth. Like it at some point, it really did turn into that numbers game we were talking about. Like, all right, every shield value counts, every little power up counts, every little extra pressure through criticals counts. And at the end of the day, like, look at on Luke's side of the table, he made a big gamble during that game of taking Gravidia. One critical trigger and could have ended the game right then and there.
Oh yeah, 100%.
And yeah, it was really down to if Derek hit a critical trigger there. Hopefully it leaves a bit less of a bad taste in his mouth, because it was, I don't like to speak in absolutes, but considering that Derek had no perfect guards left, no heals left, no over trigger left, and his shield the shields in his hand at best were 80,000 shield, and the amount of attacks there were for well over 80,000 required. Because of that, it meant that it was impossible for Derek to survive that turn, because he was at 5 damage and he would have had to take a 1.
Yeah, it was kind of, we already kind of knew where it was sort of starting to head. It was just like a miracle type of thing at that point, potentially. And we don't even know where the OT is, you know, on Luke's side. And that was also like a big potential deciding factor, like hitting OT either defensively or offensively, because we don't know how that would have happened. It also could have been a big game changer.
Like overall, that whole game, like Derek has had an amazing run throughout this tournament, going undefeated
yeah.
this way. That
was the first loss.
Exactly, making it through the first 2 rounds of 16. And it is unfortunate to lose in such a way through disconnect, but it is part of the rules. Like that's one of the things about Bureau. We are online. We have to enforce certain type of rule, and it has to enforce through everybody. There can't be an exception. So it's the same as me driving down the road to pick up a orange juice and then I get a flat tire. Like I wouldn't want a flat tire at that moment, but it just happens, and you gotta roll with it.
Gotta roll with it, but it's a flat tire. Okay, that's fine.
It was still an amazing match.
Oh yeah, 100%.
For sure.
I agree. Regardless of the circumstances, it was still very well played. And Derek going 9-0 undefeated and going undefeated up to this point. This is the first time where I feel like that where the tables have like turned. You know what I mean? Like that is going that long with a Gravidia World deck, getting through, surviving all that is still it's an accomplishment. It's an accomplishment. I don't see it as anything else. It's still an accomplishment.
100%, it is an accomplishment, but it's one of those things where you've talked about how you can do amazingly in Swiss, and it is an accomplishment. But it is a competitive scene. At the end of the day, Swiss really doesn't matter. You could have been 16th in that Swiss bracket, made it into the top 16. Now you have a chance at the championship. It doesn't matter how good you placed. Today really matters from a competitive standpoint. And every single player who gotten this far is, of course, a big congratulations. And an unfortunate turn of events if they did lose in the top 16 bracket. But this is where it starts wheeling down. This is where the top of the top are really showing, and you're fighting for that championship. There's no, hard feelings. There's nothing to be salty about. This is the reality of a competitive scene. Everybody's trying to get that first place.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now we have some shenanigans along the way. That's just an added bonus, man.
And it does seem that our bracket for the finals is ready. So let's get that up.
I got a little bit of a sneak peek.
I want to see who it is. And okay, so we know Luke won, but Adrian Barber, which means that we have a Dark States finals. So
wow, Dark States. Who would have thought?
Philip and I are eating right now.
Oh yeah.
You guys are eating well.
One of my very close friends is a Barrow Magnus main, and we've had this matchup so many times, Bruce versus Barrow. and it always comes down to the wire, who gets better triggers, who gets easier pieces, strategy, this and that. So I'm actually very excited to see how this finals is going to turn out, because it's not like saying, okay, Adrian has this in the bag, he's playing Bruce, or Luke has this in the bag, he's going to retire his units or put him to soul. This is going to be a very much a back and forth, and each player is going to have to be on their best game. I'm actually very excited.
I'm with you. I like to see this. I'm more of like a Baramactus player, so I'm excited to see the Baramactus side of this come through again. But I'm excited to see. I'm really excited to see who's gonna take this, because I think both decks are very, very strong. Like and against each other too, they're very strong. Like it's a very back and forth matchup here. Both just I think hitting the 15 soul is gonna make a big difference here. I say this a lot, but hitting 15 soul as soon as possible really changes the game plan.
You mean for Bruce, right? Him getting to 15, right?
Oh yeah, true. You know, you gotta become exactly. How could exactly with the tactics and everything.
Anyway, with that being said, the players are, getting a little bit of a break right now as we're taking a bit of a short break, because this is the finals. You can't just go from semifinals straight into finals. You got to collect yourself. You got to look at yourself, get some breathe, nerves, all that. So as the players, as will we're going to take a very short break and then come back with the finals of Bushiroad Rumble Online 2021.
Cardfight Vanguard Overdress. Power up your deck with these new cards. Journey forth with your new allies. Booster pack and bands of intertwined stars coming soon. Bushiroad.
Nice meeting you. Let me show you how it's done.
In this video, we're going to take a look at one of the most important things you need to do right before a game: shuffling.
Breaking. We've all been there. Sometimes it's because of our deck build. Other times it's because we didn't shuffle properly. Hey, you! Can you show him the shuffling methods again?
What was that? Could it be? Is it the heart of the...
Okay, we'll first have this guru do some warm-up exercises. Hissatsu Namikasane. Probably the most popular shuffle, it involves taking a chunk of cards from the bottom and gradually transferring them to the top of the deck. Usually used by beginners or children, this smooth shuffle is fun to do once in a while but not recommended for tournaments. An advanced technique that takes some practice. It's one of the best shuffle and it can be done rather quickly. A good way to ensure you have the right number of cards in your deck, but it doesn't shuffle well, so make sure you mix it up with other shuffling methods. No, not a shuffle.
In order to really randomize your deck, use a combination of the shuffling methods, or reshuffle 7 times. Now, let's talk about a different kind of shuffle.
Okay, attack your Vanguard. Hissatsu. Chaos Shuffle.
Hand shuffle, a fearsome shuffle in which shuffling is not the goal, done by moving cards from one hand to the other rapidly, completed with cards slapping noises. I get it, we all do it sometimes, and some situations call for it, such as preventing your opponents from memorizing your cards, or when you need to drop a hand card at random. But you've got to admit, when done excessively, it can be pretty distracting. Stop hand shuffle and make this world a better place.
Attack your Vanguard.
Hissatsu. So hi, my name is Johan. I'm from France and I participated in BSFO 2021, in which I got first place in V Premium in NA with Bermuda Triangle Prism, and then I also got the third place Europe with Gastil Premium, and the second place of stand-up format for EU with Bastion. I took all three formats with. I was pretty happy about it. Yeah, so well, it was quite difficult because there was a lockdown in my country, actually. So I trained with my girlfriend. We played every day and each format. And yeah, we tried many days. We had a good idea of what the format looked like. So yeah, we kept practicing every day. I wasn't really expecting to top. I mean, I really play tested a lot, and I also participated to the shop league, the remote shop league. But it was just because I found the game funny, but I never expected to top or play to top. So I started Vanguard in 2019, and so my first event was the DSF France 2019, and well, that was a great experience. So wanted to do another event, so I went to Cardiff the same day, the same year, and then I participated in many BCS this season. It was the last BCS season. Really great experience. So I hope it will come back very soon. Initially, I started the game with my girlfriend. So we traveled together, mainly together. I mean, and, sometimes when there were some other French people who traveled with us, but yeah, well, in Paris we had a small group who travel a lot. Very interesting and very weird at the same time, because I like the fact that I can play with anyone in the world, like with Australian people, and it was a really good experience because I'm not used to play with these people. Like I think Singapore people and even NA people. That was the first time I played with them. It was great in that regard, and at the same time, you don't see your opponent. You only see the hand, so well, you can't read on his face. Well, after a game is played, you can't go with your friends and talk about the game. Hopefully, I had a group of friends with whom I chatted during the event to recreate the atmosphere of a real event, but it's never the same. So I registered, I think, 5 tournaments. So I know some people registered for like the 9 tournaments. I don't know how they did. Yeah, I decided to only participate in 5 because I think I needed to sleep just to be able to play correctly. Maybe I played like 12 hours a day. I didn't sacrifice sleep time for the tournament. And so for people who want to participate, so maybe it's a bit late, but they should prepare before, like a month before, if they want to have a chance to talk. If they just want to have a fun moment, I think that's a great experience to chat with people as well, because after a game you can just chat with people and have a different view of the game. Thanks for listening, and good luck for the tournament. Ciao.
COVID-19 has definitely made this difficult for everyone. But that doesn't mean that our lives and hobbies have to come to a standstill. If we can work remotely, surely we can play remotely as well. That's the reason why you're introducing Bushiroad Remote Fight. By making use of Discord and online gaming messenger, now you can find opponents to play your favorite card games in this trying time. In fact, with Remote Fight, you will be able to play against not just the players in your region or user card game shops, but also the players from different regions. So, here are the things you need in order to remote fight. A computer with microphone and an external webcam. If not, a phone or tablet. A stand to hold the webcam or phone. Stable internet connection. A Discord account. Earphones are optional but recommended. And of course, your cards. If you're using a computer, attach your webcam to the stand in a reversed manner. This way, your opponents will see your field as though they are sitting across you. If you don't have a stand like this, feel free to improvise. For those using your phone to the remote fight, attach your phone to the stand at an angle so that it captures your field and allows you to see the screen at the same time. If you found a creative way to hold the phone, do share with us in the comments. If you're using a phone or tablet, lock the orientation so that the video can be reversed. Whichever setup you use, please make sure your opponents can see your field and cards clearly. If you don't already have Discord, you can download it at discordapp.com. Make sure your video and audio capturing devices are working properly under the voice and video settings. After that, join the Bushiroad Remote Fight channel with this link. Once you're in, you will see this message. React to the message by clicking on the game that you wish to play. This gives you access to the respective game channels. Then, go to the respective channel of the game you wish to play. To request for an opponent from the channel bot, type @fight once. Sending another @fight will cancel your request.
All right, welcome back everyone to Bushiroad Rumble on Bushiroad Rumble Online. A quick correction, Derek Dow was given a game loss, not a disqualification. There is an actual difference between those. That is my mistake, and I misspoke. But
good on you for owning up to it.
Yeah,
yes,
exactly.
Enough of that though. Let's talk about the finals. We've got for our final match, we have a Dark States supremacy right now. We've got Barrel Magnus versus Bruce. We've got Adrian Barber versus Luke. So let's talk about that.
My God, like I'm gonna do this pun, and it's probably the last pun for me from today. But what a road has it been for both of these players? What a Bushiroad. Regardless, like if you look at both of these players, where they have started and where have they gotten, both Luke and Adrian have made an amazing journey from the beginning. In Swiss, Luke managing to clutch that 13th place in with a score of 7-2, and Adrian managing to clutch that 7th place in with a score of 8-1.
Wow.
This was the thing we were talking about. It doesn't matter where you score in the Swiss. This is the do or die moments, and they've made it through the top 16. Luke starting off the top 16, fighting against Tyler Yu and Lyrical, then going on to Maxime Solemn himself and fighting against the World Meteor deck, and then moving on to another World Meteor with Derek Dow, someone who went undefeated in Swiss. Like that is, it's not an easy task to win those types of games. And then on the other side of the coin, you have Adrian starting off this top 16 against Prod, using the World Meteor deck. Man, it's so hard to use both of those in one sentence.
Yeah.
And then moving on to a mirror match against Jonathan Eller, and finally facing Zistral with Lyrical, getting himself all the way to the finals. Ironically, both of these players in finals, not only Dark States, but also Canadian.
Yeah. And I know that Adrian is quite a well-known player for Buddy Fight, so he's definitely showing he's good at multiple Bushiroad games.
Good representation.
Dragonborn.
Maybe. I know that he was friends with some of the people who did try and competitively play Dragonborn.
Interesting. I missed out on that time frame for that game when it was.
I enjoyed it. I'm in the minority who actually enjoyed Dragonborn.
I enjoyed Dragonborn.
I
That's
never
why I have all
played
these.
it.
I have.
Come join.
Oh, here we go. Here come. I know. I mean, I'll play it. I'm not scared to try it. Bring it on.
Put a dice away. Put a dice away. This is not
I have a
Dragonborn.
whole bag of
Yeah. This is a Dragonborn time.
This is again Bushiroad Rumble 2021 standard
gotta-
format. We are right there at the finals.
We gotta take a big breather. just just remember how far we've come. 2 players left out of 400 and something, a huge number, down to 2 people. Who is gonna take that first place? Oh, I'm so excited to see where this goes, because this is it. This is it, guys. This is the final showdown. It's all led up to this moment.
And another thing to consider as well. So both of these players are getting at minimum 2 Verena Expectas, but there's also a match that will be happening off stream of fighting for 1 Verena Expecta.
Oh, is
versus Histral. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
Like, it's gonna be very. That match in itself, like any match right now in the top finals, is one of those like, oh, I want to watch it.
Yeah.
We won't get the opportunity to, but just thinking about it, it's like you're gonna have Lyrical versus the World Meteor. That World Meteor was meant for Lyrical, but that just because it was meant to beat that one deck doesn't mean that Lyrical doesn't have a good chance of, So that's gonna be a very good game to come down to the players. But again, we're not gonna be watching that. We're gonna be watching Dark Stage Showdown. Who is the actual king of darkness here? Was it gonna be Barrow Magnus, all that soul charge and all those 5 attacks, or is it gonna be Bruce, all that soul charge and all those 5 attacks?
Different 5 attacks, different soul, same condition to win.
But speaking of winning, it seems like both of these players are raring to go and see who wins. So let's get into that match right now between Luke and Adrian.
Yes, Luke and Adrian.
Zistral and Derek are going to be off stream. We'll find out about their result after. Don't look at me like that, Philip, please.
There we go. And immediately, Adrian is going first. This is a big step for him, being able to get the final rush as soon as possible.
This is huge. I agree.
A huge part of the game already.
Yeah, that just even going first or second is making a difference. That's insane.
And honestly, when I play Barrow Magnus, I like going second more because I have more cards in hand to possibly get things to soul charge.
I agree.
So this is good conditions for both of these players. It's just a matter of who gets the better, who plays it better, and also who has that better opening hand.
I completely agree with you, because it is one of those things, like, as Barrow, you want to kind of go second because you're going to get through your grade 3, you're going to do shenanigans, but draw helps. But as Bruce, you want to go first because you want to get the final rush first. So it's one of those things, like, whoever went first for this, it was either going to be both players are going to get what they need, especially a draw. That's going to help hand size a lot.
Yep.
Or both players are going to be in their negatives. Barrow going first, not getting as much cards to draw, but at least getting Gary 3 first. But Bruce going second is, getting to your final rush turn, but at least you can rush sooner by swinging first.
Yeah, exactly. It's all going to come down to just who gets their conditions faster. I feel like in Luke's situation, again, I think I say this a lot, but you kind of need to rush down too. You need to push as far as you can against a Bruce matchup. And actually, it's kind of hard as a Barrow Magnus player to do that because all your cards are pieces.
This is smart though, of putting down the Proto Bulb Dragon. It also tells something. It tells something to Luke that there's probably another Proto Bulb Dragon in hand.
This is true.
As a Bruce player myself, anytime I see a Barrow Magnus, I honestly do want to rush him. Because the second they get to their 15, I'm in trouble. So I want to put him in high damage so my first final rush turn is strong. So these cases, what I like to call it is you're not final rushing. You're going first rush, second rush, third rush, and then final rush.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You have to. I mean, a lot of people know that the best way to beat Barrow down is to just literally beat it down. Because once that soul condition is active, it's extremely hard to deal with that. Plus, even the 10k, the 10 condition, it's an extra 10k power. You can't keep guarding that every single turn. It's high.
Whoa!
The rush is back. I told you guys, they're gonna rush back. This is exactly what I was expecting.
Not to mention on pressure.
Yeah, probably want to either block both of these, or if Adrian takes one of these, it's a very big dilemma. You don't want to give the soul charge, but also you don't want to have to use up more hand than you have to. So probably just.
Luckily, Adrian did get a draw, so he's got multiple cards in his hand, and he used that nice 5k draw trigger.
Another draw.
Another draw from. Oh boy, this is going to be a very good game. Both players.
This is exactly what you need to do. Both decks are very lethal late game, so you just gotta hope that somebody dies first.
Yeah. And here it is, Adrian starting his third turn. This is a big.
They're gonna rush
turn
back.
For Bruce.
Because think of it this way: there's interceptors on the board now too, on top of everything else.
Mm-hmm. But it's been a good job from Adrian to just go, okay, it's worth it to just block with these. Whoa, discarding a Leonard. That is saying a lot right now. And putting down another one.
Another
Whoa.
Leonard.
You gotta rush. You
Yeah.
really
This
gotta
is-
rush Barrow. And
this is
if
the
you
game.
started that strategy, you can't turn back. So this is the way to go.
This
Yeah.
is the game plan.
And not only that, though, but so we do know that Adrian. So actually, no, we know Luke has not managed to get a way to soul charge more. So, and we haven't seen it in a shore die yet. So that means Luke kind of has to have both. It has to have the Pandemonium, the yes, two Curtis, and an Ashurda.
Yep.
Or Electro Spartan.
Yes.
Like there's so many pieces. Or one of the Selfish Engraver just needs to hit. Or if he does have Pandemonium, Selfish Engraver is gonna get him there. He just needs 3 more soul charges.
Exactly, exactly. That's a note card, depending where it's going. That's 2 double PG. That is so
good.
nice. That's what you
Definitely.
need against a Barrow. Against Barrow, it's exactly what you want in hand.
And
And
as he
wait,
rides
did we
up,
see that in the graveyard?
yes, he did, so that he can make it so
Yeah.
that less copies of Selfish Engraver are able to hit. And
Mhm.
also,
Look at this one. That's now what was I trying to say? Sorry, but that's now we're talking about how 3 cards in soul because Selfish Engraver is on board. Well, now he has a soul charge 4 on top of a Pandemonium.
Yep.
yes. Okay, so if he gets the Pandemonium, so now it means that he can't hit Electro Spartan for it. He has to have exactly 2 Curtises here, and it will
No, he
guarantee.
can hit Electro Spartan. Selfish Engraver can countercharge.
No, but well, he would need 2 Curtises and an Electro Spartan.
Oh yeah. You're right. Well, the soul count right now is at 8, and the 2 curses we saw hit board is gonna put him over to 10.
Yes.
He's at the
so-
10 mark. If he's got Pandemonium, that Selfish
He
Engraver
needs-
is gonna take him all the way.
Yep. So it's really just a matter of if he has that right now. He
And as a Bruce player, you really can't do much. Like if your opponent has the necessary pieces to go, the only thing that you can do is damage the knight. But at the same time, if you damage the knight, you're putting yourself on on the back foot.
he doesn't have it, and he's attacking the Leonard. So
Yep. It's
I
okay.
think he needs
Still has
to
another
focus on the
turn.
knight,
yeah.
because he's gonna just start swinging at that Leonard more and more.
Oh,
Yeah, you might as well just give it up.
yeah.
That
And,
gives
I mean,
the on hit.
if anything, you can't really use Leonard's skill in this matchup for the most part. Like you're not really attacking a column, anyways. So I think that was smart there.
Hit or on hit Vanguard or just hit.
Let me check.
I was actually thinking the same thing.
I believe she's literally just hit. 'cause
Anywhere.
Yes, it's when it hits. So he does
Yeah,
have
that-
to full
this-
charge.
I
That
don't
soul
know if
charge
she
didn't
missed
happen
it
there.
through the camera glitch. There was a slight camera glitch there. He might have soul charged. So let's move with the assumption that he did. He is currently
Yeah.
sitting at 11 cards in soul. Or actually 12 because Selfish Engraver put
Yes,
herself
12.
in. So there's 12
Yeah.
cards in soul right now.
Whoa, that was
Wow.
really nice too because that put him up to 23. So that meant that Curtis was not big enough.
Okay, I'm giving Luke some props. How many times have you done this? Raise your hand if you've done this before, where your opponent hits a defensive, your rearguards can't hit at all, but you still turn
Yeah.
them sideways.
Yeah, I do that. I do. A third Leonard?
Yep, that's the third Leonard.
As well as Hell Dive.
Yep.
And I believe.
Yep.
But I
That's
don't
the
believe we
aggressive
did
turn
Persona,
here.
right? Did we?
No Persona ride. So
No
this
Persona.
does mean that he's only got 4 soul right now.
This has got to be a turn for Adrian where he gets as many resources as possible into his hand. He can make a very strong.
I think I understand the play. So I think he's holding off. If he has a Persona, I think he's holding off on it. Wait, what?
Yeah, because your opponent's in 1 damage. Wasting a Persona ride right now is going to be, I don't want to say pointless, but not as efficient as later in the game. So
Mhm.
right now, you have good numbers already on the board. You're going to have 5 attacks. Your triggers might be even there. But the biggest thing about this turn is going to be getting that hand size up. Oh my god, I blanked on the name again. The grade 3.
Marjorie.
Marjorie is going to help that hand size. Protobulb is going to help that hand size. And if Leonard hits, he's going to pull something out for Marjorie. Like overall, this is going to be a very good turn where those resources are going to get used.
Yes, this I just noticed Adrian's at 5 damage though. That's really high to be at
Yeah.
against a Baron Magnus player.
Yeah, and that's a really bold play to
Take it all.
do that. To take the no guard at 3.
Chances are maybe he hasn't seen a heal yet.
That is a double-sided sword about rushing inside of Bruce. You're gonna understand. We've seen Adrian put down rear guards to rush. We've seen him guard 2 of the rear guards on the opposite rush. The hand size is not gonna be as big, so you're gonna have to take one turn of just eating a lot of damage.
Yep.
Sacrificing the proto bulb. Interesting.
But Leonard does have the
That's a heal, giving the power.
Leonard does have an on-hit ability to call something from Soul, so even though he won't be able to... Oh, wait, he will.
Yeah.
He counterblasted... Wait, how did he get the other counterblast?
I think he is at 4 damage. I don't think he did go all the way.
I can't tell. That's the thing. I can't tell if that's 2 damage.
No, that is 4 damage. That is 4 damage.
It is 4, okay.
Yeah, okay, makes it a lot less bold.
Because he was at 1 damage to start the turn.
Yeah,
and then
what's it, 3 more?
He took barrows and another swing maybe. I'm not 100% can't really crawl, but should be at 4 damage only.
He got proto bulb back.
So there's Leonard coming again.
He's got to guard this. It's only a 5k guard, but at the same time, it's another card out of hand.
Yeah, you need it. Yep.
Sometimes people underestimate just pokes. Pokes can be dangerous, and if you don't have a 5k, you can just easily throw away. That's a 15k shield. That's 10k over than what you really need. You're wasting that shield for later turns.
Exactly. Where is that Leonard hitting anyway? Because that is a 23k base. Is the Leonard 15?
Right now.
Leonard's 25 because of Hellblast full dive.
Oh, right. Gotcha. Okay, that makes more sense.
He could be swinging a Vanguard to put some pressure in your hand, or he could honestly be swinging a Curtis to waste that higher shield. This is the fun part about Leonard. He could be swinging at either Curtis.
Exactly.
Yeah. And another thing to consider here is, so if the Leonard hits, he can call out the proto bulb and give another +5, or not +5. Well, yes, it gives another stage of guarding that you have to deal with against Marjorie, because that Marjorie's 33 on her own. So
Would it be risky? Just because then you'll have no soul.
I'm pretty sure.
Okay, yeah, to attack the Curtis.
Yep. But that's now 13 cards in soul for Luke, which means he's just an Electro Spartan, a Curtis away from getting to that 15.
Yep.
And
trying to knock out those rears. I see.
This is also smart because Luke now has only 1 counterblast every single turn. Adrian is choking his damage right now, not giving him any opportunity to get anything going.
Charge away from
15. There it is.
Ooh, but
too bad.
Peter, I think I know where you're going. There's 2 cards in hand. After all of it, if he uses Barrow's effect, which he probably will, there's going to be 5 cards. Sorry, 3, right? 3. I would say there's 3 cards in Luke's hand. There's going to be 6 cards in hand. If he can't finish Adrian right here, if there's a Persona right, if there's another Hell Dive, that turn is going to be a lethal turn.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I agree. We'll see here. We'll see, because this is still going to be, this is a Persona turn.
Oh, that's a Bruce.
That is a Bruce.
So up to 5.
No defensive trigger, so this is just going to be a very, very hard turn to guard.
Yes. Everything's lethal now, and you're about to lose your board too. Not too much, but still. Can you get to 5 with that being only 1 soul? Well, actually, it'll be Marjorie. Marjorie will be in soul too.
Yeah.
It'll be 2 soul. You need 3 more.
That is the benefits of playing against Baron Magnus, is they help you with your soul.
They do.
They do help with your soul.
Oof, throwing out 3 cards into 2 cards and an Interceptor.
Now there's I wonder if this is the one you just call Sonicers on. And you don't have CB. Opponents have 5. I don't know how much hand there is there, but still, a Baron Magnus turn is a Baron Magnus turn. It's still a 28k attackers plus a crit plus a 10k on the van. And it is a deep Sonicer turn. Yes.
Those are 38s. Okay. That's going to be really hard to guard.
Exactly.
There's a perfect guard though. So
yeah,
there's 2 actually.
Yeah.
2 true. They check 2. So take PG 1, PG the other, hard guard
But
the,
no,
the, the,
at
the
same
third.
time, 2 perfect cards, that's 4 cards out of hand in this one guard set for 2 attacks. And then you still need 2 more cards out of hand. 6 cards will be dropped here.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, he needed a defensive here to really make it so it's a lot easier to block everything.
Oh,
you
dropping
go.
that shield. Oh, that's the order shield.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That could
Well, just
communicate to me
Spartan
that
is a
he might have
selfish.
another one.
That is not a good shield value to have in your hand against the upcoming Bruce turn here.
What were the drive checks for Barrow?
It was Electro Spartan into Selfish Engraver, so it's just 2 5Ks.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
That's not
So-
optimal shield. If the Adrian can survive this, he will have chance at game just
Exactly.
because of what Bruce is capable of.
Mhm.
And on top of that, like, we're also assuming he has Persona Red and Hell Dive and all those, but a card that ditching a perfect guard for a perfect guard.
Meaning there should be enough shield there in hand. Potentially the
Oh.
That was
Okay,
gonna be my guess.
that's good.
'Cause usually when you perfect guard a perfect guard, you want you
You
drop.
want to
it
have
over
something
to-
else.
Oh, he has a Bruce in hand.
Okay, so
There's
that's
the
already
Persona.
10k to the front row. He might draw into a good piece. A card that's really going to be good here for Adrian, not only for the Soul Cup, but also for the field, is going to be Derek. If he
Yes.
has a Derek, 4 cards on the top of your deck, let's go.
True. You just replenish your whole board. That's the one upside to, you get board wise, you're like, "Oh, okay, I'm just gonna Derek here. Just
Mhm.
get it all back.
Yep.
It's still
3 cards.
attackers.
3 cards in the Soul for Bruce. He just needs 2 Soul charges.
Yep.
A Marjorie is going to help there. Derek can help there. Leonard, not so much. Maybe a Dober. Like,
Just
If he has
anything.
Marjorie. Yes, he does have a Marjorie, so he will be guaranteed to be at 5 soul. And
I
oh,
need it.
wow.
sacrifice that last
Oh.
card. Sacrifice that last
It's
card,
a
buddy.
proto bulb. It's a proto bulb. He
Spicy.
drive checked the proto bulb last turn.
Yep.
You really just need to sacrifice that last card, get the 5. This is going to be honestly a very strong turn.
I think the proto bulb behind Eden might have been better because then you would have had 33,
Use a
33.
booster and then
Yeah.
suck it with Marjorie. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Ah, I do. I'm with you on that.
But it's one of those things, like, I completely agree with you, that probably be the better play, but at the same time, this is his finals. Nerves are going. He
Mhm.
could have just not seen the play.
Yeah.
Okay, Eden swinging for a 25, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
25
if it hits, they both one of them retires
Oh, I think he's swinging a river.
Oh, he's attacking
Oh,
one
which
of them.
one? to get rid of the other one.
Yeah.
They both go.
This is one of those situations
Smart.
where this is one of those situations where I'm like, I know those are annoying units,
They gotta go.
but I'm looking at the game state, the board state. That's only 1 card in hand right now. After point drive, there's going to be 2 cards in hand. A PG just got soul charged. If I was in my
That's
eyes
all of his
would've been-
PG's gone.
Yep.
So it's one of those things, like, can you really afford a swing at a rear guard? You might just need a YOLO and go all the way for the Vanguard. You're in such a situation where you can't be too conservative.
Hmm.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm with you. I mean, that Eden was gonna restand anyway, but yeah, I agree. I see what you mean. I think going all in, you kind of have to, because being at 5 damage at this point, like another barrow turn, I don't think it's possible to survive another barrow turn.
Your
I
over
think
trigger out, your heal triggers count
If-
might be low. Like,
PGs are gone.
All
I'm
he
pretty
needs is
sure
a crit.
almost all.
All he needs is a crit here because you give the crit to Marjorie and the power to Eden. Both of those require 25k shield.
Oh, OT shield.
but we haven't seen many.
Oh,
perfect
no, no
no
shield.
shield.
That was blanks. Those were
What I
indeed
mean-
blanks.
And the Eden swing into Vanguard might have been. I don't know. Like, it's hard to say. Like,
It depends on
There's
what the
only
defenses would have been, honestly,
15
which we
shield?
haven't been seeing any.
Do you have 15 shield?
They should. I think they do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. PG.
Yeah, I
Okay.
assume that's why they took it. Otherwise, they would have
Hmm.
guarded it differently.
Yeah.
Wow.
heals. All the heals need to be seen. right now.
Another persona.
All the
Another
heals.
persona. That's gonna be hard. That's gonna be
can-
hard.
He can block at most 1 attack if Luke just calls a Selfish Engraver down. Yep.
Yep.
But the Electro Spartan means
yeah,
that
that's the drive check we saw earlier.
Not even that. Like, we don't know one of his cards. We know there's a Hell Dive and a Bruce in hand. So that's
Yeah.
0 shield.
Yeah.
Got only a 5K interceptor in an unknown card to us in his hand. Like
Exactly.
this
That's
is
I think
huge.
that's the hope here.
Yep.
Yep.
And that's the
That
game.
is
And
GG.
Derek,
That's
you
the
came in too late, buddy.
wow. Wow. Baron Magnus coming through.
mhm.
And there
Wow.
we go. Your
Luke.
champion, Luke.
Yup.
Luke is your champion, and that puts Adrian Barber in second. And then I don't know if the other two have finished yet, but what a fantastic play from Luke there throughout this entire tournament.
My
Exactly.
God, that game was something right out of my backyard. Like I've seen that exact type of game go back and forth so many times, and it goes sometimes in Barrow's turn, and sometimes it goes Bruce's way. But it was like watching me and my buddies play. Like it was so surreal, and
I think that early
got a
push.
result out of it.
That early push was exactly the right play. I would have done the exact same thing because I think you need to just push. Putting Bruce to 3, 4, 5 damage like that was exactly what you want to be. Would you notice that a Red Magnus player was between like 1 to 3 damage that whole game, right? Like so there's like little to no fear. You're just sitting there like, okay, let me just take a couple of these attacks, guard the rest of them, and then just go on a 15 soul onslaught from here on out. So I think we just from both ends like. Wow, I think the push was important. That game showcased exactly what happens where Bruce's weaknesses start showing. Like if you push far enough and they don't hit in defenses, you're keeping them at that pressure turn of like, oh, this is a Bear Magnus with a crit on it. I can't just normal guard this, and they're just constantly shredding hand because Barrel shreds hand like this, like even without the guard restrict.
It just rips right through. And I think one of the big moments in this game was when Adrian did not check a defensive on turn 5. Or not on the 5th damage. Sorry, not turn 5. On turn 3. Or turn 4. Yeah, turn 4.
Well, you took the 5th damage, essentially.
Yes. And because of that, it made it significantly harder to block all of those later attacks. And if he had gotten the defensive, he would have used significantly less hand every single time. That really is... It shows that, like, sometimes just those small things can really matter.
Yeah, exactly. It was still pretty high though, because that was a persona turn after persona turn. Like even with the defense, you still have to guard everything, and potentially there's still high numbers. He was holding PGs, OT. He was putting they were holding really high shield value anyway. So like I think even without a defense, they would have been throwing away the same amount of cards probably. But it could be a defense is a defense. It's the 23k base, and that 23k base could potentially you can 2 to pass Vanguard. Maybe you don't have to PG now. You can kind of get away with a little bit more. So definitely a big difference.
Exactly. Overall, like an amazing game. So
they both held their OTs too.
It's exactly like we didn't. I love how throughout this tournament we have seen some crazy things with the overextensive double heals and all that, and then one of our most exciting games, the finals, came down to strategies. Rushing Barrel Magnet, rushing Bruce. Like Bruce is an amazing deck. It's very relevant to see that through these tournaments, through these appearances, getting all the way to top 16 to about 4 Bruce decks and all that. But it does have. It's not one of those like I'm gonna take this go. It has a weakness and people can exploit it. And Luke with Barrel Magnus did that exactly, and it paid out for him towards the end.
Yep, exactly. Those are. That was good to watch. I was kind of like on the edge of my seat here. I'm like, oh gosh, who's gonna get the win con first? Who's gonna happen? Is that 15 soul gonna be met on the first grade 3 turn?
And I mean, if anything, Barrel Magnus players, be happy. You have some representation, and also Barrel Magnus price probably going up a bit online.
Yup, good old TCG. Let's do it.
Hey man, Barrel
deserves the love.
Beerus has always been good. It's just needed some extra turbo and called Pandemonium Tactics.
I think that grade 2, if that also has been brought up by Peter a lot, has been a big push. That's one extra soul you're guarding with it, and it's also going into soul. Like it's kind of like a grid like 2 in 1.
Like, if you really think about it, this game we just saw,
this
was more of a booster set 2 face off than booster set 3. I didn't see a Pandemonium drop on Barrow's side. I didn't see Assure be guarded and put to soul.
It was a booster set 1 game, if anything.
Leonard, I'm counting.
Oh,
Leonard.
true.
Okay. Yeah, Eden was there too.
On Luke's side, though, it was a booster set 1 game of we did not see any booster set 2 stuff being like used that game from Luke, which is impressive, showing that even in set 1, Barrel Magnus had a very threatening presence.
Exactly. It just people don't give the deck a chance. You gotta give all decks a chance. They're good in their own aspects. Of course, there's decks that are better than others. That's proven. Like this tournament has proven that. But every deck has a chance. Every player has a chance to kind of surprise and win.
Yeah.
That's one of the beauties about Vanguard.
It's all about how you pilot it too. Like the way you pilot your deck can take you far. That's actually, as you mentioned, it is one of the beauties of Vanguard because you can, if you kind of feel like a personal attachment to your deck. Like me and this deck, we're going all in. We're soul charging deck, whatever it is, whatever you like whatever like you like to play as. Like if you like soul or you like multi attack, whatever. It feels like you're taking a part of you when you go into with these events sometimes.
Exactly. With that being said, let's look at one more time the bracket from top 16, kind of see the full journey that these players have taken. Don't worry, I'm not going to do this. There we go. We see your champion, Luke, taking Barrel Magnus all the way. Now, his overall score was, let's see, 7-2 inside of Swiss, and then winning 1, 2, 3, 4 games after that. So, overall, 11-2 going into the coming out of this tournament.
I just realized also because Luke was 7-2, he was one of the people that made it in through the bubble. That's very impressive.
Like there were so many 7-2 players, and it comes down to opponent average and all that, and it's just impressive to see. Like you gotta give every single player in top 16 a round of applause because they've made it. They've out of what do we have? 449, if I'm not mistaken, player participants in this tournament today, or not today? Yesterday.
A lot. enough to have a top 16.
Exactly. Being able to say out of that many, out of let's say 450 players, you're among the 16 out of all best of them. Like it's just something else.
Yeah, exactly.
My God. And it's not going to say anything. Like I believe if the bracket is showing correctly, you the third place match, Peter, you were interested about it. Guess who came on top of that?
Who?
Derek Dow.
Well then, okay. So seems
Walking
like
away.
he didn't get tilted from disconnecting, and that really shows that like competitive mindset of like you're ready for stuff like that. You're just like, okay, I'm just gonna keep pushing through.
Yeah.
What?
Sorry, I was gonna ask. Did they decide to just fight off again, or like what happened there?
Fight off again?
Between Derek Dow and like.
Yes, Derek Dow and Zistral played it through for third place.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. So they just decided to just paddle again, essentially.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Derek, like I gotta give props to Derek. Like he's walking away this tournament with only one loss throughout the whole thing. It was a semifinal loss. He's gotten only third place, but at the same time, like that's an impressive score. That's nothing to sneeze at.
Exactly.
I got like. Did you? But Peter, I can't. You still crack me up. How did you predict that we're gonna see all 4 of the decks that represented top 16 in the semifinals? What is this? What kind of magic you go? What kind of who did you what did you do?
I think I'm just a master of manifesting.
You manifested Story Chaos, so anything's possible.
Yeah.
Anyway, with that being said, we saw the bracket. I feel like everybody is waiting patiently for us to talk to the champion himself. So we're gonna switch over to the interview and get some opinions and ask some questions to Luke and see what he has to say.
Yep.
Yeah. So let's get it.
Hello there.
Hey there.
How we doing?
Pretty better than 5 minutes ago when I was rushing against Final Rush.
Hey, it was a good strat. I think that was a very well played match.
That's gotta be nerve wracking. Like us over here, we've been commenting this whole thing going through it, but I can't even imagine how the whole journey must have been for you. You went from starting yesterday, whatever time we started, going for what was it, 11 hours straight for 9 rounds, and then coming in today, 4 more rounds, playing against one of the best players out there. Like, how was the whole road for you from start to finish?
Just higher all the way. Stressier, less energy, but funnier at the same time. So, grand time.
What made you choose Bear Magnus? Like, you know, there's like Bruce and Lerone, and we got Gravidia, we got like Bastion, we got all these big boys. What made you say, I'm choosing Bear Magnus for this?
I must say, just one of my favorite. So, without even thinking even too much from matchups, it was already almost decided just on that. But I also like he has the ability to try to push a little against Bruce, so he can do something on grade 2, and has the ability to just come back, create the scenario you want defensively with Ashurda, offensively with Deep Sonicer. So a lot of things you can do with Barrow Magnus that I really like.
Cool.
Yeah, I mean that's very true. Like, very good point. Also, would you say that Barrow Magnus has like a pretty similar, or like Barrow Magnus plays kind of similarly throughout those matchups as well, like throughout most matchups?
I would say there are, in fact, many differences how you play against either a Bruce or a Loro or a or the Gravidia. The Gravidia is the most different because it's the one who has the most destruction, so you can't do much defensive play, even if it came handy against Max Solen. So yeah, those I really like. Sorry. Okay, not an important call. Sorry.
It's okay.
Just the same
You
time.
just won. Of course not important. You just won.
You're the champion.
They will say congrats later.
I gotta ask. I gotta pick your brain a little bit into Barrow Magnus. Myself being a Dark States man, I love the deck dearly. I do want to kind of see your kind of choices. Like Ashurda is an amazing card. That shield value, being able to put the soul and all that. I do want to kind of ask, because there's been these Barrow Magnus decks going around playing the Desire Devil Goman. Your kind of decisions of putting it in or not putting it in and then running with it.
I've tried it and I liked more. I liked having more Deep Sonicer and also Electro Spartan to first. Electro Spartan for the stability of going to 15 soul quicker. I must say, in all the rounds, I think there's only been 3 games. I didn't go 15 soul on the first ride. So that helped a lot. And that was what I expected from the deck. And the other, and for Deep Sonicer, it's just I like the fact the 28 or 33, it's good numbers. Against Loro, 28 is automatically 2 cards since they don't have yet the 20k front. And I expected a lot, and it helped against 5 game. So, so I liked having the possibility of having 2 Deep Sonicer for those numbers that helped against this matchup. And against other matchups, not all matchups play fronts. In fact, Bruce not always run fronts. Arrow never run fronts. So I expected a lot of those, and the Deep Sonicer numbers were really good against those. So that's mainly why. The Goman I saw more as a win more than win con, really.
Oh,
I completely agree with that. Yeah.
that is very interesting. So this is set 3. You know, we're talking here. If you were to enter again, like if you were to, if it says there's a future event, do you think Barrow would be like the deck that you're gonna take again, or with now, you know, we got all this new stuff coming out? Would you go back with Barrow Magnus? Is that the go-to?
I think I would still take it.
Okay.
Set 4 for what we know right now. I know Prison is really powerful, set 4, but I think Barrow still has the option to live through a Prison deck matchup, especially with the grade 2 that can filter your PG. So
Yep.
that's just that's all you need. Survivability against the critical attacks potential they will have, and other matchups will pretty much stay the same with a grade 4 that triple drive. So except if a Magnolia matchup becomes really relevant for whatever reason, maybe then I would think about it a little more. But even still, it's a good matchup. It's not a bad one. So, and
Yeah, you
multi
got more
attack like that.
Exactly. You got more than enough turbo that even Seraph Pure, like being able to grab 2 cards out of your soul, you got probably enough cards that can kind of go, all right, you grab 2, but I'm still good for my 15.
Yeah, if I'm first, I will go 15 and just attack immediately. And after that, the next turn, even if I go back to 13 or 14, it's easy to do 2 soul back. So not so bad. Except if they deny in counterblast, but that's another story. I won't expect them to deny me. Giving me 1 more turn is not a good idea, I would think. So, yeah. So no, I think next set I would still take Barrow. It's my favorite one and the one I'm most used to play. From set 3. From set 2, it was a different story. I would have probably brought Bruce.
Oh, interesting. The Dark States man, I see. I'm surrounded by you guys.
The Dark States enjoyer.
Dark States enjoyer.
Indeed.
Oh, there we go. Peter, you got anything else you want to ask?
Yes. Is there anyone you want to shout out? Maybe like a locals or some people or like a community?
I'm from Quebec City, Quebec, Canada. So I would like to shout out all my friends there, but especially Fred, which was also in top 16. Congrats, guy. Congrats, dude. I'm proud of you. And also Anthony Bailey. Didn't make it, but he's a hell of a player also from our gang in Quebec. So shout out to you too.
Aw.
And they got the secret sauce up there. I might need to move.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Might need to drink some of the water there.
we need to visit Canada.
All right, pack up bags. Time to go up north.
Let's go, guys.
Anyway,
You're welcome.
Luke, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us, to give us your insight into the game, into the whole journey you've been. Thank you so much. We're gonna actually bring it back, toss it back to see what's coming up for Bushiroad Rumble Online in a couple of weeks. Get some rest, man.
Yeah. Congratulations.
You deserve it.
Thank you.
Oh, so that was Luke getting a chance to talk to him. Orange, give me a quick reminder what's to come.
Yes. So we did just finish Overdress. But that's not over. We still have week 4 for Weiss Schwarz. That's right. January 15th, Swiss rounds for day 1. And then for day 2, we got the top 8 potential top 16 cut for January 16th. So stay tuned. Bureau is not over yet. We still got another week of fun.
Yeah, that's exciting to see.
So amazing.
Like I have a lot of friends who are super into Weiss. Like they're like, I mean, also I know that Zistral, he's super into Weiss, and he is like, he topped this tournament, so it would be nice to see him top again.
Oh.
Man, I love Weiss. I gotta admit, I am a Weiss connoisseur myself. Granted, I do play some questionable decks here and there sometimes. Anti-Spiral to name one of them.
I want quintuplets. That's all I care about. My shop just got quintuplets like, 2-3 weeks back, and I was like, oh, I want to build it. I want to play it so bad.
I want to just real quick reflect on what we have been a part in today, yesterday, even the premium center, but more on today and yesterday. Like, what are some of the most memorable moments that you guys have from these 2 days?
The double heal was crazy.
I still go back to that Quinn Liu match. I can't forget it. Like my mom, I just can't. That was the guard restricts was just guard restrict, crit, multi attack, guard restrict. Crit. It was just it felt like it felt like a Dimension Police deck for like 2 seconds, where it just had that pressure of sweating the whole time, and it was just so intense to watch. So definitely that was probably my most memorable. What about you, Philip?
Oh, I'm sorry. Like, this is a pea brain. It has trouble retaining short-term memory. joking, but I did really enjoy the Brent Gay match where we saw the overtrigger get ripped on grade 2 turn and just immediately value City.
True. Oh, that 2-5 damage too.
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
How
That
easy
was
a just turn can be changed, like, and it's just part of the game, and there's not much you can do to prepare around it. So that you got to take it with stride. It can happen to you. It can happen to your opponent. It's the name of the game.
Yep.
Could be also an M, but that's a different story. Anyway, like this was an amazing journey, an amazing road, an amazing. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. Anyway.
Yeah. Hey. Thank you. We've had so many people here watching us, joining the journey, well, rooting everybody. Just want to give a quick, big thank you first to you, the viewers. So you guys that have been out there, thank you so much for participating, entering, going all in, supporting who you were supporting, or everyone at once. Thank you so much. We got to thank the people behind all the work, all the effort, our judges, just everybody that's put effort to make this happen. I personally want to say a big thank you. I'm sure the boys here will agree with me. It's been a lot of work.
Yeah. Production here has also been just doing a fantastic job. Like, thank you, Armando. You are awesome.
He's been the voice of reason in our ears.
Yep.
Chirping away, making sure we do a good job.
Yeah,
Without him,
carrying
I think
us.
we would have failed.
The true carry.
Do you two want to thank your locals? Because I want to thank all of my locals in my area. I want to thank Curio Cavern. I want to thank Guild Gaming. I want to thank Gritty Goblin Games, and I want to thank. I haven't gotten to go to Superstar in a while, but thank you, Superstar Card Gaming, for holding up especially the competitive side of the Vanguard community in the area.
I mean, I'll agree with you on that one. I also have a locals that runs all 3 formats. So just a big thank you for staying alive, keeping Premium, V Premium, and Overdress running this entire time, pretty much since the restrictions have lightened a little bit. So big thank you to that, and also just giving me the experience to just understand the formats and just being prepared and even able to commentate and understand what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to shout out as well my team, my group, every single one of my players in Vanguard, people that I know, content creators that I know that I've made. Like, the amount of connections I've made through this game is astonishing to me, and there are types of connections that I'm never gonna. It's not like tomorrow if I stop playing Vanguard, I'm gonna lose these. No, they're gonna stay with me till for a while, and it's stuff like this that brings us all together. And I do want to again give another big. It is a congratulations, a big shout out to every single participant in today's tournament, in the AO tournament, in the EU tournament. People getting, setting up their cameras, setting up the field, taking the time out of their day to sit here for 11 hours straight and play some Vanguard and try to get to that top spot. Not everybody can get it all the way up there. We got our champion Luke, but every single one of them took the time and just showed their passion for the game. And I just want to say, I want to give them a hand.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Recognition in hand.
Well,
my God. I think, yep.
With that, I guess.
Time to say goodbye.
Yeah. I'll start
Thank
us
you
off.
all.
Oh, go for
it. Thank you all, everyone, for watching Bushiroad Rumble Online. I really appreciate it. And
I was gonna say, okay, I'm Outer Orange. Thank you for watching. This is my name over here. I'm an Orange. So you can check me out at all the locations. And thank you so much. It was a pleasure being here. Pleasure being your commentator, co-commentator, all that stuff. So yay!
I've been Philip from the channel Top Deck Heroes. You can follow us on this Twitter handle, or you can come to our channel. Fun. We're not competitive. We're just here to do shenanigans, fun, and enjoy the game of Vanguard. So come check out all the stupidity we got to offer.
Yeah, and I don't have any content that I'm making right now, but I might make content in the future. I know that one guy from my area, he wants me to be the person that streams his case openings and testing, so that might happen eventually. So if you follow me on Twitter, then I'll be able to update you on all of that information, maybe soon. So it's been a great time.
One more huge shout out to Armando, the fourth person in this team.
Yes. Armando, the one behind the scenes, the one that's been doing all of this production. It's fantastic.
Exactly.
Thank you.
I got it. Armando, take us away.
Bye, guys.